None, Raymond. I'm back. There's no screw-ups on this stream, brother. Just telling you that right now. Stormcat 5 coming to you live, baby, from sunny Ohio. Welcome to the stream. This is Outbreak. Let's do this.
Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now.
That's a great question, everyone. Are you ready for today's outbreak? Because I got news for you guys. This is an outbreak day. This is a possibly a dangerous day of some really strong storms that we could get. And we're just getting things started right now. We have a lot to get to in a short amount of time. Welcome for those that maybe it's your first time watching. Welcome to our normal, our usuals, our OGs, as I like to call them, our OG meowers. We got to come up with a better name for that. Maybe everyone in the chat can work on that. But today is going to be a dangerous day. We already have severe thunderstorm warnings. We already have tornado warnings. I'm back in my house, so we're not going to have any sort of technological screw-ups today, Raymond. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby, as my favorite Talladega Nights character used to say. But guys, this is Outbreak. We're going to be now casting severe weather. We actually are going to have some storm chasers. We've got Tornado Greg, right now out in the plains. And then we also have a Dan Wallace. Dan Wallace is out there as well. And so we're going to have both of those storm chasers kind of check in from time to time. They're not on just yet, but we're going to get them on, and we're going to get them on quickly. But before we go too far, I do want to give folks an idea about what are we looking at today in terms of our risk. We have a moderate risk, and they just expanded this moderate risk of severe storms today. And it covers most if not all of central Oklahoma City, you're in it. And then also the moderate risk extends all the way into Kansas, and they pushed it a little bit into Missouri. Now, I think the Missouri threat is really going to be a wind, more of a wind and hail, but it's still a decent chance of a tornado threat overnight there as those storms kind of form into a line and push off to the east. So that's what we got today in terms of risk. If we really go state by state here, let's just go to Oklahoma, because I do want to make sure that we kind of highlight all the different towns and everything that are in the path of this. And give me 1 second here. Sorry. But because we have a pretty, really this includes Oklahoma City, Norman, Lawton, Enid, Bartlesville, Tulsa. You guys have been really under the gun for a good portion of the past really month, off and on, and now you guys are under the gun again. And in Kansas, you've got, if we go back here, let's look at Kansas. I just want to quickly illustrate the towns and cities that are kind of in the moderate risk here. Whoops, that's Kentucky. That's not what we wanted to do. So Kansas, we've got Wichita, Hutchinson, Pratt, Emporia, Chanute, Pittsburgh, not the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is Pittsburgh, Kansas, Fort Scott, Kansas City. You're right on the edge of the enhanced risk. So still could get some a pretty strong storms overnight as we go throughout the afternoon and evening. But the moderate risk goes all the way up into central and even kind of right near Topeka, Kansas. You guys are in a moderate risk of some really strong storms today. So a dangerous day that we have on store for severe weather all across, Kansas, Oklahoma, and even portions of Texas, where we have ongoing tornado warnings and watches for the Kansas, or for the kind of Texas area. If you look above me, we have our severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So I know we kind of switched around the graphics from the last time. So if you ever want to see how many we have, just look above me. Above me there, we have GR Earth, which is our current radar. It also is going to give us our warnings, hopefully. I think, just let me make sure they're on. Yes, they are on. So we should hear those. And then also along the bottom of the screen, we have our tornado warnings. So that's going to show you all of your tornado warnings across the country right now. We've got, actually, I think we only have one. It looks like we just went down to one there. So we only have one now, tornado warning in the entire U.S. But that's kind of a, just wanted to show you guys a way around your screen. Make sure you were aware of what's going on here. All right, the next thing I want to show, because this is pretty significant. This is a tornado watch. This was issued, let's see, this was issued at 3:25 p.m. Central. I guess it goes from 3:25 p.m. Central until 11 p.m. Central. And this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So, this is really for the bulk of the moderate risk area that includes Oklahoma City, Clinton, and really even some towns in Kansas. And it also includes Wichita, Kansas. You guys are all in this tornado watch, and this is a huge area for a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Now, what is the difference between a particularly dangerous situation, PDS, same thing. You'll hear me use both of those terms. What's the difference between that and a regular tornado watch? This is like a tornado watch on steroids. So the National Weather Service is saying, hey guys, there's some really good conditions. We think tornadoes are not only possible but probable. And this is basically just the National Weather Service saying, hey guys, this stuff's about to get real here. So please pay attention if you are in central and northern Oklahoma and even southern Kansas, because we've got strong storms that are already starting to form and could produce some strong long track tornadoes. Look at the probabilities here, guys. This is high. This is 90% probability of tornadoes and 80% of EF2 plus tornadoes. That we haven't seen parameters like that. I keep saying we haven't seen these things. This May has been crazy. So we've seen this in May, but it's been a little bit that we've actually got a PDS tornado watch issued. So a dangerous day ahead. And look at this, guys, too. The main threat is not wind, right? It's not often you see high and high for tornadoes, but then moderate for wind. So that's just showing you guys the risk and what really could happen throughout the next couple of hours here. But that's a really interesting thing to note. The wind risk is moderate, but the tornado and hail risk is high. So that's our PDS tornado watch. We also, I think this watch is actually still in effect. We also have a tornado watch for Texas. This includes Abilene, Texas, Stephenville, also a tornado watch. Even San Angelo, a couple weeks ago, they dealt with some tornadoes down there. So we do have another tornado watch. This goes until 9 p.m. Central. And that's for kind of central portions of Texas. This is to the west of Dallas. So Dallas, you're not in this just yet. We could see a tornado watch issued later tonight, but right now we don't have a tornado watch for that area. And the threat here is a little bit lower than it is up to the north. So those are the tornado watches that we have right now. And let me just make sure there's no other areas that they are looking to see if there's going to be any watches. Let's see if there's any mesoscale discussions. Yeah, so it looks like they are going to also issue a watch. This is for Nebraska. So there is a non-zero threat up there for some storms. I'm wondering if this is and at least the good news up in Nebraska, a lot of these storms are going to be high base. The base of these things are going to be pretty high. So I'm trying to see. Usually you can look and see the color on here, and if it's like a yellowish color, you think you're going to get a severe thunderstorm watch. The red or purplish colors generally indicate tornado watch. So we have an 80% chance of a watch. I am wondering if this is going to see if they're going to say tornado or thunderstorm. Discrete cells, for large hail, possibly up to 2 inches. So this is probably going to be a severe thunderstorm watch, it looks like. We'll keep an eye on that. Now we also just had a tornado warning for Pennsylvania. So you got Pennsylvania, you guys are in a marginal risk, and we still have a severe thunderstorm watch down here in southern portions of Alabama and Georgia. So there could be some strong storms even along the east coast of Florida. So we've got a wide area of storms that we could get, but really the main focus today is going to be Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. So, also, guys, if you're new to the show, make sure you like and subscribe. If you're watching us on Twitter, thanks for watching us. Head on over to YouTube. We're having a blast on YouTube with the chat. I'll be able to put you guys on the stream. So head on over to YouTube, and that way you can have fun with us in the chat and everything. I love that you're watching us just in general on Twitter, but head on over to YouTube because that helps us out a ton. And if you are watching for the first time, go ahead and subscribe to the show. How do you do that? If you go to our YouTube page, and actually let me do it from a window that is not logged into our YouTube. But if you wanna go ahead and subscribe to the channel, go to YouTube, and I'll put the address in the chat here. Go ahead on the to our YouTube page, YouTube/Stormfront Freaks, and hit that subscribe button. What that's going to allow you to do every time we go live in the future, you're going to be here first. We've got someone in the back that's going to send you personally a push notification that says, "Hey, we got we're gonna." Oh, sorry, Raymond, I just saw your comment. I'll check it out. But if you subscribe to the show, that's going to allow you to be able to see whenever we go live. And then also make sure you like the show. So if you actually are on YouTube, hit that like button right there, and that also helps us out tremendously. That helps us out in the algorithm too. So, but thanks guys for joining. Really appreciate everyone that's joining us. It's going to be possibly a long evening. So now let's go ahead and check out the radar. Hey, Josh. See, Josh is here. Raymond. No, I think no, we only have one tornado warning, Raymond. We've got a total of one tornado warning and I think 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. And let's go ahead and just quickly look at the radar here. We're going to go and check out the current state of these storms. And Carly, thanks. And congrats to Carly. Carly's our first moderator of the show. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, sorry, Raymond. We all learned fun things here today. But anyway, so what do we got storm-wise? Right now, a bulk of our warnings right now are in the kind of southern Oklahoma, northern Texas. Where we have a couple of different storms. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings for Lawton, Texas, just to the south of that in Wichita Falls, Lawton, Oklahoma. And then just to the south of that in Wichita Falls, Texas, we've got some more severe thunderstorm warnings. And then just to the south of that, this is our only tornado warning right now. And it's for this storm just to the south of Wichita Falls. This storm is moving to the east. And right behind it, there's actually another storm. So folks that are in this tornado warning right now, folks that are in this tornado warning right now in Archer City and Windthirst, you also have another storm that's going to be marching. I think actually this storm's moving to the north, but you've got another storm that is right behind it. And so right now this is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is the only tornado warning that we have, and Archer City and Windthirst, you're in the direct path of this storm. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and this storm is a dangerous storm that has been producing rotation. Now, if we look right now on the kind of the rotation right now, I'm not too impressed. I'm going to be honest. This does not seem like an immediate tornado threat, but I mean, there's enough maybe right in here where there's definitely something that's trying to form. If we look back at the velocity, we don't have really a hook, but this is where your rotation would be. But I think the inflow is kind of really just pushing this thing to the north. So there isn't really any winds like outflow that's wrapping around the backside of this thing. So I think for now we're okay. But we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that for the next couple of minutes here. But let's just put these storms in motion to show you where these kind of are going. So the interesting thing is, I think all of these storms. Well, first of all, look at the outflow. Look at the outflow, and it's already starting to kick off more storms here. Those storms behind it, those aren't going to be any joke either, right? So we're going to have to keep an eye on those storms behind it, because really any storms that fire in this area, they're going to be a problem because we have a lot of really high parameters, and today's going to be a dangerous day. But all these storms are sliding off to the north, actually towards Oklahoma City. Now the interesting thing, I don't know, have you guys? First of all, I'd love to hear from you in the chat. What do you guys think of the models? I would love to hear what, for those that have been watching the models today, if they've been following people on Twitter. The interesting thing is this is really not materialized like all the models had said it would. Waiting until 6, 7, 8, 9 p.m. to get things started. Things got started at like 4 today, right? The party got started real quick. And it has really gotten, so I think that's actually going to affect how today goes. How that affects, we're going to have to find out. We just got a new tornado warning here, so let's hopefully our tornado warning sound effect plays.
Tornado warning for northwestern Archer County
but we did
in
just get a new
northern
tornado
Texas,
warning, actually,
southwestern
for
Wichita
this storm,
County in northern
moving towards
Texas,
Wichita Falls. So
eastern
that's,
Baylor County
I don't
in
really like the
northern
way that's
Texas.
looking. But so these storms are generally sliding to the north, and Oklahoma City. These are going to be your storms right now in Lawton that you're concerned about, at least for the short term. And then folks in Tulsa, you guys are a couple hours away actually from any storms hitting, but still could be a nasty couple of hours here. Give me 1 second here. Ooh, that's not right. What the? I realized my Oklahoma City said it was that's not correct. So we did get a new tornado warning. So let's go ahead and look at that. I think this is a new tornado warning. Let me check. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Raven. Now it is. Hold on, let me turn on my studio mode so I can fix that. Yeah, so Carly says she doesn't pay attention. Yeah, I mean the HRRR, which is a model that we use today, didn't really, I don't know, it just didn't really seem like it was it didn't really, I mean, it was like way off on the moisture today. So that's an interesting thing there. I'm curious to see if that actually, well, that just means you probably shouldn't trust the HRRR today. All right, so this is a new tornado warning that we just got. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and so really now we have 2 tornado warnings, and this is just to the east of Seymour. So just to the east of Seymour, you guys have a new tornado warning that just occurred, and this is a dangerous storm. So this is definitely a dangerous storm that we're going to have to keep a close eye on here, because it is, really any storms in this environment, it's going to be a problem. Okay, that should work. All right, what we're going to do now, actually, too, is we're gonna bring Dan Wallace in. And let me go, because we have Storm Chaser Dan Wallace, and I just want to see where he is right now. Let's go ahead and bring Dan in. Dan, where are you right now? Can you hear us, Dan?
Hey, Brady, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, we're east of Cordell, Oklahoma, and we're looking south right now. Okay,
so Dan is east of Cordell, Oklahoma. Dan, by the way, I love the little graphic at the bottom. How did you do that? That is awesome.
Thanks. It was a lower third feature in my program.
I love that. So Dan, give us a quick, like, how has the day been so far, and what has been your kind of approach for the first part of kind of chasing these storms?
We started the day in Oklahoma City and progressed southwest from town, and we're targeting these cells that are moving in from Texas and kind of the Panhandle, Western Oklahoma area.
Interesting. And Dan, have you? Well, yeah. And I'm looking at the storm you got now. I mean, it's a nasty looking storm. Have you seen a lot of chasers out on the roads today?
Yeah, there have been a number that have that we've passed, but the majority of them are south. We're waiting for the storm to come to us, and then we're going to come in behind it and follow it northeast.
Got it. Yeah. So Dan right now is on this is in, I think, New Cordell, right? Dan is the town, or Cordell.
Yeah, we're on 152, which
Got
looks
it.
like
Okay.
it's that route there.
Yeah. So Dan is basically like right here, and the storm that he's on is actually honestly looks pretty good. It is the only thing that it might be hindering it is the fact that it has a storm directly to the south, but it does look like it's trying to form something back here on the back side of this. Let's just look at the velocity here. Yeah, this is a really strong. It's got a really strong downdraft. So if it can just pull in some winds from well, maybe even from behind it, this storm is going to really get going. And this storm looks like, Dan, it's headed directly to the north and east, towards kind of the Oklahoma City area. Right now, it's severe thunderstorm warned, and there's golf ball size hail and some pretty strong winds with this. And Dan, I mean, it looks like really windy where you are. Is that maybe the outflow from the storm, or like is that the low level jet that's cranking in?
I was wondering the same thing just now. It's variable wind, so it's hard to say exactly where.
Oh.
It's just very variable right now.
Yeah, Dan, actually, you know what? We can see it on radar. That's the outflow. So the wind right now we're seeing on Dan's screen is actually the outflow of this storm. Right in there. See that little outflow? So yeah, Dan. So this is kind of the outflow. I think that's the outflow from the storm that it's about to hit you. But this, I mean, it's really trying to get going here. So this is the storm that's Dan on. Once again, if you're just joining us, we have a big day of severe weather. And Linda LB says, any new cat shirts lately? Yes, this is my newest one. I actually just got a bunch from my mom. So she she was great. She was awesome. She got me like 7. So next week we're going to be storm chasing, and every day I think I'm going to wear a different one. And you guys will be really proud of me for that, of not wearing the same shirt over and over. I think everyone in the car will be happy as well. But yeah, we're gonna have storm chasing next week, and I'll have a different cat shirt every day. All right, Dan, we'll keep an eye on that storm. We'll keep bringing you back in here. In the meantime, we are going to track these storms as they push off. We didn't actually look down in Texas yet. I do want to take us back down to Texas because we have one kind of little teeny weeny. I don't want to call it teeny weeny storm because this is definitely a supercell. But it's severe thunderstorm warned. It's just to the east of Abilene, Texas. And if you guys remember, we did have a tornado watch really for this whole area. So this storm is still in a relatively good environment for maybe some tornadoes down here. The tornado threat isn't as high down here, but it's definitely not non-zero. So another severe thunderstorm down here. The storm is definitely, it's got some inflow. It's pushing in. It's trying to wrap around here. It's struggling a little bit to get its act together. But Cross Plains and Rising Star, Texas, you guys have a storm moving your way with some big hail and some strong wind. Yeah, it's not a whale. LB says new clean shirt every day. Yep, that's for sure. And then I did want to hit just off to the north. And let me just silence my phone real quick. Just off to the north, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is in Kansas. We don't have any necessarily that are incredibly strong that I'm worried about at this point just yet. But we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings off to the pushing just to the south of Dodge City. and that are just kind of sliding their way north. Should go just to the south of Dodge City, but Pratt. Oh gosh, we had a pretty gnarly webcam from Pratt a couple of streams ago that had some really strong winds moving through. So unfortunately, it's kind of funny when you do these streams enough, you see a lot of the same stuff, or you see a lot of the same towns, and I just feel so bad for the folks of these towns that are getting hit again by really storms again and again and again. So you hate to see that. But Kansas, your threat is probably going to be a little bit later in the day, right? These storms that are off to the south need to kind of take some time to mature. They're still in. They're probably in high school if we had put like a school analogy to them. These storms down here are definitely in college, and they're looking to graduate. So a lot more mature storms down here in northern Texas, southern Oklahoma. But once again, anything in this area could be a problem today. I did just want to check in to Pittsburgh because we actually had a tornado warning. Moon Township has gotten hit by a couple tornadoes in the past month. So they did have a tornado warning a little bit ago. That has now been allowed to expire. So Pittsburgh, you just had a fairly nasty storm move through, and now it's moving. This is a severe thunderstorm warned storm. It looks pretty small, but it does have pretty strong winds and some golf ball size hail. So folks in this part of the country are not going to be used to golf ball size hail, but yeah, they're going to get it today. Monessen and California, Pennsylvania, and southeastern Pittsburgh, or southeast of Pittsburgh, you guys are going to get a pretty nasty storm. I know I've got family in Washington. Looks like this storm's going to miss you just off to the east. But we also have a pretty decently strong storms in Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania in general. These are going to be pushing off to the east. So anyone in southern kind of Pennsylvania, south of State College, and then anyone to the east of that area in Pennsylvania, you guys could get some strong storms today. Definitely not going to be as strong of a threat as out west. So Carly says the last stream we were watching, that webcam was possible tornado. Is wow. Okay, so the last stream that we had, oh my gosh, Dan, did you hear that? The last stream, I don't know, Dan, if Dan's still here, but Dan, the last stream that the webcam that you pulled up towards the end of that stream, there was a confirmed tornado according to Carly with that. So that is crazy that we actually caught a confirmed tornado on that. I think
was that by the lake?
I think so, Carly. If I don't know if that was the camera by the lake, but that would be insane if that was actually a confirmed tornado. Wow. So Dan, that is looking like a little bit of a nasty storm here. Looks like a little. I think you're looking right at kind of the rain-free base there, at a little bit of an appendage. Can you tell, is that rotating at all?
There is some rotation in it. I'm not going to say it's fast right now, but there is rotation, and it's getting lower. And we do have, it looks like dust and dirt being blown by the outflow.
Okay. Well, if we look at the velocity here. So once again, if you're just joining us, we have a storm chaser and storm expert Dan Wallace here that is in around New Cordell, and he's looking directly east at this storm. I think Dan is actually looking right there. We've got a little bit of an uptick in our inflow here, and so even though this storm is only severe thunderstorm warning at this point, we're seeing a little bit of a lowering right kind of on the back side of this thing. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this as it pushes, as it continues to kind of move to the north and east. Once again, this is still a severe thunderstorm warning storm at this point, but it's definitely trying to get its act together.
Yeah, Brady, we got another lowering here.
I see it. No, yeah, I see it. This it hasn't developed a hook yet on radar, but it is really, really trying. And there's actually going to be, in just a little bit, there's going to be a kind of a merger probably with the cell just to the south of it. And so, that's concerning. All right. Well, Dan, keep an eye on that. And Dan, if you ever see anything, if I don't have you on the big screen, just interrupt me, okay? Because sometimes I may go back and forth between some of these cameras.
Brady, I'd hate to interrupt you.
No, Dan, you better interrupt me. I'm just telling you that right now. If you don't interrupt me, I'm going to throw some sort of snowball at you. Some sort of, I guess I can't do that when we're chasing because there's not going to be any snow. But I'm gonna dump some soda on you while we're chasing.
Okay, I promise.
Okay, cool. All right. So once again, guys, that was Dan Wallace. If you are just joining us, we are the Stormfront Freaks. I am Stormcat 5. That's right, Stormcat 5. That's a pun on storms and cats and hurricanes all at once. So it's kind of crazy, but we are tracking severe weather across Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, even in Pennsylvania and Florida. We're trying to hit every part of the country tonight because there's storms everywhere, really all over the country right now. And even we have some severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi, Georgia, and in Alabama. So we have a busy day ahead of us. That we're gonna have to watch a lot of these storms. But the main area of concern that we're all watching right now is Kansas, Texas, and Oklahoma City. We have storm chasers on the ground there where we're watching these storms as they form, and we're going to try to hope, and we're also going to keep an eye on the webcams as we do this. But thank you for joining, and I hope you guys enjoy the show. We're going to keep following these storms as they move, and really, this is just the beginning of the event today. We're expecting a lot more. To really evolve over the next couple of hours. For now, we've got 21 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 total tornado warnings. So that hasn't updated in a little bit. So we still only have 2 tornado warnings. And I just want to quickly go back and check on these. We got Paul from the UK. Paul, great to see you, Paul. I think UK means England, right? That is crazy. Well, thanks for joining, Paul. It's hopefully I know it's getting late there, but thanks for joining. Let's just go ahead and get a quick update on our tornado warnings right now because we've got 2 of them. Both are radar indicated, and both are in Texas, just to the south of Wichita Falls, Texas. So let's look at the velocity here. Okay, there is one of these I'm more concerned about, and one of them I'm not. Go ahead and guess in the chat which one you think. If you know what, this is actually kind of fun. If you were a meteorologist right now, which of these rotations would you be more concerned about? The left one or the right one? The one near Windthirst or the one near Highway 82? Yeah, I would agree. Definitely Windthirst. So there's 2 tornado warnings right here. This rotation does not look as bad. And the Windthirst rotation definitely, yeah, you guys are right on the money. The Windthirst rotation is definitely looking a lot worse at this particular point. For those that don't know, green is going towards the radar, red is going away from the radar. So wherever you see them touching like this, that's a pretty strong indication that there's wind going in opposite directions. And what normally happens when you actually kind of see it wrapping around, the wind's actually going like that. So that is a pretty strong indication that we could have a tornado with this storm. So Windthirst in Texas, we have a possible tornado that's just about to move or is moving through the town now. I don't think there's nothing. There's not enough to be able to say that it's on the ground. And the good news is I'm not seeing any debris per se, but still, this is a strong rotation, and I really don't like the look of that storm. I really don't like the look of that storm. This is a classic whale. On this stream, we don't call spread eagle, we do whale. This is a classic whale structure. This is a supercell that is rotating, and you've got winds, wrapping in here, and then you've got winds on the backside wrapping around here, and this is trying to form a hook right down just to the east of Windthirst. This is a classic supercell that it is rotating, and this is a strong storm. And of both of the tornado warnings, this is the most likely one that could be trying to produce a tornado right now, moving through Windthirst. And there is Deer Creek and Buffalo Springs. You guys are in the direct path of this storm. So please, if you are in these areas, take shelter, because we have a possible tornado starting to move, or that's just really starting to develop here. I don't think it's on the ground, but there's almost certainly a wall cloud with this. And I really don't like the look of this on radar. All right. Sorry about that. We still only have two tornado warnings, guys. This tornado warning actually just got extended, so this should be our third. I'm really hoping our sound effect plays.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southern Clay County in northern Texas.
Interesting. Well, that didn't work. Why is that not playing? Well, I know I said we wouldn't have any technical difficulties, Ray, but for some reason our warning sound effect does not want to play. Enable alerts. It's enabled. All right, but anyway, we just got a new tornado warning, guys. No, I'm not even hearing the warnings on my... Oh, it did? Wait, what? That is insane. Did the... That's weird. Okay. Well... Was it the Stormfront Freaks one, or was it the National Weather Service one? That's so weird. All right, so guys, Carly just said we've got a tornado on the ground in Windthirst. This is that storm that we just looked at. So interesting. Oh, I know why. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is the storm that we just looked at, guys. And there is looks like there is a tornado on the ground. It's confirmed by Reed Timmer, friend of the show. Reed is on this storm. So we have a confirmed tornado with this Windthirst storm. This is a storm that we just looked at. Oh yeah, that is 100%. So Windthirst possibly just took a direct hit from a tornado. And this is a dangerous storm. So Deer Creek and Joy and Blue Grove, you're in the direct path of this storm. Joy, Buffalo Springs, Vashti, Bellevue, you guys are all in this observed tornado. Yep, and they just updated the warning to an observed tornado warning. Dangerous storm here that's going through Windthirst and is a confirmed on the ground tornado. Doing damage. It doesn't. The good news, maybe a little bit of a debris signature right here. I'm not seeing debris just yet, but we have a one of the first confirmed tornadoes of the day is on the ground, moving through Windthirst, Texas. This is to the south of Wichita Falls, Texas. This is about 20 miles to the south, about 26 miles to the south of Wichita Falls, Texas. Got a dangerous tornado that is on the ground. The good news is I don't think we've got a tornado up here. Still take this tornado warning seriously, but this storm looks like it's kind of weakening, but there is a definitely a more immediate threat of this storm moving through Windthirst, Texas, where we do have an observed tornado on the ground. Yeah, good question, LB. So when we're looking for debris ball, we are looking for. Oh my gosh! Oh yeah. This is a strong tornado. This is a very strong tornado that just threw through Windthirst and looks like it's actually strengthening even more. So you really can't see it right here, LB, but how you can tell if there's a debris ball, you'll basically have an area of blue and it'll be surrounded by an area of red. I'm not seeing that here. If there would be one, it should kind of appear right here. But this is not necessarily a strong debris ball with this storm, but it would be an area of red. It'd be like red. It'd be like if there was like a blue circle right in here, or right in here, or right in here. That's what I'm looking for when I'm looking for debris or a debris ball per se. But a confirmed tornado on the ground. It looks like it could be strengthening even more. So not a good situation here. Just to the south of Windthirst. Let me see if there's any traffic cameras down here. Yikes! You really hate to see that. Jess says left moving supercell moving through western Oklahoma with intense winds and large hail. Yeah. Yeah, this is I think you're talking about this Dodge City storm. Let's go ahead and I know Dan is moving these storms. I do want to check in on the storms that Dan is following because I think Dan is still on this new Cordell storm. This storm is pushing off to the north and it's kind of struggling to get its act together here. Now, I wonder, look at that storm to the south. Yeah, the storm to the south is really starting to consolidate here and maybe starting to rotate. So we'll put Dan. Are you? Let's go ahead and put Dan on. Dan, are you still with us? All right, we'll come back to Dan in just a sec here. But Dan, if you could hear me, I think at least from what I'm seeing, the storm that you were following in Cordell is kind of pushing off to the north, and it looks just like in the last couple of frames to be weakening. The storm to the south, though, that's pushing right towards the Oklahoma City area, actually looks like it's starting to ride along the area, or right along kind of a little bit of a boundary and take a right turn. So I don't know if you can hear me, but that storm just to the southeast of Cordell to the southwest of Chickasha might be the kind of the new storm to go to.
Got it. Thanks, Brady.
Okay, cool. All right, but this was a storm up here in Dodge City. Yeah, we've got some nasty storms pushing across the Oklahoma, Kansas border here. We've got two severe thunderstorm warnings up here. Nothing that necessarily indicates there's a tornado with these, but really big hail on the north one, and then pretty big size, lime size hail on the south one. So yeah, we've got some nasty storms down here. Oh no. Carly says twins. Oh no, I really hope that's not the case. Oh gosh. All right, let's go back to velocity here and see what we got. I'm actually kind of scared to look. Oh yeah, I don't like that. Oh wait, Carly, were you talking about the tornado, or were you talking about the? Were you talking about the your children? Yeah, so we did just get this. This was just upgraded to a PDS tornado warning. So there is a tornado on the ground. This is a nasty storm. The good news is at least in the last frame, I still think there's a tornado on the ground with this. There still is a tornado. It's right in here. It just moved through Windthirst. Deer Creek, you're in the direct path of this. This is a particularly dangerous situation. There's a tornado on the ground. It's pushing towards Deer Creek and then Blue Grove. So Blue Grove, you're up next after that. And then, oh no. Come on, people. What are we doing with these town names? Dick Worsham? Come on. Are you kidding me? Dick Worsham? Come on. What are we doing, people? Why would you name your town Dick Worsham? God. This is a family-friendly stream, people. Reed had twins on the ground, but it looks like one went back up. Yeah, I would think so. It almost looks like if we play this in motion here, this is actually really interesting. So this is our tornado trying to form here. Windthirst looks like it formed just to the east or just as it passed through Windthirst, and then just in the last couple of frames, there was almost 2 areas of rotation right here, or whoops, right here and right here. So maybe that's where your twins was, and then now probably the tornado is right here. So it's probably right. The good news is this rotation is kind of weakening a little bit. So I'm hoping that means that this rotation is going to go back up, but we'll have to see. We still have winds that are making their way inside of this thing, but regardless, a particularly dangerous situation. A tornado warning right now for Windthirst, just to the east of Windthirst, Deer Creek and Blue Grove. You're both in the path of this dangerous storm. Interesting. Dan, let's go ahead and get a check back on you. Where are you at? Where are you driving towards?
We're trying to decide which storm to stay with. We're right now at 152 and 54. Look,
Okay.
that may have been a tour van going north.
Oh, wow. You got to love those, right, Dan?
Yeah. So I don't know. I see the southern one is trying to gather some strength, but that northern one seems like everyone's going towards that one, and it is pretty strong.
It is. It is. One's kind of going directly east, and one's going directly kind of northeast. And the northern one is definitely a little bit stronger. And let's go ahead and pull up. Let's go ahead and pull up GR Earth here, and we've got data provided by Allison House. So thank you, Allison House, for providing this for us. This is what we can do is we can look at the tornado parameter, and so this hopefully should give us an idea where our kind of tornado parameter is the highest. And it looks like that this data is probably a little bit delayed. But what we're looking at is the reds, the purples, and the red and the dark purple. That is basically saying, okay, we've got more, we've got higher parameters. Think about if you're baking a cake, right? You've got all the ingredients together. The purple, yeah, they've got all their ingredients together. The blue and the green and the yellow, they're missing a couple of things to make tornadoes. So the darker the color, the more likely these storms are to form tornadoes. And so it looks like really the tornado parameter is. I think this data is probably a little bit delayed, but as these storms push off to the north, there is the space isn't as good. Now that's going to change throughout the next couple of hours here, guys. We're going to see a dramatic increase in these colors. These are only going to get darker as we keep going throughout the night, as that low level jet really cranks up. So just because it's not, just because northern Oklahoma doesn't really have that strong parameters in terms of tornadoes just yet, that's going to change as the low level jet really makes its way really far north. All right. Yeah. So Dan, I think, well, you probably couldn't go wrong with either one. Because I think the threat's probably going to shift north as we go throughout the evening. But because it's 6:29 p.m. right now. We're just kind of getting things started. But so let us know which one you choose, Dan. All right, we'll keep following along with Dan. Looks like we got a new observed tornado or a new.
Yeah, Brady, we're going north. We're going to end up in Weatherford.
Okay, cool. All right, so Dan's going towards Weatherford right now. He's trying to chase this storm, and these things are our show in central Oklahoma and northern Oklahoma. We're just getting things started here, and there's some nasty storms over here. Stuff to the south. Some of the south in Texas is our focus right now, but that's probably going to shift north as we go throughout the night. So, okay, so they did just update this tornado warning, and this is still a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. We've got broadcast media that confirmed a tornado in Windthirst. So I think that was probably from Reed Stream that they got that from. Let me see if there's any cameras around there. Everyone have a good day today. Hopefully you guys had a good, this is going to be a good long weekend for everyone. I don't know if anyone has any fun plans, but love to hear from you. Let me know where you guys are too. Let me know if anyone in the chat, if you guys have any hey, give me a weather forecast here, or check the radar here. I'd love to hear from you. Whoa. All right. I'm just looking at Dan's screen right now. Yeah. Okay. I thought that was a really low cloud. Never mind. What? Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Guys, can we hear it for Jim? Jim, Michelle is pregnant. The baby is coming December of 2024. Can we hear it in the chat for Jim? I don't know if you guys know how to do emojis in the chat, but maybe do like a baby emoji or something. Let's give a big round of applause for Jim. Jim, thank you for choosing our stream to make that announcement. That is incredible. Just want to say thank you for sharing that information. I feel honored. Dan, did you hear that? We just had someone announce that they're going to have a baby on our stream. That is amazing. Wow. Yep, we got people doing some baby emotes in the chat. So that's pretty cool. Scott says yay. Wow. Raymond is dabbing. No way. Jim says maybe we'll name it Brady. How about Stormcat 5, Jim? How about that? I'd love to see you name the baby Stormcat. Kyle Davidson says woohoo, congrats. Thanks for joining, Kyle. Great to see you. Wow. Guys, I'm not going to lie. I did not expect for the stream to go down like that. That is crazy. I did not expect someone to announce that they're having a child on the stream today. But hey, you get surprised at every moment of the day. Paul says, nice one, Jim. Wow. Carly says, welcome to the stream, Kyle. Yeah. Congrats. Hey, nice one, Jim. I am happy for you, Jim. It's going to be pretty cool. Oh, no. Sorry. All right. Hey, no problem, Jim. Check back in with us later. Yeah, and guys, look at the top corner of the screen. Just look at the data as it refreshed. The tornado parameter is going to really ramp up. It's already surging to the north. So those storms that are pushing that way, yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look back at Windthirst here. Tornado warning here. Hopefully everyone heard that. Did everyone hear that? Let me know if you guys heard that sound effect. Hopefully you did. No? Oh, come on. All right, let me try and stop screen sharing. Let's try it again. Oh, that was wrong. All right, so we just got a new tornado warning, guys. So, and another new tornado warning. Hold on. I'm getting...
Texas.
All right. Ooh, Angela said she's headed out to chase. All right, Angela. Be safe if you go out there. Okay, so we just had two new tornado warnings that were issued. Both of these tornado warnings are for this storm down here, and we're going to take a look at the storms to the north in Windthirst in just a sec. I do want to quickly check in on this new tornado warning down here. This is for Cross Plains, Texas. This is also including Union Center. I remember looking at Rising Star the other night for some reason, but this is for this rotation right here. So this is a decently strong rotation, not as strong as the other one we saw, but still green and red touching each other is not good, right? That's not good news. So you've got winds kind of wrapping around this way. You've got winds wrapping in here. This looks like it could be trying to form a tornado. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this storm is pushing off to the kind of the north and east. So pretty narrow, but long area of tornado warning that we're going to get. So Union Center, Mountaintop. This is, guys, we're in Texas. This is the southeast of Abilene, Texas. This storm is kind of paralleling Highway or Interstate 20. That's about 10 miles to the south of Interstate 20. So Cross Plains, Texas. This storm's moving through right now. And oh my gosh, I don't like that. That is an isolated supercell. And yeah, Paul, good call. I just shared it again, so our warning should be working now. But I really don't like this radar. This is a classic supercell. This is a classic. It's a little bit of a skinny. It's got a little bit of a skinny whale tail, but it's definitely our whale here. He's definitely getting some inflow here, and there's also some outflow. So we possibly have a forming tornado here. Definitely a wall cloud probably with this thing. Strong storm with a possible tornado. And there's nothing inhibiting this storm. This is probably one of the most southern storms. And so you've got winds that are pushing into this thing. And there's nothing, if we put this in motion, you can see the winds pushing to the north here. And so that's what's feeding this storm. And so as these winds are coming in here, they're kind of wrapping around it and combining with the RFD winds. And that's what's going to possibly cause your tornado. Yes, wind flow. I love that term. But a dangerous storm here. Let's go back to our other confirmed tornado because, not our only confirmed tornado. This is the Windthirst storm. And let me go ahead and find us a good radar here. Yeah, still a really dangerous storm. They just trimmed it. This is still an observed tornado. This is still a dangerous situation. This is not a PDS warning. It is an observed tornado warning, though. So that means we've got a tornado that's probably still on the ground here. Yeah, this is moving through Deer Creek. This thing's moving pretty fast. This thing is moving, actually not that fast, east at 30 miles an hour. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour, but it looks like we've got, I mean, if there be a tornado, it'd be just to the north of Deer Creek, right where you kind of see this green and red. So a dangerous, possibly tornado-producing storm that did produce a tornado back in Winthrop and is now kind of pushing off to the north. So Blue Grove, you're up next. Blue Grove and then Highway 287 in Dixworsham. What? Dixworsham? Again, the stupid name. I'm sorry if you live there, but that is a stupid town name. Oh. Anyway. So Jess says it's still on the ground and it looks like it's rain wrapped. Yeah. Yeah. If you have your tornado, it'd be back in here. Would you weather in Fart, North Carolina? I can't tell if that's serious, Scott. Raymond asked, didn't Deer Creek get hit by a tornado back in 2020? I'd have to check. Let's see if I can find any webcams around here. Can't find any right now. Okay, so as a reminder, guys, we do have Dan Wallace. Dan Wallace is he's chasing this storm here. And I'm actually gonna update this real quick. Going to update this to put Dan. Where do I want to put Dan? Camera slot. Let's put Dan up here. Do. All right, give me 1 second here. Just getting Dan in this action. So I want to keep Dan on at all times. All right. All right, Dan, you want to give us a quick update? Where are you, and are you still chasing that storm just to the north of Weatherford?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, yeah, we're east on I-40.
All right, so Dan is moving east on I-40 here, and Dan is just to the east of Weatherford. This thing has developed a pretty strong hail core. Looks like it's got golf ball size hail. It's still setting off to the north, and just in the last couple of frames, Dan, the tornado parameter is on the increase. So this storm is kind of riding along the edge of that the low level jet here. So, and there's some storms actually trying to develop behind it. I think these storms behind it are actually what the models had hinted when the initiation was going to originally start off. So, looks like the storms to the south are still ongoing, but they were kind of the pre-show. These storms up here. To the west of Oklahoma City. These I think this is probably going to be your main event. Although we still do have an observed tornado warning with this storm just to the south of Henrietta, Texas. We're still in Texas here. We don't have any tornado warnings in Oklahoma. All of our tornado warnings right now are in Texas right now. So, a dangerous storm that's pushing just to the northeast of Windthirst, where a possible tornado touched down. And it looks like it's now trying to touch down again, if not, could be on the ground. All right. Oh, there's Dan still. Okay, we'll keep an eye on Dan there. In the meantime, sorry, I'm just doing something here. Dan, are you what's the are there a lot of people on the road too? Does it seem like there I know we talked about the chaser convergence earlier. It didn't seem like it was too bad, but does it look like there's a lot of people taking this seriously? Does it look like people are staying home, or are people kind of ignoring, and is there a lot of, like, have you run into any traffic so far?
Yeah, I mean we're in a little bit of traffic right now, but it's not really that bad. The traffic going the other direction seems to be pretty light.
Okay. Cool. Well, that's good news, at least for now. That looks like folks are kind of heeding the warning here, and not going too far out of their way to But sorry, Raymond. Jess, I really do, because this is me running the whole show, and I'm trying to make it look good. I'm trying to make it sound good, and I'm trying to make sure my graphics aren't crazy bad. But that's okay. And Dan usually helps out with that, but Dan's chasing today, and that's actually awesome. All right, so we'll keep an eye on Dan here. While we let's just quickly. Ooh, I want to quickly check back in on this. I want to quickly check back in on this tornado warning here. Yep, that's a tornado. This is definitely a tornado here, just to the north of Cross Plains. So just to the north of Cross Plains, it looks like we've got a tornado that's likely on the ground. Ooh. So the way we can tell, right, is see the green and red right next to each other. There it is. So it looks like we likely have a tornado on the ground in Texas. This is to the northeast of Cross Plains, Texas. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning, but I'm looking. I would not be surprised if it. Yep, there it is. Debris ball. We do have a confirmed debris ball with this storm. So this is Highway 569. Looks like that's Farm to Market Road 569. This is a debris ball that is with a definite tornado that is on the ground right now. And it is it's doing damage. The blue, that's that, we talked earlier about what is a debris ball. What does that mean? That's this blue. That's this blue ball right here. That, so we do have this is definitely a tornado that is doing damage here. And so this is headed right towards Mountaintop. Union Center. You guys need to prepare for a possible tornado moving your way. But looking on radar, there is a tornado on the ground with this thing. So this is our second confirmed tornado, and they just updated this warning to an observed tornado warning. So we do have an observed tornado warning that's confirmed by radar. So they saw exactly what I saw, and now they've upgraded this warning. So really strong storm here. Yeah, Paul. There are we've got 3 total warnings, and right now we've got they downgraded this warning to a radar indicated to the south. So they flip-flopped. This tornado warning to the north is now radar indicated. This tornado to the south is now observed. And we can tell on radar that there is a tornado with this thing. Looking at the debris signature right there, there's your debris ball. If we look at our radar too, you can see that as well. The good news is it doesn't look as the signature doesn't look as impressive as it did a little bit ago. Look, This is a trying to form. Boom, right there on the ground, doing damage. On the ground, doing damage. And then it looks hopefully, maybe this is losing its rotation here. It's not really losing its rotation, but hopefully maybe this is going back up into the storm. Okay, so two dangerous storms here. It looks like this definitely did produce a tornado. Just to the north, we still have a tornado warning up here. Radar indicated though, and let's look at the velocity. Yeah, the rotation does not look as good. Which is good news. See if I can find any cameras in Wichita Falls here. This storm still has a lot of lightning with it, though. Do you have a police scanner to find more about damage? You know, Dan actually does. Dan actually does, but he is chasing right now, so I do not. But I know Dan generally has a police scanner that he will sometimes listen to. That's a great idea, though. Paul, if you've got one and you see one, let us know, or let me know if you hear anything. All right. Raymond says 6 PDS severe thunderstorm warnings. Wait, do we really have 6 PDS tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings? Did you mean considerable severe thunderstorm warnings? Jess says she uses the police scanner home. You can. You don't have to, Jess, but. Or sorry, Carly. Wait, Carly, how do you have a police scanner in? How could you have a police scanner of the U.S. in the UK? That's wild. Also, guys, definitely give Carly a congrats. She's one of the first moderators of the show. So thank you, Carly, for helping us out. I don't think generally we. Yikes! Carly said it's called the internet. Yeah, that is yeah, you're right about that. I'm having small brain moment for sure. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I don't like this. So these storms are really starting to ramp up here. Okay, here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do next, because this is really interesting here. Let's do this. Let's do this, and this. Something really interesting has just happened, and Dan will bring it back in just a second. But going back to our GR Earth with the Allison House data that we have, once again, what we're looking at, this is radar with the tornado parameter overlaid on top of it. The boxes are warnings, and if we just look at, let me just take the warnings away for just a second. If we just look at the radar in motion with the tornado parameter, watch in the last couple of frames here. See that purple? See that purple really blow up here? That is essentially the tornado. The tornado parameters, the things, kind of the fuel, the ingredients, if you will, to bake this cake that is these tornadoes. That is getting increasing by the hour, and so this is a big indication to me that the low level jet is starting to ramp up big time. It is starting to really ramp up. So as it does, all of these storms that we have ongoing, all of these are going to be problems, right? Especially these off to the east or off to the west. This storm, this is the storm that Dan's on right now. and it's just trying to tap into the energy here. But these storms off to the west of Dan actually, are also very concerning because they're just getting going, and they're just getting going in a very volatile space. The storms to the south are still in a very volatile space as well, right? This storm that produces tornado and wind thirst is kind of trying to ride along that boundary, or right along this area of really strong conditions. And the other storm that is producing a tornado down in Cross Plains is also in an area of decently high, but not as high parameters. So I just wanted to show you guys that because I think you could appreciate what is kind of going on here. We're just getting ramped up, right? The what we saw was like the pre-show. Now we're getting to the main event here. Let's see. All right.
The National Weather Service
Tornado
issued a
warning.
tornado warning
Uh-oh.
for
You're not going to
Tornado warning
So we'll
for
put it here.
East Central Clay County in northern Texas.
All right, so we got a new tornado warning. You may have not seen that, or you may have not heard that, but I did, Raymond. Unfortunately, I did miss the last event because of work. Let me double check something. Get to that tornado warning in just a second here. All right. All right, so we're going to get to that tornado warning right now. That is a new tornado warning that we just got. I think this is actually just an extension of the existing tornado warning that we had. Yeah, it is. So basically, they just extended the tornado warning just off to the north, and I think it's because this storm. Watch it in motion here. Ooh, yeah, look at that. So defined hook in this frame. And then it just watch it kind of loses its definition here. It's really starting to flatten out. It had a hook, and now it does not. So that's why they've extended this warning to the north to include Henrietta. So Henrietta, you've got possibly a dangerous storm moving your way. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning though. And the fact that it's kind of flattening out, well, there definitely still could be a tornado in there. But the fact that rotation is kind of flattening out seems to me maybe this is kind of recycling here. You still have a little bit of a bend in this, but to produce a tornado, it's probably got to wrap around like that. Now there still could be a tornado right here near Blue Grove, but that would be pretty far. That would be pretty disconnected from the actual storm itself. We actually have one circulation here, and then probably another circulation trying to form behind it. So nothing. It doesn't look like it may not be on the ground right now. So Dick Worsham, dude, I just can't with that name. I really can't. I also need a meme manager to like take clips and okay, 1 hour, 25 minutes. I got to remember that because that's just a terrible, terrible town name. Police are saying tornado on the ground past. Okay, so there very could be a tornado on the ground with this. Let's look at the past couple frames here to see. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, this thing is really trying to rotate all throughout here. So there very well could have been a tornado right here in this frame, just to the north of Blue Grove. But just in the last couple of frames, it really looks like it's flattened out. The rotation has. So if there was a tornado, I'm hoping it went back up, and it looks like it does not look like it is. It does not look as pronounced as it did a little bit ago. And looking at the radar, it really is flattened out. So I think this is probably recycling. These are both still radar indicated tornado warnings. So this storm, though, this is going to be a tornadic storm for the next couple of hours here. It's going to keep sliding off to the north, but it's also going to keep getting fed, because look, there's nothing to the south of this thing. There's absolutely nothing to the south of it to hinder the winds flowing into it. So this storm is going to keep riding along that low-level jet as it really ramps up. And as it does that, it's probably going to keep trying to produce tornadoes. So anyone downstream of this, Marietta, Thackerville, Gainesville, Munster, Nokina, Terrell, Ryan, these are all towns right along the Texas-Oklahoma border. This storm is going to be a problem for the next couple of hours. Yeah, there's going to be a huge anvil with this, Scott. You're right about that. Yeah, and LB, the pictures out of Greenfield were very sad. It was initially rated an EF4 right now, winds of about 185 miles an hour. So that is insane. That's not our only EF4 we've had this year, but it's in a club of its own for sure. Let me see if I can find. I've got a camera in Wichita Fall. Oh, come on. Image unavailable. What are we doing? Let me see if I can find anything that shows. No. Oh, is that looking east? Come on. Denton. Let's see if we can find anything in Denton. Oh, there's plenty of cameras in Denton. Bowie. I'm looking towards Bowie. Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
Sorry, did we break in?
Oh yeah, you're totally good. Looks like you are. Wow, the winds are really cranking with that storm. Are you where? Give us an update. Where are you right now?
We're getting ready to go north towards Watonga.
Okay, so Dana's going north towards Watonga, and are you still on that? Okay, I see exactly where you are. You're still on that cell? That, man, there's been a lot of lightning with that thing just in the past couple of frames here. Are you seeing what's the storm structure looking like?
We had to actually stop and get gas and change out some batteries, but we're getting ready to go north, so we're having a hard time seeing it at the moment.
Okay, cool. All right. Cool. Well, we'll check back in, Dan, in just a sec with you. So Dan is pushing to the north here. Dan's basically near Watonga. But look at all the lightning. This is what I was talking about, the lightning. This thing's got a really strong hail core and a ton of lightning. So a strengthening storm here that Storm Chaser Dan Wallace is on right now. Oh. Uh-oh. We missed it, people. We missed our cue. You guys know what time it is? I think you guys know what time it is. It's time for the local on the Meower. And now, local on the Meower. There is a moderate risk for severe storms across the Central Plains. Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas are all included in this threat. There are a total of 3 tornado watches across the United States and 1 severe thunderstorm watch. The most recent watch goes from 5:20 p.m. until 1 a.m. Central. It is for central and northern Kansas. The second most recent watch is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. It's for central and northern Oklahoma. It goes from 3:25 p.m. until 11 p.m. Central. The last tornado watch is for Central Texas. It includes Abilene, Texas, San Angelo, Texas. It runs from 2:15 p.m. until 9 p.m. Central Time. Whoops, I'm muted. Yikes. Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, so LB asked if this is so I can go get a snack. I wish. I wish. Well, all right, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed that little local on the meower there. We are back, and we've got 2 tornado warnings right now, both in Texas. Still tracking these storms. Look, it looks like, guys, this storm and just to the south of Henrietta is really trying to ramp up again. So if we go full screen here to look at this cell, this is what I was talking about. Look at the appendage right here, guys. You see how this is really starting to wrap up right in like the little hook right there. That's what I'm concerned about, and that's why I think this is, like I said, this is a supercell that's going to keep producing and it's going to keep trying to wrap up here. So I'm a little concerned about this storm as it pushes. Really, I know this is still radar indicated, and the rotation doesn't look significant at this point. At least it does not look as significant as it did. It looks pretty broad, but it's trying to get back going. It's moving. It's a high parameter space. It's got a clear inflow. It's got a clear path for inflow to move in here. And so I'm definitely concerned about this storm as it moves off to the east. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground right now with this, but I mean, still classic supercell here. That's for sure. Let's check in on our other tornado warning down here, because I think this is now radar indicated tornado warning, and it's actually about to move outside. Jess says tornado reported by train spotter 6 miles west. Okay, that's an earlier report. We're about to get a new tornado warning here. Yeah, this is for this storm. It's probably trying to wrap back up again. Oh yeah, look at that. There's your meso. There's your mesocyclone right there. So this is going to include De Leon. We'll probably hear that in just a second, hopefully.
The National Weather Service
There it
issued
is.
a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Eastland County in north central Texas, northwestern Comanche County in central Texas.
All right, so this is a new tornado warning. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, Jess. I don't know why I don't know why you and Carly, I call you guys like interchangeably. So I'm sorry about that. But this is a new tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and it's for includes De Leon, Sipe Springs, and Duster. You guys are in the direct path of this thing. This is a broad rotation right here. The green and red are right next to each other. You've got winds moving in this way, and then you've got winds pushing out this way and pushing this way. So as this storm does, as it does push out, right? This is kind of the RFD that's coming at the rear flank downdraft. These are winds coming out of the rear of the storm and pushing out in front of this thing. And we already have winds, screaming into this storm. And so as these two winds meet, they're gonna twist, they're gonna turn, and that's where you could get your tornado that could develop. So a really dangerous storm. You oftentimes see this. This is a classic supercell structure, and my guess is we probably are going to see a tornado with this here in about maybe 5 minutes. I would not be surprised if something develops pretty quick here. Let's check back in. With these storms to the north here that Dan is on. Look at these storms that have just blown up. Let's put these in motion here, because these storms to the north of Oklahoma are really starting to get going and really starting to look concerning. So we have a couple of and a new tornado warning. Wow, baseball-sized hail.
Tornado warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, western Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma.
So that's probably our first tornado warning in Oklahoma in a little while here. We just had a new tornado warning for this storm. This is a really, really strong storm. So this is the Dan has been following this storm in Watonga down here, and that's the storm that Dan is actually going to chase. Dan, I don't know if you can hear us, but there was just a new tornado warning that was just issued for the storm off to your north and northwest. So we've got a day. I mean, these storms are moving into this environment is cranking up. If you guys can look at in the top left corner of the screen here, this environment is the low level jet is really starting to get going here. And so these storms are all going to start to rotate. This tornado warning right here is about to have one massive merger. This storm itself is going to move, and both of these things are going to combine. And that could be a pretty baseball size hail. Oh my gosh. But two really strong storms with some strong hail. If we look at the velocity, there's a couple of different rotations. We've got this rotating. This whole storm is rotating. So if there is a tornado, it'll probably be short-lived. And then if anything, it'll go through some recycling as these two storms merge together. And then once they merge, we could be looking at one massive supercell that could try and drop another one. Yeah, seriously. Scott brought up a great point. Look at the low level jet east of the radar. Oh my goodness. So for those that let me hide this. Look at the winds. You can see the winds are from the southeast. So just wow. Whenever you see winds come, I mean, you've got your storms moving this way. So what's going to happen, guys, as these storms move this way and run into this wind, that is going to cause a a counterclockwise, right? Counterclockwise, yeah, turning of the winds, and that is going to be your rotation. These storms are just going to absolutely rotate as they move into this low level jet. It's kind of the biggest days are the days where you can see the low level jet on the radar. You can see these winds. This is the flow. This is the flow of the storms, or the flow of the winds out in front of this thing. And so these storms are about to go ballistic here. Jess says, Carly says, tornado on the ground in the Oklahoma tornado warning. Really? Let's look and see where we think that would be. Maybe in Mutual? Confirmed by Brandon Kopik. Yeah, so I think this is probably back here in Mutual. We have most likely a tornado on the ground or one that's trying to form. Yeah, if it would be here, it'd be right here. It would be right here, right where this kind of couplet is. We possibly have a tornado on the ground, and it actually looks like we have a new tornado warning that was just issued, really for both of these storms. So we maybe have one, maybe two rotations here, and maybe it's in Richmond. We've got two possible tornadoes here, pushing towards Fairview and Clio Springs.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Western Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma.
Whoops. Sorry, let me bring Dan back in. Yeah, it is. You're right about that, Paul. Yeah, so this is in Mutual, where we have a possible tornado. It looks like this rotation's probably going to die. So if we do have a tornado there, it'll probably be absorbed here in just a second, once these two storms merge. And then after they merge is when we could be in trouble here. And I think this storm is actually going to run into this storm in Hennessy as well. Let me see, Phil, if you are backstage, try to find any webcams around this, on the Woodward, and actually let me see if I can find any as well. The Oklahoma City area is great with webcams. So Fairview, Moreland. Okay. Oh, thanks, Paul. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and check back in with Dan. Dan Wallace is chasing right now. Dan, I don't know if you heard us about the tornadoes. It looks. Are you still chasing that severe thunderstorm warned moving through Hennessy? Where are you right now, Dan?
We are north on 270. We are.
Has issued a tornado warning
Sorry,
for
Dan.
Tornado warning for northwestern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma, south central Major County in northwestern Oklahoma.
Yikes. So that's three total tornado warnings here that are basically issued for this massive storm that's going through a merger right now. So Dan, go ahead. Where are you?
We're north on 270, and we are coming up to Watonga here to go northwest towards that tornado warning cell.
Got it. So you're just about to get to Watonga right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, we were getting gas along I-40 earlier. We are going north. We've actually passed two auto accidents. On
oh my gosh.
Not sure exactly the circumstances. Law enforcement on scene.
Okay. Well, that's a reminder, everyone. If you're out chasing today, please stay safe, because this is driving can be as Dan actually has Bryant with him too to be able to help With it's always safer to drive in at least with 2 or 3 people when you chase. Make sure to if you are chasing in these things, you got to do it safely, because auto accidents and traffic accidents, they're almost sometimes more dangerous than the actual storm chasing, the actual storms itself that you're chasing. So please, if you do chase, be safe. And Phil, I see that you said your screen share. I don't actually see your screen share, Phil. So okay, so Dan right now is moving up to Watonga, and Dan is going to try and catch these tornado warnings. And Dan, these storms are moving off to the north. So I'm wondering, you could go northwest. You could just go straight north from Watonga. I don't know if there's actually any good roads though. There may be 51A, but just a couple of storms here that are all trying to rotate. And I think they issued warnings for all 3 of these because they know this storm's about to merge. They know this storm's about to merge into a massive cell. And after that point, who knows what could happen. I don't think there's necessarily any tornadoes on the ground with these just yet. I'm not seeing any strong rotation. Like we said, this is going to go through a merger here. It's going to need a little bit, right? It's going to need a little bit to go back into the dressing room and get its act together. But in the meantime, we will be waiting, and Dan will be repositioning. All right. So I think we actually got a new tornado watch. Let me go ahead and check something real quick. Still waiting to hear from Greg here too. Let's go ahead and check in on our tornado warning down here in Texas. The good news is it doesn't look like the rotation is definitely not as significant as it was. And I don't think we actually had a tornado with this. It was a pretty broad rotation here. And then just in the last couple of frames, it's still rotating. This is still a rotating storm. This is still a supercell storm. But it does not look like it's producing a tornado yet. And that's good for now. LB says, Paul, how'd you find these guys in the States? It's a good question. Carly says, welcome to stream, LB. Love that. Ooh, Elizabetta says she leaves for her chasing trip. She leaves for Denver tomorrow. Elizabetta, we're going to be out here. The Stormfront Freaks are going to be out chasing next week. So we're taking our chasecation next week. Of course, hopefully things I think we're all hoping things die down. We don't want things to go crazy, but we also would love to see some storms. So hopefully we'll see you out there. I think we're starting in Kansas City, and then we're going from there. Yeah, I agree. I'm sure there'll be days where we're waiting at a gas station. All right. The other good news is it looks like I think they're going to let this tornado warning expire for the storm up here. Still a supercell, still trying to get its act together, rotating, but rotation has really weakened recently. So this storm, which was the storm to the east of Wichita Falls, does not look as impressive. I think our threat is going to shift to the north, just like we had said. The parameters are really starting to increase to the north, and so I think we were watching Texas. We were watching these tornadoes, these storms that produced some looks like some tornadoes in Texas. I think our threat is now going to shift. We're starting to shift focus to the north here. So we're going to start to look into Oklahoma. I think over the next hour or two, our main area is going to be right in here that we're going to have to watch. I'm not saying Oklahoma City's not going to get anything. You guys are about to get a thunderstorm now. No severe thunderstorm warnings though. Oklahoma City, if you are going to get something, it's going to be off to your west. So this is the cell that I would be watching if I'm in Oklahoma City and I have a radar app. That's the cell I'd be watching, is right this one over here. I think this cell is probably going to go to the north of Oklahoma City, and these are fairly weak right now that are pushing into Oklahoma City itself. Oklahoma City is not on the woods yet, but the area of greatest concern right now is these storms to the north that have 3 tornado warnings. Count them: 1, 2, 3, right next to each other. It's going through one massive storm merger, and once the storm merger is done, this thing is going to look completely different. It's going to be like, it's getting a facelift. And sometimes I think I might need a facelift. People tell me my head looks like a water, or someone told me my head looks like a watermelon. That was my sister-in-law. So thank you for that, sister-in-law. Let's go ahead and look at these. Let's look at these real quick. See, yeah, nothing. Still recycling. Still, it's gonna need some time here to make this merger complete. I'm hoping it'll destroy it, but Big Head Todd, yes, Phil. Paul, the funny thing is we've been chasing twice. We've been chasing twice out west, and we've flown into Kansas City both times. And one time we went to North Dakota or South Dakota, and the next time we went to Clovis. That we were a part of the Clovis train last year, and we didn't leave Clovis the whole time basically, but except when we drove back to our hotel. But we've chased twice, and so far both times we've never chased Oklahoma, which is kind of crazy to think about. All right, here's what I look at now. Looks like we got some new mesoscale discussions, and I want to look at watches here. Okay, so still 3 tornado watches. So I don't think we've had a new tornado watch here. We have had. We do have a new. We do have a new mesoscale discussion, which is highlighting the threat for tornadoes here. This is right along the Kansas-Oklahoma border. So this is not going to be a new tornado watch. This is just the National Weather Service basically letting you know, hey, this storm right here, right along the border, looks like things are going to happen. Gosh, how does he get all this? And then I think there was another mesoscale discussion that was issued about 40 minutes ago. Yeah, so this was issued valid until 7:15 Central. So this was issued about maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. This is basically just saying, yeah, the threat for some strong tornadoes continues here across southern Oklahoma and northern Texas. But this was issued a little bit ago, so. Yeah, that was issued about 50 minutes ago, so. Carly says, ooh, severe thunderstorm warning from Miami-Dade. That is down in Florida. So folks at the beach, we don't like to see that. Yeah, thank you, Carly. All right, this storm merger still's kind of happening here. While things are slow, I will be right back. Dan, why don't you tell people what you're seeing on the roads? You see, or what is your like weather fact of the day? You got any factoids for the group?
Well, there is a fact that we are on Oklahoma 51A,
and we are looking off to our looks like our northwest, and we are coming up on the cell that we're targeting at this moment. And I see Phil. Phil, how are you?
I'm doing great, Dan. How are you? You're chasing right now, which I wish I was as well. But be safe. Yeah, we'll be out there. It's funny. I just looked at today. There was a Twitter post from a meteorologist that showed for the month of May all the highest SPC warning basically for each day, and every day in May basically had slight risk or higher, and most of them were higher. And I don't know if I expect that to continue next week, like the 1 week we're going to be out chasing. But I still think we're going to get at least some slight risk days out of next week, and some 2 or 5% tornado spots that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and even on a slight risk, some of them have been overperforming.
Oh,
well, and the plus might be, it does sound like at least this week there's been some insane chaser convergence. So hopefully that'll thin things out a little bit, and we won't have to fight as many people.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Phil. I think I still think we're gonna have some good risks next week, but yeah, I would completely agree that next week probably won't be as big of a deal as this week, but that's okay. We will still see some great storms. And while Phil, actually, I do want to pull that up because that was actually a pretty cool graphic. That let's see if I can pull that up on Twitter. I think that was tweeted out by the National Weather Service, so I'll see if I can find that. In the meantime, we are still waiting for the. Oh my goodness! Okay, so we do have a new update on the warning here. This is an observed tornado that is on the ground here. This is that storm that's just starting to merge, or that's just almost done completing its merger here. Yeah, look at that right in there. You see that uptick right along 281. Looks like we have a tornado on the ground here, just to the west of Frozo. So just to the west of Frozo along 281. This is north of Selling. Guys, this is in Oklahoma. This is this grouping of 3 tornado warnings that we've been watching for the past a little bit here. It looks like that we do have a tornado on the ground with this thing. That is not a debris ball. There's no way that would basically mean the tornado is that big. That is not a debris ball, but still, looks like we definitely do have a tornado with this thing. That is really starting to wrap up too. If you look at the reflectivity here. This is probably gonna this little cell right here is probably gonna get sucked up into this thing, and so it might disrupt the tornado for a little bit. But after that happens again, then who knows what's going to happen with this thing. These other two tornado warnings are still radar indicated, and I'm not seeing anything on radar that would tell me there's a tornado on the ground. I think this rotation to the far north is definitely where we're most concerned, and where there is a tornado on the ground. It looks like. So we'll go back to that in just a second here. Let's just give another quick check in with our storm down here. Yeah, this storm is it's really trying, but it just is losing its muster. It's still rotating. It's still a supercell. So looks like De Leon, at least for now, looks like it maybe dodged a bit of a bullet. Find the whale. LB Scott wants to know: do you speak whale? And thank you, Jess. Let's find that. Let's see if I can tell. That was from, oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, so guys, this was the this has been April and May. Isn't that insane? These are the outlooks that we've gotten, guys, per day. So April started with 2 moderates, a slight, and then kind of the middle of April, but then enhance, marginal, slight, moderate. But then look at May, guys. We have not had less than a slight risk every day. There's been an enhanced risk, like the first 4 days of May were enhanced. Then we had a high on May 6th. Thankfully, it didn't materialize as much as we thought it was. But then we had an enhanced, and slight. And basically, guys, when you say enhanced, slight, slight is 1 out of, or 2 out of 5. Enhanced is 3 out of 5. Moderate's 4 out of 5. High is 5 out of 5. So it's been a crazy stretch in May. And to Phil's point, I don't know how much longer this can continue. I really don't. But hey, if we learned anything from Newton, it's that what tends to be in motion stays in motion. I think that's how his law of physics is. Free Willy. I don't even know who that is, LB. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I really don't like the look of that. So just to the east of Cedardale, we probably, I'm not liking this signature. You can tell on radar that's wrapped up. That is fully torqued. I don't like that. And the good news is I'm not seeing as strong of a signature here, but this thing is trying. It really is trying. I'm hoping that tornado maybe kind of went up, but the good news is this all this rain's about to get sucked into this rotation, so it's going to go through a period of recycling here, and I know I've been saying this about this storm for the last like 30 minutes here, but it's going to recycle again, and we'll probably go through another area, another little
National Weather
tornado
Service
warning.
has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Jefferson County in southern Oklahoma, northwestern Love County in southern Oklahoma.
Well, that's a new tornado warning. We're probably going to see 2 warnings here. You're probably going to see another warning that's on the Texas side, I would bet, since that's got to be the skinniest warning I've ever seen. So that's for this storm down here. Looks like we do have rotation here. Nothing I think that tells me there's a tornado on the ground yet, but yeah, they need to issue another warning here, because the actual rotation is well outside of the warning itself. This is just issued on the Oklahoma side. We're going to see a warning here placed along the Texas side here in just a second. Paul says Free Willy is a movie made about a whale made in the USA a few years ago. Interesting. Free Willy was made 2 years ago? That's crazy. Yeah, they've got to be able to. Well, they've got to issue another warning, I would think. Yeah, here it is. Wait, no, that's an extension. Just has me confused. Yeah, there's no way. It was made in 1993. You're right. Gosh, guys, look at the. Oh my goodness. Look at the. Hold on, I gotta find. Look at the parameters here, guys. This is crazy. Like we said, watch just these continue to kind of blow up here. the once again, if you're just tuning in, the purple parameters and the high, or the darker the color here, the stronger the stronger the parameters are. So just over the past couple of hours, the low level jets ramped up, and with it has all the parameters. So that's why these storms are starting to go tornado, because they're moving into an area of really high parameters. And guys, thanks again to Allison House for giving us this data. This is awesome data, because this tells me this is going to be our focus area right in northern Oklahoma. Northern Oklahoma is going to be our new area to focus. Still, these storms in southern Oklahoma could produce, but the storms in northern Oklahoma are the ones that we probably need to be most concerned about.
Tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northeastern Montague County in north central Texas.
It's a new tornado warning for Texas. But let's okay, so we do have a webcam right now in Orlando, Oklahoma. This is facing south. So let's put this on the big screen. So I think Orlando, Oklahoma. Let's find this on a map and see what we got. It's not Orlando, Florida. Orlando, Oklahoma. No. Okay, so yes, this is interesting. So this camera, I know, yeah, okay, I see it. It's north of Oklahoma City. So this storm is actually facing. If we go back, let me go back and show you guys here. So this camera is just, I think, kind of up in this area, and it's facing kind of facing a little. I think it's facing south. So there's a little bit of a lowering there. Yeah, and Phil says it's on I-30 or I-35 due north of Oklahoma City. Okay, I see what he's saying. Okay. Yeah, so we've got a camera right now. We'll come back to that camera in just a second. The camera is essentially right up here. It's kind of facing due south here. So as these storms kind of move towards this, that's when we might be able to see if there's any action going on along I-35. I-35 is going to get hit probably in the next these storms are probably going to be maybe about 30 minutes to an hour away from I-35. All right, so still this storm is going through, once again, recycling here. This is really starting to get sucked up now into the actual storm itself. Wow. Ooh, Carly says, "Welcome to the stream, Jody Harris." Thank you, Jody. And Jody says, "That's a decent image." Thank you, Jody. We don't want to say it was a good image. It was decent. No, you're right. It was. But hey, Phil, we do appreciate it. That camera we're gonna have to watch. Brady the weatherman. That's weird. That's me, not you. Yikes. Okay, so wow, look at this severe thunderstorm warning. They just extended this out. This is. I mean, this whole storm. This is going to be a fascinating interaction here. Because Carly, that's throwing me off. You can't welcome Brady the weatherman. That's me. I'm Brady. I don't know who this guy is, but he's impersonating me. But anyway, this is going to be a fascinating interaction here, because we've got this severe thunderstorm warning moving through Enid, and then just off to the south we have two supercells, one here and one here, that have been merging or trying to merge for like the past 20 minutes here. And then so as these storms kind of push this way and push this way, and we've got another really strong storm pushing to the north. So all these three things are kind of combining, and actually it's good. It's good news for the folks here, because they're almost preventing each other from becoming a strong tornado storm, because all three of them are kind of dancing around each other, and instead of being kind of isolated and separated, they are all kind of massed together. And so that's working in our favor in the moment to keep these tornadoes off the ground. And but that could change. That could definitely change. And every frame with these is and really this storm up to the north is probably is more discreet and more isolated. And so this is probably the most immediate or the most isolated storm, and probably has the best chance to kind of get itself together in the short term. But there's no tornado warning on this. And it's a broad area of rotation with winds kind of pushing into this thing and winds wrapping around the backside. But let me just look at the motion on this too to see where it's going. It is a right mover. It is moving due east, and so it's gonna intercept this low level jet now in front. And if once it absorbs this moisture on the backside, this is also going to be a problem, right? This is actually the Storm Prediction Center highlighted in their discussion. And so really both of these areas right here are probably our two big areas of that I'm worried about at this particular moment. All right. Whoa. Carly says, Brady, I will call you good looking. I don't know, Carly. I also got like a weird red scar on my face today. I was in the sun for a little while, and I don't understand what's going on like right there. We do need Ninja. LB, I don't know where Ninja is. I really don't. I really don't know where he is. Guys, just I do want to say thank you guys for watching. You guys are awesome. You guys are why I do this show. Thank you to all of you that are watching this. And I want to thank you guys for being here, being on the ground level. We're just getting this stream started. We're trying to figure out how to make it better. Playing around with the thumbnails, playing around with the format. If you guys if you do want to see something, let me know. Let me know what you want to see, what you don't want to see. Do you want to see more of something? Do you want to see less of something? Do you like the local on the Meower? Like, give me feedback. I love hearing from you. And so please let me know what I can do better. Or and if you do like the show, go ahead and hit a thumbs up on YouTube and subscribe. I know most of the folks right now are subscribed, so I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but share this stream with your friends, your family. If you've got a weird uncle that loves to watch YouTube, send him this stream. But thanks, you guys just watching is enough for me. Okay, so let's go back and check on this tornado warning. This is kind of in a radar hole right now. This is about to move into Marietta, Oklahoma. Let's see if I can find anything down there. Where is Marietta? Okay, there is something down here. There's a camera down here. That's a traffic sign. Also a traffic sign. Well, there is a camera all the way at the border. Nah, it's not good. Anyway. Ooh. T. Harris says once free Willie ate Ginger Ninja. Yeah, I don't know where Ginger Ninja went. That dude, I think he's only interested in Ohio, to be quite honest. It's got to be. Yeah, Jess, I agree. We got to figure out. We'll make it quicker. I sometimes use that time to like stand up. But I agree with you. So I mean, this is a mess up here, guys. This is an absolute mess. We've got a couple radar indicated tornado warnings here. Nothing that screams on the ground just yet. These storms are really trying to get their act together. These are the storms that are north of Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City right now. This is the storm that I'd be watching if I were you. I don't think you guys have any immediate danger though, which is good. I know people in Oklahoma City probably were freaking out today just because of the threats and what the past couple weeks have been pretty stressful, I bet. But you're not out of the woods yet. You're definitely not out of the woods yet, Oklahoma City. Oh, Paul, you're the best. I normally watch Steve Lookner on Agenda TV, but he's not on tonight, so I found you. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. Appreciate you staying up late watching me in the UK. We've got 2 people in the UK watch us. That's cool. We've got Paul and Carly. I should come to the I should take a visit to the UK. I've heard great things about the United Kingdom. I think probably the best time to go is during the summer, right? When there's less rain, hopefully. All right. So we got a total of 5 tornado warnings, guys. 3 of them are in Oklahoma. Two. Actually, sorry. There's really 4 in Oklahoma. 1 is in Texas. We've got these 3 here, and then we've got these 2 down here. And I think we've lost Dan. Let's me text Dan and tell him. Ooh, the UK is great in the summer. I've gone worldwide, right? Yeah, I am solo. Hey, no, I got you guys. I got you guys right now. Brady the Weatherman says, "Welcome, Paul." I think Brady the Weatherman. Jess, Carly, don't ban Brady the Weatherman. But I think he's lurking right now. We have to put him in timeout if he keeps trying to impersonate me. So that's really where our tornado warnings right now are. And they just got consolidated up here, which I'm glad they did, because this is just one confusing mess up here. We now only have 1 tornado warning in western Oklahoma, and then 1 tornado warning in southern Oklahoma. All of these guys are all radar indicated tornado warnings. Oh yeah, no, don't. Carly, and I'm just kidding. That's actually my brother. So I just like giving him a hard time. Oh man. Let me just go check on over here with we do have 1 other severe thunderstorm warning pushing through Baltimore. Actually, sorry, just to the west of Baltimore and Frederick. So nice little surprise, folks in Baltimore and Pennsylvania. Storms are kind of clearing out. We did have some storms down here in Miami. Yeah, look, these are your sea breeze madness storms. Wow, look at these storms down in Miami. No joke there. I always, guys, if you don't, what you honestly, every day you should wake up and during the day, like maybe about 2 or 3 p.m., look at the visible satellite down here in Florida. It is fascinating. Every day there is the sea breeze that comes off the west coast, that comes off I know this is getting off topic. We're going to go back to Oklahoma in just a second. But every day there's the sea breeze that comes off the east coast and the west coast of Florida. And there's always like cumulus kind of clouds. And you can see the sea breeze pushing these clouds inland. And then eventually they get to the point where both of them meet and storms just explode. And that's why you've got a line right here, because this was the sea breeze from both coasts met in the middle and that caused this big line of storms. So it's really interesting. A little side note, but if you love weather, you love looking at weather. During the summer, those storms are a ton of fun to watch down there. Can be some really strong storms in the summer too. Urban Gypsy says, I'm Carly's mom. Welcome, Carly's mom. Love to have you. Thanks for joining the stream. Tabitha's watching from Ohio. Thanks, Tabitha. Yeah, good news is Ohio. You may be in the threat tomorrow. Today, though, you could maybe in southern Ohio you're going to get some storms, but nothing too strong at this particular moment, which is good news. So just an update here, guys. We actually only have we've gone down to 2 tornado warnings at this point. So I've got that graphic will update in just a second, but we're only at 2 now. They've dropped, interestingly, they have dropped all of the tornado warnings for these storms. So this big mess of storms here, it's too much, right? It's too much for these storms to handle right now. And there are this is like a party where there's one too many people at the party. There's one too many people at this storm party. And so if these are going to start to produce tornadoes, they're going to have to kick one of these friends out, kick one of them out of the group. It's probably going to be this guy up here as it moves off to the east. But there's too many people at this storm party up here for these things to get going. So that's why we don't have any tornado warnings up here at the moment. And if we look at the velocity here, yeah, there's really nothing. This is your southern storm is probably the one that's most likely if there would be anything. You see that little hook right there? That would be where something might spin up. And there should not be 5 warnings. There should be 2. But regardless, this is actually the most immediate threat with these storms is flooding. A lot of rain. They just issued a flash flood warning for this. Flooding and hail, especially right here with this storm just to the east of Fairview. The only tornado warning that we have left is just to the south here. And this is about to cross the Oklahoma-Texas border. And if you look here, ooh, I don't like that actually. Little definitely a hook. Ooh, I don't like that. That could definitely be a tornado. I would not be surprised if this was producing a tornado down here. Velocity is really strong. Hook is really strong. Guys, remember, this is in a little bit of a radar hole right now. So it's far enough away from all these radars. It's just hard to tell. It's really hard to tell whether or not that there's a tornado on the ground with this, but there could be. I don't know what happened. Mom, you see this little thing? I think that's where Dad hit me with the pickleball today. Yeah, definitely a whale here. This is definitely a whale structure, guys. Hey, you guys are starting to learn. This is why people in my stream are the best. You guys are the best community ever. You guys are starting to recognize the whale. Fear the whale, people. Whenever you see the whale on radar, and he's kind of mad. This whale's a little mad right now. But this is a whale structure. I'm telling you, once you see this, you're never gonna be able to forget it on radar. Whenever you see this on radar, you're gonna think whale from now on out. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Scott. It's too far away. It's hitting the top. It's hitting the top of this storm. So it's really hard to tell if there's a tornado on the ground with this thing. But the rotation is strong enough where I'm definitely concerned. So folks in Leon, this is Leon, Oklahoma, right along the border. Courtney, Oklahoma, Rue Bottom, Oklahoma, Petersburg, Oklahoma, Corinth, Texas, Illinois Bend, Texas. You're all in this warning. We probably don't have anyone in the stream in that area, but still, this is a dangerous storm here. Carly, you're fine. You're fine. I was trolling you and him. Does LB have any whale song music? I'm not sure. Yes, Kyle. Tom, my dad hit me in the face with the pickleball today. And now I have a little. I mean, that just happens in pickleball. I don't know if anyone in the chat here plays pickleball, but you know, you can hit that thing pretty hard sometimes, and you can get hit. You can get hit every now and then. Whoa. All right, looks like we got Dan. We got Dan back, so we'll bring him in. Dan, let's go ahead and bring Dan back. And Dan, let's bring my brother Dan back. Dan, where are you at right now? Let's get a quick update.
Hey, Brady, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. We are coming up to some chaser convergence. We are southwest of Fairview, and we'll be back on the storm.
Say that again, Dan. You broke up for just a second. So Dan is right here.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dan.
We're getting kind of in and out of cell coverage. We do have a booster, but I don't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be
Now
in
we can.
Fairview in a few minutes.
Oh yeah, now we can. Okay, cool. Dan looks like he's driving on one hell of a bumpy road too. So enjoy that. But so Dan is pulling up to Fairview. My guess is he's on Highway 58 here. And my goodness, Dan, Fairview just got hit with a big hail course, so be careful there. But there's some large hail with this storm, and there's like we said, there's too many people at this party up here. There's too many people at this party, and they are just not. That it's just these storms are really having a hard time getting going up here. But they are in a. If you guys look in the top corner of the screen, that purple, they're in a strong parameter space. So the ingredients are there. The ingredients are definitely there, but it's just having a hard time. It's these storms because they're all kind of formed into one mega blob of storms. They're just really having a hard time getting going, right? It's like you made this perfect little cake, and then you dumped a bunch of chocolate syrup on the top, and then you dump some whipped cream, you dump a hot fudge, and you mix it all together. It's just not the same. It's not the same cake anymore. You know, now it's just like, you know, this mess of stuff. Paul says he's watched baseball videos in the USA where players get hit in the face. Yes. Oh no. LB, I can't play that. Unfortunately, I can't play that, LB. I will get copyrighted out the wazoo. LB just sent me free theme from Free Willy. I wish I could play that, but I cannot. Unless you could can you buy me the copyright real quick? And then I'll play it. But oh gosh. You guys gotta stop talking about how you're hungry, because now I'm hungry. Come on. This is brutal. So I see we got Nader Chaser. Nader Chaser, welcome. No, he's definitely my brother. Don't listen to him. All right, so guys, we've got interestingly enough, this is a moderate risk and a oh gosh, I see a huge, oh my god, I see a huge centipede in my room. Give me 1 second. I need to crush this. I'm gonna put Dan. Oh my god, it's moving. I'm going to put Dan on the big screen, and I'll be right back. I got to get my fly swatter. This thing is
Just to give you a recap of our location. Just to give you the recap of our location, just south of Fairview on 58.
Oh my God. Oh God. Thing is huge. I think I got it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dan. I interrupt you. Go ahead. That was huge.
I'm glad you got that taken care of. We are pulling into Fairview.
All right, so this is Storm Chaser Dan Wallace right now. He is pulling into Fairview, where there is a really, I mean, we had a couple tornadoes or tornado warnings with this storm. We actually had 3 about 15 to 20 minutes ago, and now we have 0. But this is, I mean, looking at Dan's stream, this is a nasty storm. It is a nasty storm that is, I mean, wow, actually, it is really low to the ground. There's definitely lowerings on this all over this storm. And so Dan right now is really, there's kind of 2 areas that are concerning. If there would be anything that's trying to form, it would be forming down here or off to the east. So there's 2 different storms that are still kind of in a mass. The one off to the east has a very large hail. The one to the north doesn't have as large of hail, but still, was the storm that produced that tornado. So this is a a pretty nasty looking storm that Dan's pulling up to. Regardless, this storm is producing. Well, both of these storms are producing at least 2-inch diameter hail, if not greater. There's also a flash flood warning for this area of just a ton of rain is falling in this area. If we look at how much rain has fallen, let's actually look at storm total. So anywhere from like a half an inch to 2 inches. Let's see, yeah, about 1.5 inches off to the west. And it doesn't say there's much rain falling here, but that's because it's falling right now. So these storms are just moving to these areas. So we've already had about an inch and a half of rain, and now Clio Springs, Helena, North End. You guys haven't seen much rain yet, but you're about to. You're going to see some hail as well. So flash flood warning. That's going to be you never like to see that. Oh my God, my chat is going crazy for centipedes and millipedes, and I don't know, whatever it is dead. I really hope it's dead. If that thing crawls up the wall again, we're gonna have problems. I need help with my apartment, man. I don't know what it is, but there's like these. I think they're called. I don't know if they're centipedes or they're more like. Oh gosh, I don't know. Anyway, it's terrible. All right, let's check back in our tornado warning down here. Still in a radar hole, so we're not going to be able to tell. And Jess, did you say there's another radar here that we can look at? I think you did. Yeah, this was not. Yeah, it was not the millipede. It was not a millipede, Elizabeth. Don't worry. It was. I know what you're talking about. It was the fast. It was whatever the fast ones are. It's like the big one. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm assuming there's probably some tool that you got to have. But this is our only guys. This is our only 2 tornado warnings at this point. And really, this is really 2 tornado warnings. This is just one. Consider that just one warning essentially for this one storm. It's definitely got some. It's definitely got a rotation, but the appendage is kind of. I would expect the appendage to be back here. Instead, it's kind of here. So it's still supercell. Yeah, no, it was definitely a centipede. So this storm actually off to the west of Oklahoma City is just kind of getting going here. So Oklahoma City, you're not off the hook just yet. Wow. I'm telling you guys, this storm, this is probably the storm. I don't know how it's not producing anything, but this storm is riding right along the low level jet. It's riding right along that jet. And if you look at it, right, this is just a beast of a storm. Look at all the lightning on this. I mean, just an insane amount of lightning on this, and it's moving. Kind of the northern portion of it's kind of moving this way, but it is just riding right along that low level jet. But it just it's not able to produce anything, right? And I think by the time it might get its act together, you might have some of these storms that merge with it. And so, but still, this is a dangerous supercell up here. That if it can just really, it needs to have some wind the backside of this thing. The backside of this thing, we need the rear flank downdraft to push out like this, and then if that can happen, that's when you'll get your spin up here. Yeah, I mean, look at this. There is lightning. This is a lightning strike right here, right down in here. This is what you call bolt out of the blue. And this is
Brady.
well out. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
We've got a bit of a lowering over here. I don't know if the camera's really picking it up or not, but there was a funnel off to our
oh, really?
north.
Wow. Yeah, so I think I actually might have saw it for a second. So looks like we may have seen a funnel with that storm. Are you looking, Dan, there's two kind of cells here. Are you looking at the east one or the north one, the north Fairview?
We're east of Fairview on 58. We'll be coming up to just north of Isabella. And so we're looking probably up towards the Cleo Springs area.
Okay, got it. Okay. So they're looking they're looking right at this storm up to the north. This is exactly where they're looking right now. So they're looking at this northern cell near Cleo Springs, and it looks like they just saw a lowering there. And I think I caught it on the tail end of it. But it can you see any rotation?
There's a little bit of rotation that I'm seeing. And there's it looks like some upward movement.
Okay. Yeah, and if let's look at the velocity here. There's a little something there. I tell you what, if we go back to the radar here, there's a little something there. See, look right to the north of Cleo Springs. See that little green and red brightening? There's definitely something that's trying to form here. If we put this in motion, watch this just pop up. There's definitely some broad or some looks like there's some circulation on the velocity here. If we look at this in motion, yeah, you can tell there's a little bit of rotation there. Watch this like green little thing right here start to surge to the south. That could be an indication that the storm is starting to produce maybe some RFD, some winds out the back, right? And then we already know there's winds coming from the south. So it's interesting. All right, Dan, good shot, brother. Another tornado warning. All right. Well, they just issued. Yeah, this was just the. So Dan, we're going to keep you on the screen here. So let us know if you see anything, if it tries to lower again. And folks on the stream too, or on the stream, definitely keep an eye on that camera in the top middle. Wish I could reach over there, but I can't. But in the meantime, they did just issue a tornado warning on this storm. So I think this is that beast of a storm that we were just looking at. This is a new tornado warning that was just issued. And let's look at the velocity here. Oh my gosh, that is RFD. So when we talk about RFD, we're talking about rear flank downdraft. We're talking about basically winds. So once again, green is going away from the radar, red's going towards the radar. This first of all, this is incredible by the National Weather Service because there's probably no tornado on the ground, but this is a telltale sign of possibly. Oh, sorry, Raymond. Yeah, I know what happened. I didn't have it in. Now we'll hear it. But this is a telltale sign of possibly a forming tornado. We've got your winds that are just rushing out from the storm right here.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
Hopefully you should hear this tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Barber County in south central Kansas.
So you've got winds that are rushing out of storm, really strong winds that are rushing. Hazleton right now is just probably getting really, really strong winds that are pushing out of this thing. And then right out in front, you've got a surge of winds. So this is going to be fascinating, guys, because this is tornado genesis right here. And we're going to watch frame by frame in a couple of frames. Look at this little indent. See this little red indent here? That is these winds starting to make their way, these inflow winds that are starting to make their way. So what's happening live right now is we're watching a storm that is having a surging RFD, surging winds coming out of this thing that are pushing this way. And then we also have winds that are surging in from the inflow. And these two are going to meet in the middle. And right in here is where you're going to have your tornado that's going to form. And so I would bet every frame is going to get a little tighter and a little bit more. The rotation is going to get more circular. Right now, it's still kind of linear, but I would be very surprised if this doesn't drop. It might drop. It might not stay on the ground for a long time, but this is probably going to drop a tornado here soon. This is fascinating to watch because if we put the actual winds right now, look at this. This is 93 miles an hour. 96 miles an hour. This is probably not reaching the ground. You probably have winds of maybe 60, 70 miles an hour that are reaching the ground, but still like really, really strong winds coming out of the storm, and then really strong winds out in front of this, right? So it's 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. Once again, these are probably higher levels of the atmosphere. This isn't like, this isn't at the surface, but this storm is really starting to. The only thing that could stop it at this point is if this rain makes its way. So we may dodge a bullet here, but if this rain can kind of get sucked up in here, it's going to totally screw up the tornado genesis, which would be good news. But just every frame by this is just going to the hook is going to get more and more pronounced, and you're going to see the rotation get more and more pronounced. Looks like Carly says there's a tornado on the ground in Hazleton, Kansas, which is that's the guys. That is what we're watching live. We are watching live a tornado that is probably on the ground right here, just to the east of Hazleton, Texas. Yeah, exactly, Scott. This can happen. This can happen real quick. Dan, let's get an update from you. Are you seeing Are you still seeing any rotation with that storm you're on?
Not right now. We're trying to get back into a position.
Okay.
We're driving through an area that was hit by hail. Looks like.
Oh, really? Wow. You see any like?
You can see it along the edge of the road there. If you see the white line, the thick white line, that's the hail.
What? That is hail?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So it looks like, guys, the area that Dan just drove through was hit by some pretty significant hail here, and looks like it was almost shovelable hail. So that's pretty wild. Does it look like there's big hailstones? I'm sure some of it's probably melted.
It right now was looking like marble.
Okay.
I didn't get a good look.
Got it. Okay.
We've
Wow.
got a scout
Well,
right here setting up.
Cool. Oh yeah, there's a ton of chasers right there, Dan. Oh my goodness. So just as a reminder, guys, Dan is basically down here to the south. He's on these storms down here to the south, near Clio Springs. So they had some look like some a bunch of hail roll through, and you can see that on the side of the roads. That's interesting. The storm to the south is beginning to get ingested. Yeah, I would agree. And Rail Finning, I don't recognize you, so welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome to the Stormcat crew. We're still trying to figure out what we call the chat. That actually wasn't a bad one. Stormcat crew. I don't know if you guys could think of some, but yeah, this is a definitely it may have been a tornado. Now look, yes, Rail Fanning is exactly right. Watch as this gets ingested now, and this is going to totally, most likely, this is going to totally screw up the rotation, which is a good thing, by the way. But this, and look at the rain. See that little bend? That is so interesting. That is actually rain, because these winds are so strong getting sucked into here. That is actually rain that's getting like pulled into this storm. And so this rain is just going to keep getting sucked in here by this updraft. And that's going to totally kind of kill the updraft, at least initially. So the good thing is we may have this probably would have been a tornado, and a fairly long-lived one had this other storm not merged with it. And so, I'm hoping we'll actually have dodged a bullet here. But this is a fascinating radar loop. Look at this. Look at these storms. You just don't see this stuff all the time, guys, especially where I live in Ohio. You never see this kind of radar loop. But this is incredibly fascinating because we were kind of watching a classic tornado formation, and now we're kind of watching a classic tornado destruction, right? Where this storm to the south is going to totally merge with this one, and at least in the short term is going to cause the tornado threat to slowly decrease, which is good news. Let me see if I can find any cameras on this sucker. There's one camera. What direction is it facing?
The National Weather Service
New
has
tornado
issued
warning.
a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Love County in southern Oklahoma, south central Carter County in southern Oklahoma.
Well, that is a new tornado warning, and that is for the storm to the south. So that is for the storm directly to the south here, and just to the south of Ardmore. This is probably as long a lived of a tornado warning we're probably going to get tonight. But this storm is just to the south of Ardmore, Oklahoma, and has basically just crossed the Oklahoma state line. So we have it's a radar indicated tornado. Look at all the lightning, guys. Look at all the lightning on this thing. It's a pretty good indication when you see all this lightning that this is a strengthening storm. This storm has a lot of hail, and look at the rotation. There's definitely rotation in there. And I mean, storms like these are a really good example of there's probably very little chasers on this thing. I would not be surprised if there was really any chasers. I mean, there probably are some, but a lot of the chasers are probably north. And so because this storm is in a donut hole, like look at the radars, right? I click on this one, Click on this one. Click on this one. It's on the very edge of the radar beam of all of these. And so with this, the problem with that is because we don't have many chasers on this, and because we don't have, because it's in a little bit of a radar hole, it's going to be really hard for us to get confirmation this thing is on the ground. And there really aren't any traffic cameras. I checked. So there isn't many ways to confirm whether or not this tornado is there. But looking at the velocity, we have enough to say, yeah, there could be. There definitely could be. We got Tim Liff. Tim, what's up, my brother? Well, guys, let's all welcome Tim to the chat. Tim is our goalie for our Thursday Hockey League team. We're called Flavor Town. And Tim is our fearless goalie. And I tell you what, that dude lays his life on the line every Thursday. Because he just, he even played through surgery. Tim even played goalie like a week after he had surgery on his legs. Why do you say that, Raymond? I don't need a vacation. Stormcat, you know where I'm going? I'm going on a vacation next week. I'm going out chasing. He does. Tim takes bullets every Thursday. And sometimes I'll have a slap shot on him, to really test him, to make sure he's staying up to par. Thanks. You know what? Thank you guys for welcoming Tim. You guys are the best. Carly, here's what you got to do. So here was my problem with chasing. You are so right. I don't want to chase by myself because that is scary. That is freaky. Well, yeah. So guys, this is our storm back here. Look what's going to happen. Watch this. I mean, this is a this has a ton of wind with it. So this was our tornado genesis that we thought that was happening, but now these storms are totally merged. They're merging as we speak, and so you can get a spin up in this. That is not to say there won't be, but the actual storm itself, it's going to have to probably take some time. There could be something trying to form here in Corwin. It still looks pretty broad, and honestly, once again, guys, too, green is going towards the radar here. So you've got winds. The radar's over here. You've got winds pushing this way with that storm. Really strong winds pushing that way. And then you've got winds pushing this way from that storm. And then maybe a little pocket of winds down there. So there could be something that develops through rotation. The problem is this, the storm that's pushing in, the storm that's kind of getting absorbed right now is probably going to dominate the wind flow. So primarily winds are probably going to go this way, and especially with this on the backside here, this is really going to have a hard time forming. And that's good news. That merger actually may have just saved a bad situation. T. Harris says Tom Bobrowski. Welcome, Tim. You met Tim Bobrowski. Tim, if you didn't catch that, that was T. Harris making a joke about your name. Fuzzy all-nighter failed. Oh yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen Fuzzy today. Fuzzy's a normal viewer that we haven't seen in the stream today. Oh, I tell you what, guys, the storm Dan is chasing is looking as a really, look at that hail core, guys, moving through Gultree. Just a really strong hail core, almost 70 dBz. Time for the 3-day forecast. You guys are really loving this Stormcat, aren't you? Oh, shoot. I forgot to do the local on the 8s. Crap. Anyway. Whoa. Tim says he's better than that bum. Post-surgery, definitely, Tim. Post-surgery, definitely. All right, let's get a quick check in with Dan because it looks like Dan's got some decent structure here. Dan, are you still on that severe thunderstorm warned storm near Clio Springs? Let me unmute Dan. Oh, I can't unmute Dan. Dan, can you hear us?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I got you.
Oh,
we're eastbound on Highway 412 right now, out of it's like Ringwood.
okay.
We are headed east. We'll be in Enid before 2.
Okay, got it. Are you still that storm just to your north? Looks like it's got the storm you've been chasing has got some gnarly hail with it. Are you still targeting that one, or are you thinking more of going east?
Yeah, we are headed east on 412. I'm trying to determine. I think we're gonna maybe try to get in front of this cell. Looks like there's an inflow notch developing near Douglas.
Douglas, okay. Let's see, where's Douglas? Yeah, so I think Dan is talking about this storm. Wait, let me just make sure. Oh, okay. No, Dan is talking about this storm. Oh, wow. Okay. So Dan is talking about this storm right here. Dan's going to try and catch up to this sucker. Dan, that is moving. It was just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's moving. It's got 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's moving due east at about 45 miles an hour. So really strong winds with that thing, and large hail, golf ball size or greater. So looks like if you're in your Covington and Douglas, you got a strong storm moving your way. And I mean, the velocity is they're definitely, I mean, with any right moving storms, right? Those are your trouble. Those are your trouble storms. Those are your trouble children. And so this storm is definitely surging off to the east. So, but then this storm off to the north, also going through Goldtree, has a pretty strong hail core. So both of those, and that is developing kind of an inflow notch as well. So I think both of those storms are probably going to be the two that Dan targets here in central Oklahoma. Now, further off to the north, let's go and look at this storm, because this is our other tornado warning that we have. And this is right along the Oklahoma-Kansas border. And this was our storm we were watching kind of do tornado genesis live. And recently it just got kind of, it did a full, oh my gosh, look at these winds though, guys. This storm is still a very, very dangerous storm. And it's I mean, absolutely getting its act together quick. I would not be surprised if this dropped once this merger is complete. I think this is going to be trouble in about maybe 10 to 15 minutes here. Once this storm kind of eats this other storm, we're going to have a big Houston. We'll have a big problem here, because this is still, the merger has not destroyed the organization of this. You still have really strong winds that are now getting sucked up here. And these winds that were kind of moving this way with that other storm have completely diverted, right? It's like a plane that was headed for Houston or headed for an airport and diverted to another airport. That's what we have going on right now. These winds were headed due north, and then these other winds started to run into them, and it's now they're starting to turn them. And so this is trouble, people, because what we're having now is these winds are now starting to turn like this, and these winds out of this storm were already turning like this. And so here's your rotation in there. And that's where I'm really concerned, because these are very strong values. You can still get a tornado in this, even though there's rain, even though there's this, it's a big mass of rain. You can get a tornado in there. You definitely can. Raymond asks, "Is it this messy storm mode?" Raymond, that's a good question. We still have it. We're in a very high parameter space, and we're still a long way from this thing being over. But it has not materialized. We have not had long track tornadoes yet, right? We definitely have not. We maybe have had a couple. We have not had any long track tornadoes. But this storm, right now is the one that by far I'm the most concerned about. It's still moving due east, just to the south of Antony. And I see we did get Ginger Ninja. There's Ginger Ninja. Where's LB? Someone get LB back in here and tell her Ginger Ninja's here. LB, we did finally get Ginger Ninja 2. Yeah, Scott says there's a lot of CGs on the left side of this. You are right about that, my friend. There is a lot of CGs, cloud to ground lightning. Got a lot of cloud to ground lightning right here. That's a big indication of some strength. It's strengthening, guys. This is a strengthening storm. It is number 2, LB. It is number 2. So dangerous storm here. Dan's pushing towards this storm in Douglas, though. Don't think. Let me just make sure Greg isn't.
I'm not committed to it, Brady.
Oh, you're not?
We're gonna have an open mind when we get up here.
Oh, you know what? That's the best way to be. You got to have an open mind. You got to have an open mind, because I will say you may have trouble catching up to it, Dan, because this thing is kind of hauling some serious booty off to the east. This other storm to the north, in the Goltree storm, is trying to rotate as well, Dan. This one right here, it's definitely trying to spin. Gosh, I really don't like the look of this, guys. You on radar, you could I'm going to put this in motion here. You can see the rotation of this. You can see the rain. You like this whole thing right here is rotating. See that? It almost looks like a hurricane. Right? You can tell right at the center of the screen. Right here. There's your rotation. Watch the rain just rotate around there. So that's the problem. I don't necessarily think there's a tornado with it yet, but it's very clearly rotating. This whole thing is rotating. So as soon as this merger gets complete, we might have some serious problems here. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. The other tornado warning that we have is on the Oklahoma-Texas border. Now it's fully in Oklahoma. Ardmore, this is just to your south. This is a nasty storm. We've got large hail with this. Yeah, Carly's just flicking through chasers. You know what? Of all the chasers we have, I have Dan. I take Dan over all of them. Hear that, Dan?
I hear that, Brady. Are you really sure you want to do that?
Yes, I am. Gosh, I so want to play. My aunt has sent me the theme song from Free Willy, and I want to play it so bad. And I don't even care about the copyright. Gosh. Ooh, okay, so look at this. This is that storm just east of Marietta. So Marietta, Oklahoma. This is probably the storm to the north probably isn't producing a tornado. This one, I would say the storm to the north I'm more worried about, but this one definitely could have a tornado right now with it. So the town of Marietta, you have a possible tornado moving your way. I don't think there's really any debris. I mean, it's going to be hard to see. It's really hard to see inside this storm from this far away. But that makes this really difficult, because I can't. There could be a tornado on the ground with this, but I can't tell. There's probably very little chase. Let me see if there's any storm spotters on this. Let me see. Spotters. Oh, they're actually okay. Never mind. I'm wrong. There are a lot of spotters on this. Yeah, here's that storm down in Marietta. There's a ton of people. Oh my gosh. Okay, I was completely wrong. There's a ton of people on this. So there probably isn't a tornado on the ground then, because if there was, one of these 30 million people would Let's see it. Watch all these people. Watch all these people figure out how to cross the Oklahoma-Texas border. I mean, that's you talk about storm chaser convergence, people. That's what we're looking at right there. Every one of those green circles is a car, and there could be, or is a person. Sorry, there could be more than that there. Those are just the people that are registered. So that's crazy. Let's look at the convergence up on these suckers. Oh yeah, there's a ton of people up on these, including Dan. Dan is the man. Yes, T. Harris. Dan is the man. He is absolutely the man. Oh my God, my family is the best.
Brady,
Yeah,
your dad
you're
is
right,
the man.
Jess. With oh gosh. Oh, Jess says we love Dan as well. I love that. Yeah, Jess, you're right. With the way this is all, yeah, there's definitely going to be an MCS threat for Eastern Kansas tonight. Paul, great question. Let's quickly hit on that. So, Paul wants to know how many confirmed tornadoes do we have on the ground? Well, let's go ahead and pull that up. Transition to this. So what we're going to do to see that is we're going to pull up the storm reports. And what I learned from my good friend Dan, and hopefully I can remember how to do this. Dan, how do I get to the storm reports? That cool product that you had?
Go to the storm reports, like the traditional one.
Yeah. Wait, there it is. Yeah, I got it.
And then along the left there, in that blue column, it's going to be the storm report.
Got it. Dan is the man. God. Go. There's like 7 people that said Dan is the man. Tabitha loves Dan. We all love Dan. All right. So far today, guys, and you can't see it. So far today, there have been a total of 7 tornado reports. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're confirmed tornadoes, but there have been a total of 7 reports. So there probably is going to end up being a confirmed tornado down just to the south of Abilene, Texas. There are 4 reports down there. And then and then there are some hail and wind reports down here. 49 hail reports. That's a lot. There was another tornado report to the south of Wichita Falls near Windthirst. Okay, Windthirst. You guys remember Windthirst? That was the kind of one of the first tornadoes that we saw that was confirmed. So that was probably another one. So there's at least probably 2 tornadoes at this point. And then up in there was some up here. Yeah, here it is. Up here, this was in Mutual. We had a confirmed tornado report. This was from a chaser. So this was, and I actually saw that video at the corner of my screen. So that was on the ground. And then just off to the east a little bit too, there was another tornado that was observed. And that actually might be the same tornado. So I think in total so far, we've had probably 4, 3, anywhere from 3 to 5. And then there was a report up here that was report of a suspected tornado. This is the storm that we're on now. So that's what we've seen so far. Yeah, Reed is definitely out there somewhere, Tabitha. He's probably chasing. I mean, there haven't been many, like this has not been a widespread outbreak so far. The parameters have been, I mean, oh my gosh. Actually, I want to show that here. The parameters, yeah, no problem, Paul. Hey, keep me honest. Every time you want to see that, let me know. But let's just check back in with this storm up here. good news is it's, oh, look at that. It's like a Jabba the Hutt storm. It's a nice like Jabba the Hutt storm right now. It's just a big like blob. I don't know why I drew a smiley face there. So at least in the short term, this is fascinating. Watch, and remember how we said this was going to destroy the storm in the short term? It totally has. The storm itself is still rotating, but it's formed this big mass, and it's going to be a little while before it can drop something new. So looking at the storm itself, it's still rotating, and you still got your area of rotation right in here. But there's probably not a tornado on the ground at this point, and that's good, right? So Anthony, I know you're right. Not the person. I don't know if there's probably an Anthony in the chat. Not you, Anthony. The town, Anthony, Kansas. You're in the direct path of this thing, regardless of if there's a tornado or not. There's going to be some strong winds, and it's definitely a rotating blob. It's a nice little rotating blob here, but. Regardless, Anthony, if you are going to get a tornado, which I don't think you are, you're still going to get some strong winds and some hail. Dude, my family is a mess. Is a hoot. Just unbelievable. So I think if we go back and look at this, guys, I think we did have a tornado with this probably near Hazleton. Right? I mean, right there. We probably had a tornado, and then it got sucked up by that other storm, and now, I mean, if look at that. Actually, this is going to be fascinating. Putting the motion on this. See it really try to rotate here. It's really trying to rotate. But it's just there's too much rain. There's too much rain impacting this storm. And yeah. Another cat. I don't have a cat actually. I probably should get one, but I don't have one. All right. Dan's driving through some rain right now. Dan, let's get a quick update from you. I'm also going to quickly stand up. So go, Dan.
We are still east on Highway 412, and we are passing through Enid, Oklahoma. And I want to give a big shout out to everyone in the chat. You all are amazing, and I don't know if I say that enough, but I feel that way. And I think Brady is doing a great job as well. Phil's doing a great job, and Greg's doing a great job. Everyone's doing a great job today. But we really love you all in the chat and watching. You all are amazing. Hey, Tabitha, Elizabeth, Carly, Raymond, Scott, Jess, everyone. You all are amazing. And like when we ask questions like, hey, could you check this? Or can you, we need to find something out. You all are always so quick in the chat with the answers. Paul, how's it going? So yeah, we're passing through Enid. We've got folks waving at us. We're waving back. It's right now the cell that we were chasing. Not a lot going on with it. We're pretty much out of range for the cell up in Kansas. I mean, we could blast up there, but I don't know. Today's just been one of those days where, fortunately, we haven't had a lot of the bad things we were looking for materialize, which is great. I mean, Oklahoma's been hit hard here lately, so everyone needs a break. Thanks, Scott. We will definitely try to be safe. Thanks, Paul. Thank you, everyone. once again, hats off to Brady. And I want to give a shout out to Bryant Patterson. He's been driving us today. He's done an excellent job. Just having a day of this. So. Jody, thank you so much. The Harris family is wonderful. They raised a great son, Brady. So. And Carly,
I heard that,
on with the
Dan.
warnings.
You're way too kind, my friend. You're way too kind. They did a great job. I just haven't, I've still got some work to do.
Well, on the path to perfection, you find excellence.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and Dan had a great point there, guys. I think everything Dan said is amazing and awesome, but the threat hasn't materialized as much, I think, and that's good, right? That's good news so far. The parameters are still incredibly high, and there still is this blob of storms is having trouble because it's not discrete enough. But that doesn't necessarily mean that any storms that do form off to the west, and there's actually one about to move into Oklahoma City, that doesn't necessarily mean that there couldn't still be something that happens. Ooh, LB says this is getting really lovey-dovey. You know what, LB? You gotta show some love to your brothers and sisters because there's too much hate in this world. Too much hate. We're here. We're all about the love on this stream. Sorry, guys. I'm just having some. I'm having some peanuts right now. Getting some energy. All right. LB, you can't reveal your identity like that. Come on. All right. So this is what I was talking about in Oklahoma City. Raymond called me a weather peanut. Are you kidding me, Raymond? What is going on? What is going on? This is crazy. All right, so let's just take a look at this because we've got two tornado warnings. And this storm is just moving through Anthony right now. Anthony, Kansas. The rotation is still there, but it's broad. So that's good news that this, so far, the merger on this thing has really killed it. And they've still got it warned. It expires in 5 minutes. But it's still warned. It's still a dangerous storm. And, it's still nothing to mess with here. I'm going to turn the spotters off. I think we're probably sick of that. Further to the south, we still have that tornado warning on this storm in this radar hole. We just can't tell. We really can't tell because it's just moving further into this hole. Why don't you just stick a radar down here? Right here. That would be sick. But there's a ton of chasers on this thing, guys. So if this had a tornado on the ground, this would probably be warned. This would probably be an observed warning because the amount of people on this storm, someone's going to call into the National Weather Service and say, hey, unless they all can't get cell service, which I find that hard to believe, there's probably no tornado on the ground with this thing. off to the north, we have and we're gonna have to watch this storm, because this is remember that storm that we looked at going towards Oklahoma City? That's this storm right here, and it's showing some signs of strengthening here. It's having a little bit some lightning kind of on the south side of it. Let's just look at it in rotation here and see what we got. And it's still kind of struggling, to be honest. In the last 30 minutes, it hasn't really changed much, but it's by itself and it's in a very high parameter space. If we look, oh my God. I mean, this is actually kind of fascinating because, and let me just quickly show you guys what I'm looking at here. This is kind of fascinating here because look at the parameters. This is insane. Once again, the purple and the LB, I'll show that in just a sec. The purple and the dark purple, that is like really high parameters. This is exactly what was modeled. This is exactly what the model showed us was going to happen with this space. There was going to be a lot of really, really high parameters. All the ingredients are going to be there for strong long track tornadoes, but it just has not materialized so far. And this storm, which is all by its little lonesome self and is in a space of really high parameters, it just can't get its act together. And maybe it's because there isn't enough CAPE. Maybe it's because storms moved through there earlier, but it's just struggling. And these storms to the north, there's too many of them. There's too many of them. These are all in really high parameter space, but there's too many of these storms to be able. They're all affecting each other in a negative way, right? It's like it'd be like going to an intervention where everyone at the intervention, you were all intervening on each other, and so you just kept bashing each other, or not bashing, but like you just kept telling each other what was what's wrong with you and everything. That's what's going on up here. This is one big intervention, and everyone is just like throwing insults at each other, and they all just can't get their act together. And that's good. That is really good, because as you can see, the event itself, the conditions are being realized. There is absolutely some strong conditions in place for tornadoes, but the storms themselves, that's another story. And this is a really good indication, or this is a really good thing to listen. You can have all the ingredients there, but if you don't have someone that shoves the cake in the oven, it's not going to bake. It's not going to bake. You got to shove the cake in the oven, and then you got to put the timer on. In this case, we got all the ingredients. They were all mixed together. No one shoved the cake in the oven. There goes my headphones. I don't understand how these other streamers do it, and they stream for 8 hours and their headphones never die. Maybe my headphones just suck, but mine always die after like 3 hours. Elizabeth, you got to stop with the food. You're going to make me even hungrier. Oh. Well, I guess some of them do. Yeah, you're right. But then how do you get up then? Like, how do these guys get up? Oh, I did say cake. I did just say cake, didn't I? Wait a second. Oh, my browser lost. Hold on. Whoa, that is not. Yikes. This is why I need someone in the back doing my graphics, because I just mess it up. Okay, let me make sure my headphones. Okay. Looks like Dan is at a gas station right now. See, Dan's probably getting food right now, and I'm not. That sucks.
Brady, we are not eating. We were trying to take a bio break.
Okay, here we go. All right, we're back in business now, people. Wait a second. There we go. All right, we're back in business, and so is Dan. I see Dan just got to the gas station. Dan, did you get any good gas station food? The people in the chat want to know.
No, Bryant's got a candy bar. I haven't eaten. We were trying to do a bio break and it didn't work well.
May have lost Dan for a second. He probably went outside. He probably forgot something. All right, guys. We only have one tornado warning so far. 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Oklahoma City is about to get hit by a storm. But it still is having a hard time going. All right, so let's just do a quick overview here. I know we had someone that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. I know we have a couple viewers in Ohio right here. This is in eastern Ohio. Gosh, I bet if I looked out the window, I could see the lightning on this. God, I love looking at lightning, by the way. So this is your thunderstorm warning in Ohio. Really nothing. I mean, some wind, some hail. Probably some wind. North Carolina, we've got us for thunderstorm warning. Kingston, North Carolina. Not really too concerned about that. Down in Florida, going to be one heck of a light show tonight at the beach. I love going to the beach and watching storms at the beach. We can hear Dan. It might be you. It's definitely me. Great. Yeah, Dan, I can't hear you. Give me once. Well, this always happens. Dan, try again.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Brady,
God.
can you hear me?
You know what? This is a perfect time for local on the 8s because I need to refresh my thing. No, oh, he just left. It's totally me. All right, hold on. Let me try to let me just put this camera on and I will be right back. Give me 10 seconds. And I'm back. All right. All right, Dan. Let me just I think it was me. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Brady?
There we go. It was totally me. Don't worry about it. It was totally me. Yeah, whenever I switch headphones, Dan, it like half the time my connection doesn't work and half the time it does.
Okay, I jumped out of the website thinking I'm back.
No, it's totally me. All right, so let me let's do our little local on the 8s here. I think it's time we'll do it quicker. We'll make it a little bit quicker this time. I know last time it wasn't as quick, so we'll get right back to the warnings here, but it's time for the local on the 8s. It's sorry, not local on the 8s. And now your local on the Meower. Crap. Guys, for the next local in the meow hour, I want you guys to tell me where you are. And so that way, for the next local in the meow hour, I'll focus the radar where you guys are. Whoops. All right, we ended a little quick there. Yeah, guys, for the next local in the meow hour, let's actually would be really fun. I'll try to focus where you guys are instead of just focusing on the broad area. I'll like zoom in. Okay, so we got some in Ohio. All right, that's good to know. All right, I did want to make that a little shorter though, so we could do a because we did get a new tornado warning. That was for the that was really for that same storm to the south that just keeps trying to produce. Okay, we've got someone in Chicago, someone in New York. All right, that'll be good to know. But that same storm that that's actually a good shot by Dan. But that same storm that just keeps. Okay. Now this is an observed tornado, guys. This is an observed tornado that was just to the south of Ardmore, Oklahoma. So I think we have Phil as well. Phil, try and see if there's any cameras down there. I looked once. Excuse me. I don't think we have any cameras down there right now. But
it is pretty slim. But yeah. I'll look to see if I can find some facing south.
Okay.
Might have some success there.
Okay, cool. We do have an observed tornado with this. This is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground. And once again, guys, this is a good example. There's a ton of chasers on this. So as soon as this produced a tornado, this was updated to observed. So let's just look at the velocity here. I mean, the problem, it's still in a radar hole. It's still in an absolute radar hole. It's just, yeah, okay, there it is. There's your tornado right there, probably just to the north of Greenville. We have we do have a tornado on the ground that is moving to the northeast. What's wrong with my mouse? Did my mouse just die? Oh, please tell me. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. But this is a confirmed tornado that's moving to the northeast, about 25 miles an hour. So Greenville, you guys are just getting, the Overbrook in Greenville. This thing is right on top of you right now. Hoax Bar, you're right in the path of this province. Dixon, Simpson, Mansville, you guys are all in the path of this tornado that is on the ground. And let's see if we see any debris with it. This is really far away from the radar, so you're probably going to have a hard time being able to tell. Yeah, I think that's just noise. I don't think this is on the ground. Yeah, and Carly, I think Mutual was earlier today. That was where that tornado was, and yeah, there was definitely one on the ground there. But it's hard to tell. But I mean, regardless of if we see debris or not, this is a tornado. It looks like it's on the ground here, and it's pushing to the north and east, right towards Mansville. So we have a dangerous situation unfolding just to the north of Marietta, Oklahoma, where we do have a confirmed tornado that is that's on the ground. And it's actually kind of crazy looking at Dan's stream. The tornado, or the just a second ago, it looked like it was like nighttime, and now it's the lighting from the storm was way different. Interestingly enough, guys, to the north, this was our storm that we were so concerned about. And I think we actually LB's leaving the chat. LB, good to see you. Night night. But this storm, which we were so concerned about, that I think did produce a tornado briefly in Hazleton, it's just now a blob. It is now just a big blob of storms, and it's still rotating, but it's really, the rotation has really separate. Yeah, it's just not. It's got. I mean, it's got really strong winds, and this probably should have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And Wichita, actually, you're probably about to get hit by some strong storm here, but it's the rotation is really lost its rotation. And I'm actually going to see if I can replace the Tulsa camera with the Wichita camera, because that storm's about to move into Wichita. And that will be interesting to watch. Put that over top. Oh, I need to refresh it. That's what I need to do. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, wow, that is actually a cool view. Okay, let me show you what you guys, or what I'm saying here, because that's actually a wildly cool view. Phil, there's a camera in Wichita. Let me see which one. It's I-35 at US 50 northbound. There's a pretty big storm, or there's a really big storm with a bunch of lightning moving in. Let me try and find that. But that same storm, and let me go ahead and put it on so everyone can see. I'm gonna make sure my yeah, so that camera. Actually, I need to bear with us here, folks. There we go. So yeah, Wichita is about to get hit with a really strong storm here, and it's going to be. I don't think there's going to be a tornado with this thing, but a ton of. I mean, just an absolute a ton of lightning here. That's gonna just, you know. I'm actually watching this web camera from the side. That's why I seem so distracted right now, because there's a ton of lightning with this thing, and just. Wow. Oh gosh, Marietta's on the ground. Okay, let's go back to this. Yeah, we're gonna go back to this storm, or this storm down here just to south of Ardmore. We were just on this, and we did see a tornado on the ground. It's still on the ground. It looks like it's still it's not a PDS warning, but it is a confirmed damaging tornado. That I mean, it's really hard for us to tell when or if this is still on the ground or not, because of the fact that it's a radar, it's a complete radar hole, just like we've been saying. So it's really hard to tell for us, or for me, whether or not this is on the ground. The fact that this is still a confirmed tornado, because of there's so many storm chasers on this, is a pretty good indication that it is still on the ground. So dangerous storm just to the north of Marietta here. Dixon, you're in the direct path of this thing. I think I might have found our Wichita camera here.
I found one. I don't know if it's as dramatic as what you got.
Yeah, go ahead, Phil. You can put it on.
It is showing some lightning periodically, and there was some pretty good wind. This is south of Wichita on I-235 on its loop. So it's just on the south end, although I'm getting the circle of death on it right now.
Yeah, their cameras have been pretty finicky.
Here we go.
Their website, this website in general is just so painful. I'm sorry, I'll say it. It's just It's just terrible. Oh yeah, that's a mega storm moving in. It's like I click on some of these cameras and they just don't work. Oh.
Which one did you say you saw that?
It was the I-35 at US 50. Anyway,
I can look. See if I can find it here.
Let's go back to the tornado warning, though. Let's go back to our confirmed tornado right here, just to south of Ardmore. Everyone says hi, Phil. Carly, Raymond, all say hi.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Stormcat 5.
Yeah, we're having a great time here. We are having a
I can't wait to see
time.
your 7 new Stormcat shirts.
Oh yeah, they're epic. Okay, so we have the only tornado warning that we have right now is a confirmed tornado warning, and it is in southern Oklahoma and northern, I guess, right along the southern Oklahoma, northern Texas border. I think this thing has been warned for probably about the last hour, if not more. This thing has had a warning on it for the longest freaking time, and it's showing no signs of stopping here. So this thing is an absolute beast of a storm, and it won't stop. Have you guys ever heard the song "Can't Stop Won't"? I'm pretty sure that's a Taylor Swift song, maybe. I don't know, but this storm itself, literally for the past hour to 2 hours, has just had a tornado warning on it. It's been moving really slow, and this is the first time it produced one. Now, this has just been updated to a radar indicated tornado warning. So I bet probably what happened was this was on the ground, the storm chasers reported it, and then it stopped, and then it went back up. So I think that this tornado has probably went back up and is now no longer on the ground. And there's probably been chaser confirmation of it. Now, the interesting thing in northern Oklahoma, this was the area that we were most concerned about for the last couple of hours. It is just now a blob of storms. And these are all severe thunderstorm warned. And what we're going to see throughout the next couple of hours, these are going to all kind of combine probably into a line. There still could be embedded little circulations in these. But the good news is I think the further west, the further east these go, the less likely they are to produce tornadoes. So for the rest of the night, Missouri, Springfield, and northern parts of Arkansas, you guys are going to see, most likely a line of storms move through, and that line could continue, all the way overnight into portions of Missouri, southern Illinois, Indiana, even Kentucky and Ohio. That's going to impact the severe weather tomorrow. So we do have a risk for more storms tomorrow, but this massive storms that we have right here is all going to impact that. And so however this materializes tonight is going to have a huge impact on the storms tomorrow. But so far today, and this is another update on this storm right here. This was the little cell that could down in Oklahoma City. Look at it. It's falling apart. It is absolutely falling apart, which is great news for those in Oklahoma City. This, I guarantee you, this part of the, folks in Oklahoma City, you're not completely out of the woods yet. I don't want to say the all clear just yet, but the good news is it has not materialized in Oklahoma City like we had thought, at the beginning of the day. And I think if for those that are watching, I think the fact that these storms kicked off earlier than expected, I think that probably had something to do with it, right? We had storms that kicked off in Texas well ahead of when all the models said they would, and that is what kind of caused our storms to really not materialize like they were supposed to, I think. So as we go through the next couple of hours here, we still have a tornado threat, as you can see down here in Ardmore. We still have isolated supercells. We still got some supercells here in Texas as well. These have some large hail, but the storms in the north clearly just can't get going. They're not discrete enough. They're not isolated enough, and so that's good news. Kyle says, "Are you thinking of the Miley Cyrus songs? We can't." Maybe I might be. I don't know. I really don't know at this point. Let's check back in with Dan, though. Dan, we haven't talked to you in a bit. Where are you? What are you doing? And are you still chasing these things?
We are east on 412.
You said 412? Uh-oh.
Yeah, east on Highway 412. We're headed towards Tulsa right now.
Ooh. Are you out in front of this thing, Dan?
We are kind of, let me get you an update on our location.
Like, you guys aren't in rain right now.
Yeah, we're kind of to the northwest of the cell.
Okay. So they're north. Okay, so you guys are kind of behind it, right? Looks like I think they're back here. Yeah, so Dan and Brian are back here. And I think they're trying to catch. They're on Highway 412, which is going to loop them around. Ooh, that's going to be a fun. Dan, if you stay on your current track, you're gonna. This hail core is going to go right over Highway 412. So that'll be fun if you decide to go through that. And I think let's look at the warning here. The warning is golf ball size hail. So I don't know if you wanted to redecorate your car, but that definitely could happen.
So, fun fact, we are in a vehicle that has a reinforced lining. I don't want to really say the brand name right now, but it's like a like a truck butt liner over the entire vehicle.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Love that. So that's good. So that's good. At least it makes core punching a lot easier then. And I do. So Dan, good luck with that. We'll keep an eye on you there. Phil's got a webcam. Phil, where is this for?
So this is the south end of Wichita, Kansas. Currently, they are in the pretty heavy portion, might even be in the hail core, but yeah, lots of lightning flashes, heavy rain. Definitely, you can tell it's slowing traffic down a little bit.
Yeah, just there is an absolute ton of hail with that storm. So that's it's pretty wild. Or there's a ton of lightning with this storm. Just a prolific lightning producer over the city of Wichita. And look, there's some winds. Look at that. That is a nasty storm right there.
Yeah, it's definitely picking up right now as you're talking about it.
I know. Great shot. Look at the winds. Those are strong winds. I tell you what, those are no joke. This is, I mean, the winds I'm seeing right now are estimated, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. The warning itself actually says 70. So I think we could get some pretty strong winds with this storm as it goes into Wichita. So what? Yikes! Look at
Yeah,
that. That is no
that's
joke.
that is some heavy wind right now.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
You can see those rain bands coming across on the surface of the highway,
Yeah.
and even in the sky. You can, or in the air, you can see it too.
Yeah. Yeah. People are slowing down on the freeway. Look at that. Oh my gosh, that car is
Whoa.
getting like blown.
That's what I thought it was hydroplaning.
I know. That one car on the left is just like, you know what? I'm just gonna fly by this guy. He didn't even care. Yeah, I tell you what, I would love to be like out in front of that storm to be able to see all the lightning, because that thing is an electrical absolute just boom after cloud to ground after cloud to ground.
So what was your thought? I know you're talking about it a little bit, Brady. What was your thought on kind of what's transpired, and you think part of it might have maybe been things starting up a little early before the magic hour and the instability really picked up?
I do, yeah. I think I mean, what happened was, if we go back, let's just go back maybe 200 frames here. And this is in Texas, but what happened, I think, was all of the models that I saw had and so this is let's go all the way back to the beginning of the sloop. This is starting at about 2 p.m. So every model that I saw had our initiation not beginning until 7, 8, 9. Originally, I had set the time for this stream at like 7 p.m. was the start time, because things just didn't look. They looked like they were going to take their time, and what I think that allowed that to do was, first of all, the low level jet wasn't supposed to start to get cranked up until about 6, 7, 8. I mean, we've seen in the past couple of hours, if we look at the tornado parameter, and let me just put this on the screen real quick. But if we look at the oops, that's the wrong screen. If we look at the tornado parameter here, this just got ramped up in the past couple of hours, right? If we go all the way back, if this is like way back, this is right when we had all these storms here, maybe about 4 p.m. The tornado parameter, this was not high. There was not that high of tornado parameter. But then watch as we go throughout the next couple of hours, the tornado parameter really starts to ramp up. But by that time, the storms had already combined into these massive storms. They weren't really isolated. They were all kind of in conjunction. We had an isolated storm up here, but there wasn't really low level jet up there, so that's why that didn't go tornado. There was an isolated storm up on the Kansas border, but that wasn't really that didn't really have any tornado parameter up there. And so what happened was, as we went throughout the day, by the time the low level jet cranked up enough to be able to give us tornadoes, all of these storms combined into this big mass. And so that's what I mean is, I think things kicked off way too early. And what that did was, when these storms kicked off in Texas, they blew up quick because there was a ton of CAPE, but they didn't have time to realize the tornado parameter. And by the time they, moved into the low level jet really cranked up, they were all too, much of a blob to be able to actually use it. So that's what I think happened today, and probably why today we still got a long ways to go here, but that's probably why today wasn't as big of a day as it could have been. Whoops. There we go. Does that make sense, Phil? Does that?
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd love to hear from you guys in the chat. What do you guys think happened today? Was there anything you were seeing on Twitter? Anything you were seeing about the models that you think was the reason why we didn't necessarily have any big long track tornadoes yet? At least we have had some tornadoes. Don't get me wrong, but we have not had those long track tornadoes. I think that we thought we were going to have towards the beginning of the day. Yeah. Yeah, it was, Jess. You're right. But we still have we still have some pretty nasty storms here. We still have some storms going through Wichita. We still have some storms about to move into Tulsa. We still have Dan chasing these things. Dan is killing it right now on the roads of Oklahoma. He's driving in basically what I understand is basically a tank, because he's completely confident that he's going to be able to get through this hail core.
Hey, if you want to pull up my camera on the north end of Wichita, Kansas, things are really ramping up there right now.
Phil, I remember this camera from like a week ago when I streamed. I used this exact camera. So this area, I think. Hold on, let me see what part of Wichita this is in. Let me see if I can guess. This is on the south side of Wichita, right?
No, it's on the north side.
Is it near Park City?
It's
Highway 135? No.
It's on
254.
Highway 254.
Yep, Benton. Sorry, this is Benton. Yep, this is near Benton.
Okay.
Yeah,
and it just got in the last probably 2 minutes. Super dark. You can see the rain bands. The lightning is what caught my attention initially, but it really wasn't raining much. And then all of a sudden, it's just hit.
Yeah, and I think that sign is trying to warn people that there's storms. So I'm sure people passing that probably appreciate that.
I think it says "Have a nice day."
Does it? No way. Oh, no shot. Oh, can you imagine? You're in the thick of it, going through a strong severe thunderstorm warning. You just pass a street sign. Have a nice day. Like, thanks.
Oh yeah, look at that car going slower. It's got its hazards on.
Yeah, wow. The wind is really starting to pick up. I tell you what, this area was just a week ago, got hit by a strong MCS that produced winds of like 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. So I'm sure the residents of Wichita are like, are you kidding me? Not again.
Yeah, look at that.
That's classic.
Cars are definitely going slow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that warning. So that's the storm that we're looking at right now on the screen has a severe thunderstorm warning. Has winds 70 miles an hour, and it nickel-sized hail. So hail really isn't a big threat with this thing. It's more the winds, and that's why overnight, we think we're going to have a pretty strong MCS that is produced, because these strong winds are really driving this thing east, and as that combines with some of these other storms, that's where you're going to get your MCS that happens overnight.
Is the HRRR showing that?
It's a great question.
I haven't looked at it. That's kind of why I asked.
It was earlier, but I have not looked at any of the models since we started this. That would be good to do. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Jess needs a dry and safe window for the Indy 500. Yikes. I feel like there's always storms that happen during that. All right, let's look at Kansas here. Nice lightning show for everyone on the stream to enjoy. One of these times we're going to catch a lightning bolt on one of these cameras that just like strikes right in front.
Ooh, that was close just there.
It was. Ooh, yikes.
Whoa.
Whoa. That was
I lost
okay.
power
Did
for a
I
second.
just speak that? Did we just speak that into existence there? That's crazy. Ooh, gosh. Jess just put me in my place. I'd said, oh yeah, they always get delayed by rain. The last one that was shortened was in 2007. Yeah, yikes. Just got me there.
Oh, so the sign says drive high, get a DUI.
Wow.
That's what it says.
Yep.
Drive
that's
high,
everyone's-
get a DUI. The other one says drive to 0 Kansas traffic deaths. So it doesn't say have a nice day. That's my bad.
See, how are people going to drive the deaths down though? Like you can keep them where they are. You're not going to drive them down. I don't know how what kind of analogy that is.
Drive to 0. Yeah, I don't know. Drive to 0.
Okay, actually, interestingly, the HRRR
Whoa.
that don't tell me that just got struck by lightning.
I don't know. I'm going to refresh, see what happens. No.
No. Oh.
That was interesting, though.
Yeah, the lightning is insane.
But it looks like the rain and wind have died down a little bit at this location. Just still heavy lightning.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah, I think the storm is, well, there's still people with their flashing
yeah,
lights.
I see that too. That's my grandma, though. She lives down in that area. I bet she's taking it easy.
Yeah, exactly. Just taking a nice Saturday night drive through in the middle of a thunderstorm.
All right, I'll keep looking at some other options.
Okay,
here.
cool. That was great. So here's the HRRR here. Gosh, I always say, I sometimes say her, I say the HRRR. So this was the 0Z run. So this is about, we don't have the 1Z run. So what this model says it's going to happen is these storms might actually stay fairly separated, which they are. If we look at the, and actually let me put this on the big screen here. We'll keep Dan up there. But if we look at these right now, like I think this looks pretty similar to where they are. So let's take this screenshot, or let's take this view, and then let's look at the radar and see. Yeah, I mean, they're not really, they're all kind of scattered, right? So you've got one kind of complex down here, you've got one complex here, one complex in Wichita, and then one complex down here. So they're all, and then also one complex up here. So if we look back at the model, I think that's actually what the model shows. You've got kind of one complex to the south. Maybe this is too far north, but and this is at let's actually go back a couple frames. So this is at 10 p.m. This is, we're at 9:40 here. So you've got, this is probably a little bit more consolidated, but I think this model is pretty close as to what's actually happening. So I think actually behind it is where you're going to get your line of storms that move through late tonight. So that's going to be your MCS that rolls through overnight. I won't be streaming at 6 a.m. unfortunately, but that's going to be your MCS that rolls through, and that's actually going to impact the next day of severe weather. So if we kind of put this in the broader area, you have, your storms kind of develop, and my gosh, the HRRR hasn't really done that good of a job today, to be honest. But you have your storms, they kind of fizzle out as they move to east. A new complex develops into a big line, and then that line is actually the same kind of catalyst the next day. And so you get this line of storms that starts tonight, marches its way east, probably re-strengthens during the day, and then that's going to be your kind of focal point for some severe weather. And you might actually have a second line that develops behind it. So tomorrow we could have a couple waves, and that is actually really interesting. This model has shown that second line developing a lot, but That's what's going to happen tonight. Behind this, yeah. Thanks, Paul. Love to have you here, Paul. It's 2:40 and we still got Paul. We haven't hit the 200 viewers we hit live last time, but the people that we have are loyal and we've been able to keep them, and that's pretty cool. So thank you guys for sticking around and hanging out with the crew, because this is a lot of fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and check back in with our good friend Dan. Dan, where are you coming up to the storm right now to try and punch through it?
We are just north of the hail core. It looks like it's paralleling us.
Are you still on 412, Dan?
Yeah, if you zoom in a little bit more, we're right there just north of the hail core, northwest of the hail core.
Oh my gosh. So Dan's basically right here, just to the northeast of Morrison, Oklahoma. And Dan, are you going to keep going on 412 right here?
Yeah. Actually, I think we're a little bit northwest of Morrison.
Okay. Yeah, so Dan's probably right here.
Yeah. That's where we're at.
So Dan's about to make the turn south of Hail Doom here, and he's gonna. The good news is this storm, we never advocate here to drive through tornadic circulations or anything like that. This storm is not that. It's severe thunderstorm warned. There's no real rotation with this thing. It's just got some hail and some decently strong winds. It's saying ping pong ball sized hail, so not incredibly large hail, but definitely a strong storm here that Dan is going to attempt to kind of drive. Not attempt. He's going to drive through and he's going to come out, and it's going to be amazing. But Dan, just be careful. Hopefully your car. Well, I guess you said your car is reinforced, so that'll be good.
Yeah, Brian's vehicle has that reinforced lining on the surface.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. I want a car like that. I want a car that can drive through a hail core and be like, you know what? We're fine. There's not going to be anything. Because I tell you what, my car that I have now, I think probably looks like it's been through a hail core. It looks like it's been through a war and a hail core at the same time. If like there was a war going on in the middle of a thunderstorm, and you just set your car right in the middle of the battlefield, that's what my car looks like.
So there is a severe thunderstorm warned storm on the north end of Kansas. And so my screen share right now is showing a camera that's there. Again, just pretty good. I'll get it in motion here again. Pretty good lightning going on there at the moment.
Oh, wow. Yeah, those storms are no joke. I mean, Concordia, Osborne, Beloit, and northern portions of Kansas. That is actually what we're looking at right now on the screen. This is going to be your MCS that comes through tonight, and that affects the weather tomorrow. Is this massive storm that's already formed? This is going to combine and form one big storm here that is going to be your focal point for the weather tomorrow. Ooh, Tabitha says her friend lives in Caldwell, Caldwell in Ohio. It's storming there. Yeah, this is there is a ton of lightning with this. This is an electrical beast. There's some really big hail with this. And so these storms, and I'll just quickly show them here. This is this storm. This is the camera that Phil has. This is this big line of storms. So if I zoom all the way out, all these are severe thunderstorm warned. If I zoom all the way out here, these storms are going to be sliding off to the south and east. And each one of them has its own severe thunderstorm warning on it. and we've got some really strong winds with these. And let's just put this in motion here, because I'm a little. Oh, that's 200 frames. We don't want to do that. Yeah, look at this thing, man. This thing is if this storm had a little bit better parameters up here, this would be tornado warned for sure. Because this is a rightward mover. This is pushing this way. Really strong storm, big supercell. Definite whale shape here. A little bit of this whale's got a little bit of a fat tail. But what's going to happen is this complex and this complex are eventually going to merge together. And then that, just like what we saw on the model, that's going to be your MCS that you get overnight. There's the whale. Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
It's actually that it looks like that. Is it Concord?
Concordia.
It looks like that storm is actually moving into better tornado parameters. I'll show share the screen here and with this Allison Earth data, but Allison House data. But I'll put it in motion, and look at the purple just drastically increased here in the last frame. And that's where that storm is heading. So yeah, you're right. If that congeals to a line, that might be also moving into better parameters, tornado parameters.
Yeah. I would bet that line is probably going to have off and on tornado warnings all night, because the parameters aren't going to be amazing, but those parameters this is about to move into are amazing in a bad way, right? So, I think there's probably going to be a little bit of a localized tornado threat up here for the next hour. And then after that point, you're going to have off and on tornado warnings, probably with that storm, with this line all night. But at the moment, guys, we have 0 tornado warnings. I'm not going to lie. 9:49 tonight. I did not expect this to be the case. It looks like Dan's going through some construction right now. I'm sure Dan's loving that. But I did not expect at this time of night, I did not expect us to be where we are now. I expected, really, I think the worst part of this, I expected to be from maybe 8 to 10 to 11 p.m. So we were kind of supposed to be in the middle, the heart of this thing at this point. But right now, we're not. We have 0 tornado warnings. We don't have any. Look at the ticker in the bottom. There's none. There's zip. That is great, actually great news for those that live in Oklahoma. Now, that does not mean that there won't be. We still have what we want to look for on the map is where do we have our isolated storms, and are they in a good parameter space? The storms in Texas right now, we have a couple of areas of isolated severe thunderstorms. One just to the west of Dallas. That isn't necessarily in a great space right now, but it's got enough to be able to do something. Just to the north of Denton, Texas, we have another kind of complex of storms producing some large hail, some strong winds. But this isn't. If we put them in motion, you can tell. Are these rotating? Are they not? They're trying. They're definitely trying to push east. If they keep moving due east, then I might be a little concerned. Then to the north, we have another isolated cell that did produce a tornado down just kind of near Ardmore and near Dixon. Dixon, Phil, you would die earlier. We had a town name that was like oh gosh,
Dick something or another. I heard you talk about it.
I was like, what? Who came up with that town name?
Talk about it, yeah.
Oh gosh, I
had to agree with you.
And I was just like, what? It was like one of those last names that you see, like you're like, there's no way that last, and it's like an inappropriate last name, and someone just made it up. That's what this town was. It was like Dick Smusha or something, and it was bad. But this storm is your isolated. Yes, it wasn't. I think it was like Dick Worshippers. It was something like that. It's just like, what is going on here? But But this is your other isolated storm that is just to the east of Ardmore. This did produce a tornado. It's not tornado warned right now. Yeah, there it is. It was Dick Worsham. Dick Worsham. And I was just like, what is going on?
I wonder if they've got a high school and you just had graduation from Dick Worsham High School.
Oh God! I
Have a
don't
big
even
D
want to
on
know
their
what's
letter
in that
jacket.
graduation ceremony. I don't even want to know what's there. Paul, thank you, brother. Just wanted to say bye. Thank you, Paul. I will see you next time when you hop on. We usually do this on big outbreak days, and I try to do this as much as possible. So definitely hit that sub button, and then next time we go live, you'll see us. We also got a podcast, so I think you'll have a lot of fun with both. So thanks for joining, Paul.
Brady, if you don't mind, I'm going to show that storm. It looks like it's just died down a little bit here again, but that storm by Concordia on the north end of Kansas, I'll put it in motion. On the left is reflectivity, but on the right is the rotation radar. And for a moment there, that got pretty hot. Just for a couple frames on that, there was a little hook there. I mean, there's still kind of an appendage.
Oh, definitely.
On that storm, but the rotation signal has dropped.
Definitely. Yeah.
Just since I first pulled this up, but might be worth keeping an eye still on that one.
Oh no, for sure. Yeah. The both of those storms have a bit of an appendage on them. And it would make sense. They're in a pretty high parameter space. So I first of all, I just want to give a shout out to Allison House because their data is so cool, and the fact that I can look at the tornado parameter and say and logically, and like I've noticed this as I've done more streams over and over again. Like the areas that have high tornado parameter, like live, are the ones that produce, like I can tell, okay, that storm's starting to wrap up. That's got a hook on it. And the areas that, when a storm moves into an area of not as high tornado parameter, it tends to like stop rotating. And that's incredibly fascinating to me. So it's pretty cool, the Allison House data you can get. And Ryan Hickman was awesome to be able to kind of allow us to use that. And so Allison House does some great stuff. And a little behind the scenes look too for anyone that wants to see the old weather studio. So this is my setup right now, and I think I have my camera back there. I think I'm going to take that camera this week, but that's my setup. You can see it's super dark except for the TVs, which I like to have. I currently have all these TVs on a plastic table though. You can't see it, but there's a plastic table below me and it's holding all of this stuff. And I'm going to be honest, it is not rated to hold all this weight. So there is a very real possibility in the next month that this table's just going to give out because it's one of those cheap plastic tables. I've got like 8 monitors on. And so that's not good. Not good at all.
How do you get your front light looks pretty good though.
Where's yeah. Well, I've got a light up there that's shining on me. So
got it.
I don't know why the backlight is so dark or why it's so dark from the back.
It doesn't matter as long as you can see Stormcat.
It works.
That's all that matters.
It works. Yeah. All right. Let me go. Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
Just to take a look at the cell coming into the Merrimack, the cell that we're on. I'm seeing a bit of an inflow notch wanting to go and a little bit of broad rotation.
Absolutely. I agree with Dan there. So this is the storm that Dan is on. And Dan is, I think, probably... Dan, are you near Morrison?
Stand by. We are just northeast Glencoe.
Okay. Yeah, Dan is right here. Dan is just to the south of Morrison. And so Dan actually I think Dan actually just avoided the hail core, which is great. But this is the storm that Dan is on, and it definitely has let's look at the velocity here. It definitely it's definitely got inflow pushing here and a big uptick in lightning. And then on the backside, you've got some red. The rotation doesn't look incredibly strong, but to Dan's point, let's put this thing in motion here and see if we can see it rotating. It's definitely, it's definitely surging to the south. It's definitely rotating. The fact that it's moving due east and not kind of surging north. And if we put this in motion, you can still look at the. There still is kind of a low level jet here. Well, it actually is interesting. You've got kind of winds pushing this way. I can't see the low level jet like I could earlier today. It's almost like there's a gravity wave that's moving through. You definitely have winds pushing up from the south like this. So the fact that this storm is a right mover, it's moving due east, it's going to run into these winds, and then that's when it could wrap up, right? So this storm is almost starting to take a little bit of a southward turn here. Just in the last couple of frames, you can see it was north of 412, and now it's kind of surging south of 412. And so that'll be interesting to if some of these winds that are kind of pushing up from the south can kind of get wrapped up in here, that could be trouble. So Dan, I don't think there's necessarily any immediate danger with this thing, but you're right. The past couple of frames here, this is the inflow notch that Dan is talking about, right here, right along Highway 412. So that is an indication to me that some of these winds might be starting to make their way into this storm. And if they can make their way far enough into this storm and then start to turn, that's when this hook will start to surge out a little bit, and that's when you'll get some rotation there. Yeah, you're right, Kyle. I do. Although I'm going to be honest, Kyle, if I put blue light glasses on, the ones I have look terrible. I've worn those to work, and my entire team made fun of me because I look like a total. I look terrible. Here, let me go get the glasses that that I should wear. Hold on. These are the true Stormcat glasses right here, baby. You guys like these? I don't think these block blue light though, Kyle. I'm going to be honest.
You wearing those storm chasing next week?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I feel like when I put these on, I've got like lasers coming out of my eyes. Carly says she loves them. You know what, Carly, you're the best. Carly, I feel like if I had like, like a eye patch on, you'd say you love that too. Yeah, surprisingly, these don't block any blue light. I think it's actually concentrating them on my eyes because it actually kind of hurts to wear these. Oh, God. Ooh, Kyle says she loves them. Well, thank you. Tabitha, get out of here. I am not handsome. Get out of here. I've got like, you know what someone told me today? They said my sister-in-law told me my head looks so big, it looks like a watermelon. So, oh God. All right. Well, let's just do a quick check-in here. I'm going to keep these on for a little bit, then I'm going to take them off as I get a headache. But so we have a total of 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings. We actually have not had any tornado warnings for a while now. It's been probably about maybe 15 to 20 minutes since we last had a tornado warning on this, really on our map. We do. I think to Phil's point, I think the area of focus here is going to shift north, and these storms up to the north definitely look more well organized and when way stronger than the storms to the south. And this is really going to be probably the focal point for the next couple of hours here. because these storms have a ton of lightning. They're trying to rotate. But the storms of the south, they're as they push off to the east, these are actually going to weaken. These storms of the south are actually going to weaken, whereas the storms to the north are actually going to strengthen. So this mass is going to push off to the east through Bartlesville, Tulsa, Wichita. As this slides to the east towards Springfield, those are going to gradually weaken. The storms to the north, however, as they slide to the south, are going to strengthen over the next couple of hours. And the reason, because you essentially have a short wave, a low pressure system, and that low is off here. And let me just zoom out because this is actually really fascinating to watch live. You've got a low off to the north here, and this low started in Oklahoma, but is now starting to slide to the north. As that low starts to slide to the north, the storms that are closer to it, so these storms are going to strengthen. And that's why these storms have developed and started to strengthen. And these storms to the south are getting further away from the low. And so that's why they're starting to weaken and just kind of meander and push to the east. Still could have some strong winds with them, but they aren't as strong as they were earlier. And so you're really losing your upper level support in Wichita and Tulsa and Bartlesville and I just want to say Bartlesville because I mispronounced it like 10 times on the stream like 2 weeks ago. But that's why these storms, they're still strong, and Dan's still chasing them, and they still could drop a tornado for sure. But that's why the storms to the north are going to be the focal point right now. And look at these. I mean, these are a beast of a storms. These storms are really, really strong with a lot of lightning, and that's why really this is probably going to be our focal point for the evening. All right, let's go. Let's check back in with Dan. Dan, let's get a quick update here. First of all, Dan, can you see the glasses? What do you think of them? Do you think they're terrible?
No, great, awesome.
Do you want me to get you a pair?
I won't. Yeah, we should all wear them.
Okay, great. They were like $15, so.
I'll Venmo you the money.
No, that'll be my gift. What are you guys seeing there? Are you seeing? It looks like you're starting to actually get into the meat of the storm here. Are you seeing anything? It looks like you're starting to get in the rain core.
Yeah, we're still here on the southern side of the cell. We're just behind what would be kind of the hail core, just southwest of Merrimack.
And Dan, one thing I did notice about this storm just recently, it definitely has surged to the south a little bit. So, there's a little bit of a not really independence just yet, but there definitely is a little bit of a if this can kind of surge out a little bit more here, it might develop something. Right now, yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, we're closely monitoring that and watching velocity.
Say that again, Dan. It's kind of hard to hear you right now.
Sorry, we got a lot of rain. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So what we're trying to do is keep a close count on storm relative velocity and watch for any kind of uptick in the rotation.
Oh, whoops. Let me turn that down. So I think, Dan, we had a hard time hearing you a little bit, but I think you were trying to say that there was a little bit of rotation with this, and there definitely is. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
No, we're looking for rotation right now. We don't see any.
Okay. Yeah, what we would look for with this storm is if we see any surge in the downdraft, or if we see any like starting to get some bright greens. So like this is an example right here. if this storm can get a stronger downdraft here, it'll start to surge out in front. And then that's when the winds out in front that are already kind of going from the south, that's when those winds will create those rotation, and that's when you'll see a hook develop. So that's what we're looking for with this storm, is if we see some brighter greens here, it just means the downdraft is going to be stronger. That could cause a little spin up. That could cause a little tornado. Right now, though, this storm is it's definitely not. It's not really a whale, right? So it doesn't really have a hook, or it's a whale. It's a whale without any legs. It's a really sad. I guess that's kind of a whale. Whales don't really have legs, do they? So, yeah. Stormfront Freaks Enjoyer. Wow. Someone created an account. Someone liked the podcast so much that they created an account. So someone liked the stream so much that they created an account basically doing that. Anyway, that's cool. Welcome, Stormfront Freaks Enjoyer. Thanks for joining, brother. Interesting. I think our webcams are totally chalked right now. Let me see if I can refresh them real quick. I think this webcam actually went down. Yeah, it definitely did. Ninja? No, there's no way that's Ninja. I don't know. Raymond, I really don't know. I just decided to put these on because I'm trying to block the blue light. All right, let's get this webcam back up. Let's find one that looks good. It's a nice quiet night in Oklahoma City right now, which is good. Oklahoma City definitely looks like it dodged a bullet today, which is great news. See if I can refresh the Wichita one now. Dude, this camera's been killing me all night. All right. Jody says scary. Thanks, Jody. Oh, I forgot. We got to do. All right. So guys, really quickly, we're about to do local on the 8s. Give me your location. What location do you want? And Dan, please, while we're doing local on the 8s, if you see anything, just interrupt local on the 8s. Don't wait till it's over. But give me an idea where do you want me to give the local on the 8s for? I know we've got Ohio. I think we have New York. Yeah, I just said, Dan, interrupt us if you. We're gonna do local on the 8s right now, or local on the local on the meower. So if you see anything, just interrupt. Don't feel like you gotta wait.
Also, we're going to be scheduled tomorrow in Missouri and Southern Illinois, so if you want to talk about that as well.
Okay, cool. I'll text you. All right. All right, it's time. Guys, you know what time it is. I think you know. I think you know. And now, your local on the meower. This is your local radar for Washington, PA. This is your local radar for Cincinnati, Ohio. Not much going on. Oh, where'd the music go? All right, we're good. This is your local radar for Eastern Pennsylvania. This is your local radar for Columbus, Ohio. This is your local radar from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is your local radar for New York, because I don't know where Cohoes is. Someone help me out. Where is it? Sorry, Raymond. This is your local radar for the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. All right, guys, that was your local on the meower. Gotta stop that music. All right, guys, that was a local on the meower right there. We'll do that at the top and bottom of every hour. I guess the top and bottom of every hour is the same thing, but that's what. So, how'd you guys like that? I think that's actually better. It's a better idea than just showing the general radar. So. Raymond, I'm sorry. I could not find where your local was. He's waiting for the 3-day forecast. That's fantastic, Scott. All right, so let's just do a quick check-in here. Let's do a quick check-in, quick round robin of the storms we got. Once again, guys, if you're just joining the stream, my name is Stormcat5. I am a meteorologist. Hard to believe, I know, but I am a meteorologist. and I'm the host of Outbreak. Outbreak is a show where we now cast severe weather across the United States. We have a storm chaser, Dan Wallace, with us too. Dan's at the top there. Dan is driving through a severe thunderstorm warned storm pushing into Tulsa. Dan has been hard at work all day. So definitely give Dan a lot of love in the chat. Dan's been chasing all day. Dan's seen some cool stuff. He's seen a funnel, which is pretty cool. I do see we got Drew Ferguson in the chat. Drew, I have not seen you around here before. Thank you for joining, Drew. Let's go ahead and help Drew out with the quick forecast here for Lincoln, Nebraska. I think the good news is new tornado warning. Oh, I don't have my screen shared, so you're not going to hear that sound effect. But there is a new tornado warning that was just issued. Let me actually make sure I share my screen here so you guys can see. You guys can hear it next time. Okay, we'll add it and then put that back. But we did just get a new tornado warning here. So we'll hit that in just a second. I do want to, yeah, thank you, Carly. Carly, I appreciate it. You're the best. Good night. But I think a lot of these storms are going to stay to your south in Lincoln, Nebraska. Let's just take a look here. You will probably get one round of storms, probably these storms, off to the east, or sorry, the west. I don't think that would mean you should stay up all night just waiting for them, but have your phone next to your bed and maybe have a weather radio if you have it. Yeah, thank you, Carly. No problem. Yeah, I know. Every time I try to sign up too, there's always a tornado warning. But have a way to get warnings tonight if you live in Lincoln, just in case. Now, the tornado threat is not incredibly high in Lincoln, Nebraska. Right? It's non-zero, but it's not high. It's not like the risk that we had in Lincoln, Nebraska a week or two ago that produced those tornadoes that we had. So, but sleep with your phone next to your bed, sleep and make sure you have your warnings turned on. If you do get a tornado warning, go to your safe place, which is, as many walls and windows as between you and the outside world. You don't want to have a room with a window on it. You want to try and go to the interior room to your house, but once again, that's probably not going to happen in Lincoln, Nebraska tonight. So you don't necessarily need to stay up and be afraid, right? But have your phone with you and have a way to get warnings. All right. I wonder if that storm is near Dan. Okay. So we have a radar indicated tornado warning. Dan, I don't know if you heard that. But we have a radar indicated tornado warning, and this is for this storm here. And I think actually what I'm going to do is let me just move Dan down there. Yeah, there we go. Actually, I'm going to move him up to the top. But we have a radar indicated tornado warning here. This is for actually the area that Dan was just in. So Dan was just in this area. This is right to the north of Highway 412, about to cross Highway 35, about Interstate 35 here. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. There we go, Jess. Good call. It runs like every minute, so sometimes it takes a second to pull it. But this is a new tornado warning, and this is fairly concerning because do you see this storm, guys? This is all by itself. All the storms that we've had so far tonight have not been by themselves. This one is, and that to me is already a decent sign that we could be in trouble here. Let me go ahead and look at the velocity here. Okay, the good news is it doesn't look like this is an incredibly tight couplet just yet. If there would be a tornado, it would probably be right in here, most likely, maybe a little bit further to the south. But at this point, I don't necessarily think this is on the ground. Just put this in motion here. It's definitely trying to form. Let me see if I can. There's any debris? No, that's not debris. That's not a debris ball. So I don't necessarily think this is on the ground yet, But if you live in Red Rock, this is in Oklahoma. This is our only tornado warning that we have in the entire country. This is east of Enid, Oklahoma. So if you live in Red Rock, Oklahoma, Marland, Oklahoma, Billings, Oklahoma, you are all in this tornado warning. And this storm is pushing east, I think at about, 25 miles an hour. So it's not moving incredibly fast, but it is trying to get going here. And it's pretty north to south, though, in terms of the rotation. So right in there is where I'm a little concerned. Crossing Highway 35 right now as we speak. And if we look at our parameters here, this is still in an area of pretty high parameters. So the purple, and the red are high parameters. Robotics voice, what do you mean? Am I lagging or something? Anyway, the purple and red are the higher parameters, and so this storm is still in a pretty high parameter space, and so that's why I think it's still slightly concerned about. Look at all these storms, though. All these storms are all exiting our kind of higher parameters right now. The purple, the dark purple, that's basically the better ingredients there are for tornadoes. The less, the blue, the blank colors, that's basically saying there's less of a chance, there's less good ingredients for tornadoes. This storm's still in a pretty good area of ingredients here. Let's get a quick update on Dan. Dan, looks like you're stopped. Are you guys turning around?
We got off the 412. We were watching this tornado warning cell to our west. We're making some decisions.
Okay. Yeah, it's still the rotation is still pretty north to south. I don't know if you just saw what I just showed, but they're according to Allison House and GR Earth, there still are some pretty high parameters there. But I don't necessarily think there's anything on the ground just yet. But if this can kind of wrap up like it looks like it's trying to, we might be in trouble here. Yeah, Scott's right. There is no warnings right now in Lincoln, Nebraska. Guys, just want to thank everyone for watching. Tonight's been fun. Good news is we haven't had any significant and guys, I don't, I know some people watch and when there's incredible radar presentations and debris balls and everything, can be pretty exciting, but I don't want that. I really don't. This has been like almost an ideal stream where it's just like, you know what, things are not, bad things aren't happening. No towns being destroyed. I hate it. It makes me sick to my stomach when I look on radar and see a debris ball. So I'm thankful tonight that we have not had, we've maybe had one or two, but we have not had significant damage to large towns or populations. Tabitha says she needs my cat shirt. Yes, Tabitha, I'm going to have to post the gear. It's we're going to have that when my mom joins the stream next, we're going to have to ask her because she got it from somewhere. Dude, Scott, you're unreal with the cat puns. You're unreal for sure. Brady Gaga. I don't know what that means. This is Stormfront Freaks Enjoyers got to be one of my friends. It's got to be. There's no shot. Yeah, Raymond. It can definitely desensitize it for sure. So the good news with this rotation, it looks like it's. I mean, it's I don't like that hook though. You guys, it's linear, right? So it has not wrapped up, but I don't like that hook, guys. I really don't like that hook. It's really trying to form here. Definitely hook alert. So red rock. Got a strong storm coming your way. That is a tornado warned storm. I don't think there's necessarily anything on the ground just yet. Wow. Also, I don't like that appendage up in Winfield. So I did just find a traffic camera of this. Let's pull this up real quick. So this is looking. This is actually looking south. This is looking at that southern storm. It's a little hard to tell because the traffic lights are. But this camera is. Let me just pull up the radar to show you guys. This camera is up here to the north of this storm. It's looking due south at it. And so I want to see if I can maybe find a camera. I want to see if maybe I can find a camera that is to the south of it. I'll let you guys watch that for a second. Brady Meowitize YouTube cat channel. I don't actually know if I did turn that on. Do you guys see? Is there donations? I forget if I turned that on. I don't need you guys. We don't. I'm just happy you guys are here. But looking at that storm, it's definitely, there's a lot of lightning with it. Let me see if I can find something that shows. Ooh, I might have found a traffic camera. Please tell me it's north. Please tell me it's north. No, it's just south. Are you kidding me? I found a traffic camera really close to that storm, but it's just looking south. Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me. Lady Gaga. No, guys, we can't start this. We cannot start this. I'm not Brady Gaga. It's a beautiful storm though. I wish these cameras had like you could hear the thunder. That would be great. So let's see once this car goes by if we can get a visual of the storm here. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Did I hear something about Brady Gaga?
Yeah, someone Elizabeth said Brady Gaga and Lady Gaga. I think she's saying that I'm late like Lady Gaga. And then Raymond says Lady Meowga. Stormfront Freaks Enjoyer says.
Just give you a quick update. We're headed towards Cleveland. We're gonna. Oh, sorry.
So you're headed towards Cleveland. So let's see.
We're gonna head up towards Hominy.
Oh, okay. Wow, I don't like that. I really don't like that. This is starting to wrap up, Dan. So Dan is you're heading up towards, where are you heading, Dan? Oh, you're gonna head up toward Hominy. Okay, so Dan's gonna head up here. This is in the path of this storm. But this storm right now is our only tornado warning, and it is a nasty looking storm. It's a nasty looking storm. Here's what has me concerned. If you can tell just in the last frame, remember it was straight up and down like that? It's no longer like that. How do I come on? Stupid mic's in my way. It's no longer like that. It's starting to curl and twist around here. So you can see this just in the last frame here. You see a little inflow notch right here, and then you see this kind of wrapping around this way. That's concerning to me. That is, you sometimes can see that right before you see a tornado, where once again you have the winds that push out in the downdraft, and then you have the winds if they curl in like that. That's when the circulation will tighten up. That's when it'll drop a tornado. So we could be watching some tornado genesis here. This is still a very high parameter space. This storm is by itself. There's nothing that's going to hinder this storm. And just in the last couple of frames here, watch it develop this hook. And if I would look just frame by frame here, watch, boom, nothing. There's that little appendage we saw. Boom. Watch the hook. See that hook develop? This is our classic whale structure, guys. Check it out. We haven't drawn a whale in a long time. Here's your whale. This is a mean whale. He's angry. Very angry. This is your classic whale structure here. And this is a supercell, and it's pushing off to the east here. So Dan and their team is going to Dan and Bryant are going to try to catch up to this thing out in front of it. Red Rock is in the direct path of this storm. Scott, to your point, this is Red Rock, Oklahoma. You're in the direct path of this radar-indicated tornado warning. I don't think it's on the ground just yet. I'm not seeing any strong indications that it's on the ground, but it is really trying to form. And look, it is all by itself. This whale's got no friends. And that means that's sometimes when it can it be the worst. All right, I'm going to put this on here, and I'm going to put the velocity on. Or I'm just going to put it in motion so you can watch this thing. I'm going to be right back. Take a quick bio break. Dan's going past the McDonald's right now, Dan. No way. Are you going in?
We need to make a pit stop, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Dan, you can't stop at McDonald's and not get something.
Bryant's going to check out the menu.
You got to at least check it out. Just check it out, right? Just check it out. Looks like our storm chaser Dan is going to get some chicken nuggets.
We're going to make an opportune stop here, and then we'll get into position for what's off west.
Fantastic. Yeah, everyone in the chat's telling you get chicken nuggets.
Now I'm on a diet, so I need something that's
Ooh.
also like diet
Grilled
friendly.
chicken wrap. Actually, that might be Wendy's that has that. Get the grilled. No, they still have grilled. Yeah, get the grilled chicken wrap. Rail Fanning wants you to get nuggies. Come on, when the chat tells you to get nuggies, Dan, you got to get nuggies. Come on, brother.
And then I've got friends in Tulsa that are going to cook dinner, so I'm conflicted.
Hey, that's actually wow. So you're going towards Tulsa to stay with some friends. That's actually awesome.
Yeah, Beth said she'd cook me dinner.
I love that. All right, so looking at this storm while they're at McDonald's, gosh, that's making me so hungry. Dan DoorDash. No, this isn't DoorDash. He's there, Scott. He's at McDonald's. Look, Dan is at McDonald's right now. And McDonald's has no idea. Gosh. Now, I don't know if everyone in the chat, are you guys McDonald's people or Wendy's people? I'm definitely a Wendy's person.
Showing up.
Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to play that. All right. So basically what we have here, guys. Yeah, where's the beef exactly? Raymond is a Burger King and Dunkin'. Wait, really? Raymond, I'm gonna be honest, brother. You are one of the few people I know that says that you're a Burger King guy. Right? Like I go to Burger King when all the rest of the fast food is closed. So I maybe I need to have it more. Maybe I just haven't had the wrong Burger King stuff, but burger I don't know, man. I mean, they've got the flame broiled stuff, right? That's pretty good, but oh gosh, ferret with the beetroot on it. Oh, now you're making me not hungry. Ooh, Stormfront Freaks enjoy it. Does not enjoy Burger King. Tabitha's and Mickey D. Jess is Taco Bell. Taco Bell is. Jess, you're gonna make me sound crazy here, but I've never had Taco Bell ever. And I don't know if I can. I just really don't know if I can. Gosh, and a Dunkin' guy too, nonetheless, Raymond. All right, so if you guys can't tell, this is like a different angle here. We're having fun. I love it. But this is that storm that we're looking at. This is the only tornado warning that we have in the entire United States, and it is in Oklahoma. It is in northern central Oklahoma, about maybe 60 miles north of Oklahoma City, and about maybe 30 miles to the northwest of Tulsa. And this storm is a nasty looking supercell here. The warning says it's got tennis balls. Excuse me. The warning says it's got tennis ball size hail. And it's a strong storm here. It's a really strong storm here. Definitely could be producing a tornado. But I'm not necessarily seeing. I mean, it's got a broad area of rotation here. Definitely a broad area of rotation.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Montague County in north central Texas.
Give me 1 second here. We'll take a look at that tornado warning in just a sec. Sorry, I'm just changing something on the screen here. So just give me 1 second and we'll hit up that tornado warning. Ooh, interesting. I just saw an update too of why this storm may be struggling to produce a tornado. Still a tornado warning, still a dangerous storm though. Let me check this out. Sorry, I'm just I'm fixing something on the stream, so there was something wrong with my graphics here, and I'm just gonna make sure my tornado warnings update. Do-do-do. Sorry, just one more second here. Guys, if you are new to stream, thank you for joining. First of all, go ahead and like and subscribe to the show. That helps us out tremendously. And you guys are awesome. All right. So we've got Dan Wallace in the top right corner. He's at McDonald's. We do have a second tornado warning that just occurred down here in Texas, to the north of Dallas, Texas. And yeah, this is a nasty storm. This is an isolated storm. This is a supercell here. Got your whale. This whale's hungry. He's about to eat some McDonald's chicken tender or some McDonald's fries. My art is terrible. Yeah, that's terrible. We're just going to forget we need to get that off the screen because I had terrible art. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for let's see, where is this at? This is in Texas, and this is for just east of Bowie. So this is a new tornado warning that we got. This is southeastern Montague County and north central Texas. And this is a radar indicated tornado warning with golf ball size hail. Let's look at the velocity here. Yeah, definitely a little bit of a hook right in there. I mean, you definitely have a hook with this thing. You definitely have some strong wind moving away from the radar, getting sucked into this, and then you also have it kind of wrapping around the backside. So you could have a tornado here. I don't necessarily think there could be one on the ground. If there would be one on the ground, it would be right here, right to the south of Salona, Dry Valley, Forsberg, Fremont. You guys are all in the path of this dangerous storm and all in the direct path of this tornado warning. And no problem, Fuzzy. I'm glad to hear you now. I'm glad to see you now. If you can't tell, the glasses are on. Things have gotten crazy. The good news is, Fuzzy, to catch you up. Yep, we've got Stormfront Freaks Enjoyer, who's I think he's just copying and pasting his name into the chat for some reason. But this is our one tornado warning, and Fuzzy, to catch you up, guys, if you just joined the stream today, luckily we have not had as bad of a day, I think, as we expected originally, and a lot of this was due to some of the storms kicking off early. I think that was a big reason why. That things hadn't necessarily materialized like we thought they were going to. Sorry, I'm just moving my mic. And that's good. That's good news. That's really good news for now. The interesting thing is, so this is one tornado warning down in Texas, and I really don't like that last frame. See this increase in the wind here? That could be an indication of a forming tornado here. And look at the hook. That's trouble. That is big time trouble. The fact that I see a more pronounced little hook here, that means these winds are really starting to ramp up. And these winds, if they can hold together and don't get blown apart from this inflow, That could be a short-lived or even a long-lived tornado. But I really don't like this radar signature. Could have a tornado on the ground with this thing. No debris just yet, but possibly a tornado that's on the ground right now, just to the south of Dry Valley. And this is all in Texas. The second tornado warning that we have is the one that Storm Chaser Dan and Bryant are on. It looks like they just fueled up, and I saw them race out of the car. And I think the reason why they did that is because it looks like this appendage is looking a little bit healthier than we just saw. So this is your second tornado warning. This expires in about 13 minutes. Now, they did not extend it. They have not extended it into east Oklahoma yet. But they may. Let me look at the velocity and see if they. Yeah, I mean, this is a very broad, but it's way stronger rotation than we just saw. And a concerning sign is, see this red right here? I think this is RFD surge. And so what that could be a sign of, that could be a sign of a strengthening rotation here as this wind pushes out this way. You've got wind that's wrapping up here. And so that's only going to cause that wind to turn this way and strengthen that rotation. Yep, Jess says news through thunderstorm watch for Iowa, Kansas, and Nebraska. That's good that it's a severe thunderstorm watch and not a. The storm is eating fries. Yes, that was the whale storm we talked about. Fuzzy's saying hi to Jess, Scott, and Tabitha. Love that. Yeah, Elizabeth, you're right. The cap lift. Yep. Okay, so here we're about to get another tornado warning. Extension. Dan's probably going to get alert on his phone here.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for West Central Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Pawnee County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Tell me you guys could hear that, right? You guys could hear that tornado warning, right? Great. Fantastic. Things have our technology has cooperated with us so far today. Yeah, Jess, we should we'll look at that MCS, or we'll look at that mesoscale discussion in just a second here. So it looks like Dan and Brian are filling up at the gas station, I think. So they're having some nuggies while they fill up that gas station. Give me 1 second. I got to stretch my legs. Ooh. And I'm going to switch headphones. Fantastic to hear. Okay. Oh. Dan, can you hear me? So I'll make sure my mic headphones are working. Oh, gosh.
Can you hear you?
Sorry, guys. I just switched my mic to my headphones. That's terrible. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Hey, yeah, we just filled up, and we are going to be headed for Hominy.
You filled up both from a food perspective and from a gas perspective, right?
Roger that.
Fantastic. Thanks, Fuzzy. And I don't know if you saw it, Dan and Bryant, but they just extended the tornado warning almost to homily. So they just extended that tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm. And just in the past couple of frames here, the rotation has definitely started to kind of tighten up. Although in the last couple of frames, it's lost a little bit of definition here, but I mean, it is enough to warrant it. It definitely, I mean, it's got the structure. It definitely has the structure here. This storm has definitely got your whale type structure, and it's a big one. It's got a big old head, and this whale's kind of going to the south here. He's a mean whale. He's angry, and he's pushing. Yeah, this is I mean, this storm itself. This is just a massive storm here. Scott just says it's good to see you hit the water jug. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, Scott or Dan. Scott says you're good for another 6 hours of driving. So that's the plan, right? You're gonna keep driving till like 5 a.m. tonight. We're gonna stay on till 5 a.m. Right, Dan?
And you too.
Brian's laughing. Brian, I don't think I met you, man. What's up?
I'm actually eating right now. I'm good.
Hey, did you get the nuggies?
Yes, they're awesome.
Oh yeah, I love it. Guys, chat. Bryant just.
I will actually meet you on Tuesday.
Oh, fantastic! I'm excited to meet you, Bryant. That's awesome. Cool. Well, Bryant's got the nuggies, so he took your advice. Let's just check back in. We'll come in, check. We'll come back right back to this tornado warning. Look, first of all, look at how far this radar is in northern Oklahoma, and this storm is so tall that it's picking up this storm from that far. And look, right at the center of the tornado warning, there's a hole. That is okay. That is actually fascinating. I really want to send this at some point in the future. We're probably going to have some different folks, like some of our past guests. I know on Weather Brains, I was on Weather Brains about a week ago, and we talked to Rick Smith, warning coordination meteorologist with the Storm Prediction Center. And first of all, Rick's amazing. He's one of the smartest guys I know. But I would like something like this. I would love to show him and be like, "What is this? Is this the top of the thunderstorm? And then is that where the hole is? Is that the mesocyclone? Or I don't know. That is incredibly fascinating to me. That we can see that way far away from the radar. Because then watch, if we look at the close radar, that's what the close radar looks like. And right there where the circle is, that's the mesocyclone. So if I were to zoom out here, if I were to circle this, actually I don't think I can circle and then click on the radar. No, I can't. But that's pretty fascinating. Yeah, Weather Brains is great. They're a fantastic group, incredibly smart group of people, and a really interesting show. Okay, so this rotation down here in Texas, once again, we've got 2 tornado warnings right now. I know the graphic says 3. Really, there's only 2. It's 2 different storms are warned. We've got this one down in Texas. This is definitely trying to produce. If it did produce one quickly, it's starting to cut off the inflow here. So maybe this if there is one, it'll probably be short lived. But there is really strong inflow pushing into this thing. That's what the red color is. And then you've got some strong outflow. So you could have a tornado right here where this couplet is. This is some pretty decent gate to gate shear. And if this little inflow here can make its way right there, that could really strengthen that. Yeah, Elizabeth says it's the center of the meso updraft. Yeah, that is really interesting how we could see that from that far away. And now we can still see it. Yeah. So this is fascinating. So this is like the anvil. This storm, first of all, this radar is 228 miles away from this storm. and we can pick up. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm just nerding out right now. But we can pick up this storm. And so this is the whole, like, this is the anvil of the storm. And then right in the center, that's like your rotating updraft. And so that's why there's like a little bit of a donut hole in the center. That doesn't extended the tornado warning right here. Ooh, sorry, I'm just stretching. Get the old legs. Get the old legs. All right. All right, so that new tornado warning was an extension of the of this beast of a storm down in Texas. You did not hear the alert? No shot. You just got to be messing with me. And then this is our second storm. This is our second tornado warned storm here, and this storm is the one that Dan and Brian are chasing right now. It's still got a tornado warning on it. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, and I mean it is really trying to get its act together here. You've got your rotations right in there, and just in the past couple of frames here, it's the rotations really kind of if we look where it was just a second ago, I mean it's really trying to get its act together, and so this if we look at this radar here. You definitely have a little bit of a surge here in the RFD. You definitely have winds kind of wrapping itself this way. So this is a full on supercell, and it's got a ragged hook. The hook is kind of almost being like, I mean, you can if you put this in motion, watch, you can see what the storm is doing, right? You can see the storm itself is the winds are wrapping around this way and pushing out in front of this thing. That's the RFD. And so what that's causing it to do is like this little appendage right here is actually like an updraft being forced. That's air being forced upward from that wind. And so if the low level jet can ramp up into this storm, that's when you'll get a little spin up that'll happen. That's when you get a little spin up, and that's when a tornado would form. Now, what we can look for that is the tornado parameter, and I've got this centered right on the storm right here. So if we look at the tornado, the best tornado parameters, this storm is kind of riding along that ridge of tornado parameters just to the north. And so, this storm for maybe at least the next 5 minutes to 20, anywhere from, probably the next half hour, this storm's going to be a problem. Now watch these parameters. These parameters are sliding to the north. My guess is the low level jet's kind of cranking to the north, and really look at the decrease here just to the south of that. So your low level jet here is kind of moving a little bit further to the north. It's moving with that low. Remember I showed you guys that low, right? If I'd kind of I think this is going to work. I just added a new feature on the graphics, and we're going to do a little test here, people, live. I added a new feature that should allow me to draw on this map. Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. You see that? Oh, yikes, that was not good. What was that? Okay, see that low? I hate the purple color. That's terrible. You can't even see that. That low's sliding off to the north here. And as that low slides off to the north, see this yikes, what is going on with that? The marker. Okay. As that low slides, yikes, this is falling apart here. As that low slides off to the north, those low level winds are going to keep sliding with it. And so that's why you can't even tell because the arrows are purple. But that's why these tornado conditions, this low level jet is moving further north. And so as it moves further north, the storms, the conditions aren't going to be as good in Oklahoma. All right. Well, the good news is the marker worked. The bad news is that is probably the worst color to use. Let's get a quick check in with Dan and Bryant. Dan and Bryant, where are you guys? Let's figure out where you are.
We are still headed towards Hominy. We were stuck at a
Traffic light construction.
construction. They had it down to 1 lane.
Oh, yikes. You hate to see that. Have you guys crossed the whatever river this is? Wait,
Yeah,
it's
we
a lake.
crossed the Arkansas River.
Yeah, we already crossed that.
Okay, got it. So you guys are almost in Hominy then. So if we look on radar here, guys, this is the tornado warned storm off to the west. They are probably like right here. So this is a beast of a storm that Dan and Brian are coming up to. And it's still a tornado warned storm, still a dangerous storm. It still has a hook on it. See that hook? We still have that defined feature. We still have got an inflow notch that the clear air can kind of move into. It's not as defined as it was, but you can, on the backside, you can still see that wrap around like that. So we still have inflow that's getting into this thing. And as long as we have inflow that's wow, yeah, a little lightning on their screen. As long as we have inflow that's getting into the storm like that, that's trouble, right? Because that's going to keep trying to form a tornado. Let's look at the velocity here and see what we got. It still looks like there is a there's a surge of winds right out here, but the rotation is still broad. So I'm not seeing a tight couplet just yet. So that's good news. But definitely it's still in an area of pretty high parameters. So all it's going to take is a little bit of a strengthening of some low level winds that push into this thing, and that'll all it takes. Now, the thing that this storm has working against it, though, is see this kind of surge of. So if we look at the radar's off to the left. See this surge of wind out here. This red. This is winds pushing this way. And so if these winds push too far out in front of the storm, that'll actually really hinder and slow down your inflow. And so if these winds are too strong and push too far out, these winds that are trying to get into the storm will weaken, and it'll be a lot harder for a tornado to form. Raymond says Brady not even drawing, and I can't draw. Raymond, I'm going to be honest. In school, I've always been proud of my GPA. Art is by far my worst subject, and I got like a total like D minus, or I got like a C minus in art, both in high school and in college. I don't know why they make you take it in college. I really don't, but they did. So just in the last couple of frames here, we've seen this really start to uptick. And boy, I tell you what, guys, I don't know, Dan and Brian, if you guys can see a lot of lightning with this thing. There is a ton of lightning. And I tell
Sorry,
you what,
Brady,
this is. Go ahead, Dan.
We're getting situated, but behind the trees over here, I don't know if I can move the camera, but yeah, if you can see maybe some lightning flashes out back there.
Yeah, no, we definitely can. It's a pretty high precipitation storm too, so a lot of rain with this thing. Dan, Dan, I'm going to be honest. Can you hear me, Dan?
Yeah, I got you, Brady.
The just in the last couple of frames, this thing is surging a little bit south. The RFD is starting to really dominate this. So I think I think south of Hominy is going to be where kind of the I think even south of Hominy you're going to get rained on. And there could be maybe a new, I guess it depends on the RFD, but there might be a new area of circulation that eventually develops to the south of Hominy, actually. Yeah, just in the last couple of frames here, we and if you can watch this in motion here, guys, Watch, see how this RFD, these winds that are pushing around this side, these are really dominating this storm right now. And the wind that's trying to the storm has kind of lost its inflow notch. And I think it may have lost some of its structure here. But you definitely have an area of surging wind to the south right here that's causing this. That's why this rain is developing just to the south of this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll change the color, Elizabeth. I can. Let me see if I can do that right now. I picked that color because it matched the color of my thing, but I didn't really think it through. Oop, I think we lost Dan. Looks like we lost Dan. Go back to him in a second here. Yeah, poor Dan. See, the problem is, they're close enough to Tulsa where hopefully they'll have a better connection. But yeah. All right, so let's just do a quick summary here because we have really lost this. We've really lost a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. All night we've had 10, 12, 15 tornado warnings, or sorry, severe thunderstorm warnings. We only have 5 now. We have 5, and if we check up north, let's check on our MCS here. Yeah, this is going to be a noisy night here, north of Kansas City and northern Kansas, Topeka, Kansas. It's going to be a noisy night for you guys up there. Oops. Whoops. Yeah, I don't want to do noise canceling. I don't. Sometimes the noise canceling really throws me off. But it's going to be a noisy night up here in Kansas. What's going to happen is essentially this line of storms is going to move off to the east and push into Missouri, and really is going to keep marching its way all the way into Indianapolis and Columbus and Cincinnati. And that's going to be, this line that we're looking at now is actually going to be the catalyst for storms tomorrow. And so we are expecting another round of severe weather tomorrow. And this is, I'm going to move my camera. So there we go. And this is going to be, this is eventually going to form into a big line. You can already see it starting to develop, right? You can already see this starting to surge out in front. So that's going to keep pushing off to the east. And that's going to be your main weather maker overnight. So portions of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, you guys are going to have a noisy night. And then the morning, that line's going to move through Indiana and eventually into Ohio. And that's going to be where our focal point of severe weather is for the rest of the day tomorrow. And then we're also going to have storms that develop down here in Kentucky and Indiana and portions of Illinois. And before we wrap up, we'll kind of show you that risk. But that's kind of the main bulk of our severe thunderstorm warnings right now are these storms. Further to the south, where we had the storms earlier, these are the storms that produced some of the tornado warnings across portions of Oklahoma. Those essentially have lost their upper level support. They've lost the good conditions. You no longer can bake the cake here. We got Dan back too, so we'll bring Dan back into the studio. But these storms are no longer have upper level support. They're like it's like going to your boss's boss without your boss's support. It just kind of tends to fall apart. And that's what these storms are doing. They're falling apart. Then further to the south, we still have a tornado warning for this storm that our storm chaser Dan and Bryant are on. And that's pushing into Hominy. This is still got a radar indicated tornado warning right now. And this warning goes for another 19 minutes. It's radar indicated once again. It includes Ralston, Fairfax, then Hominy are just to the west of that. And we've got some big time lightning with that storm that they're looking at. So we'll put that on the big screen in just a second. But and then further to the south, Oklahoma City, you're completely clear. I think you guys are pretty good for the night. I don't think there's going to be another line or anything that develops. So Oklahoma City probably dodged a bullet today. further to the south, that is our other tornado warning. This is a beast of a storm. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and still a pretty strong area of rotation. So Ralston, Valley View, you guys are in this tornado. Ralston, you're probably in the most immediate danger. Valley View, Hood, Gainesville. This is all in Texas, Lindsay, Texas. These storms are going to be pushing your way, and we could get some strong. There could be a tornado on the ground with this, but let's look at the. Ooh, actually, hold on. Maybe. Maybe a little debris right in there, Prairie Point. Let's see if that's where the rotation is. Oh, we lost Dan again. Yeah, it is. I mean, there could be some on the ground here. So Prairie Point and Ralston. Direct path of this thing. Valley View, you're in the path after that. Ooh, whoa, what just happened there? All right, we'll get Dan back here in just a second. But those are our 2 tornado warnings. And then we still have some storms pushing through Ohio and Pittsburgh. And see if there's any storms near me. Ooh, there's a little bit of storms. Yeah, there's some flash flood warnings over here. The East Coast. I know we have someone that said they wanted to see Philadelphia. You get some rain. Boston could get some rain tonight. But yeah. Reed Trimmer says dangerous tornado in Texas. Reed Trimmer, I love Reed Trimmer. Dan, let's check back in with Dan. Dan and Bryant, what are you guys seeing right now? Are you guys repositioning? It looks like.
Yeah, we're looks like on the east side of Hominy. We're stopped to get a look to the west. I don't know that I would go too far west of Hominy until we see what's going to.
I don't think I would either, Dan. I just in the last frame here, this Hominy storm is. It looks like the structure has gotten a lot better from where it was. The RFD has kind of surged out here and formed a new appendage just to the south. This is going right for Hominy. Let's look at the velocity here. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation. There's definitely a little bit of a couplet right here, just to the east of Jobs. So this storm is pushing right into Hominy. Definitely a this bright green next to this red. This has me slightly concerned here for possibly a tornado trying to develop. This would be pushing right into Hominy. So, Dan, please be careful here. This storm is definitely recycled. It recycled here, and now it's with that surge of RFD. Now, if it just gets a little bit of inflow pushing into that notch, which it looks like it is, could drop something soon. Yeah, I don't like that little notch here. So, Dan, we're gonna keep looking at this storm, and I do just want to quickly look at the tornado down in Texas. Yeah, I think there's probably a tornado on the ground here in Ralston. So I would not doubt it at all that there's something on the ground. And if Reed's saying there's something on the ground, then there probably is. This definitely has a classic structure here. This is clearly wind wrapping in here. Clearly a whale. Clearly a whale here with a little bit of a big foot. This whale's got some teeth on him. This whale might need a dentist. Big time dentist. Anyway, we're going back up north. We're going back up north to check this storm out. I want to look at a couple of different velocities here, see what we got. Okay, definitely a broad rotation. Definitely rotating. This whole thing is rotating. Let's look at this radar. Not as defined. Yeah, We'll see what the next scan is. The only thing working against this storm is, see this little line right here. That is wind pushing out from this. That is wind that's pushing out from this downdraft. And so you're gonna have to get some really strong wind from the south. You're gonna have to get some really strong wind pushing into that storm. And actually, I don't like that. You see, there might be this notch right here. Might be that strong wind pushing in there. So, folks in Hominy, I know that's where Dan is. Just be ready for this thing. Dan, do you guys have a south option?
Not a super great south option, but we can blast east.
Okay, cool. Yeah, on 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the south road at the moment has that 1-lane closure.
Got it. Yeah, and I'm not seeing anything that necessarily says there's something on the ground with this at this point. It sure is trying though. Elizabeth said the whales with legs, and I'm like in my head, yeah, I don't know. We have M Art join the stream. Thank you, M Art, for joining the stream. Let's go ahead and I'll just give you a quick look at Barnesdale. Or sorry, Bartlesville. Great question. So Bartlesville, this storm is most likely going to go south of Bartlesville. Now you could get you're probably going to get some rain from this thing. You're probably going to get the north side of it. I don't think that Bartlesville is going to get hit by the main part of this storm. And also, yep, you guys probably just got a new tornado warning on your phone. We'll let that play here. They just extended the warning. So it looks like they just extended the warning here. There it is. So this is the last thing I think these people want to. I think Elizabeth, I think they just issued it. So hopefully you guys heard that. But this is the last thing these people, and I just realized this. This is Barnesdale, which was hit by that. Remember that devastating tornado during? I believe that was during the high risk about 2 weeks ago. No here alert. Yeah. Did you hear it, Scott? Did you hear it? Yeah. I can't trust Stormfront Freaks Enjoyer. You didn't hear it? Oh my god. Hold on. Let me try and stop screen sharing and re-screen share. Sometimes it messes up. Oh, we lost Dan. Let's get Dan back in here. Yeah, so Barnesdale was just I mean, this was the town that was just hit by that tornado. I think it was an EF 3 or more. And this town is in this new warning. So I think Hominy is in the direct path of this dangerous storm. But Barnesdale, you're also in this warning. Avent, Skytook, you're also in this warning. So I think Barnesdale, regardless, you're going to get hit by probably the hail core in this thing. So this is the last thing I think residents want to see. So Scott, this is in northeastern Oklahoma. This is actually right near Barnesdale, Oklahoma, which took a direct hit from a tornado, an EF3 plus tornado a couple weeks ago during the high risk day. And it just had devastation in Barnesdale. So this is, you hate to see this storm going over the same parts. Sorry, I'm just so dangerous storm here. Sorry, I'm just tweeting something out. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. This is what happens when you're a one-man show. All right, let's see if we can get back here. Yeah, this was a this warning does include Barnesville, and Barnesville did take a direct hit from a tornado. There were also towns in Iowa that took a direct hit from a tornado as well, but this is not. So that's those are different towns in Iowa. Also, Michigan, Portage, Michigan took a direct hit. All of those days we covered. It has been an absolute crazy year here for tornadoes. And looking at this storm right now, let's just look at the velocities. Here's where your rotation is trying to develop. There's a secondary rotation up here. So really, you've got two possible areas of tornadoes trying to develop. One about to move into Hominy, and then you've got a second area of rotation up here. And the good news is this is still a pretty broad area of rotation. There isn't necessarily anything that screams tornado on the ground just yet. It hasn't. This has. I mean, it's the good news is it's just not. The conditions really aren't there for for it to drop anything big. That's not saying it couldn't, but the low level jet is not ramping up into this thing as much as you would think. Now this storm further to the south, and we'll get Dan. We have Dan Wallace. He just joined back. We'll get him in just a second here. This tornado warning to the south. This is our other tornado warning. This is still a radar indicated tornado, and yikes! Oh my goodness! Yeah, this is a strong. This is probably a strong tornado. This is definitely most likely a strong tornado here in southern Texas, or sorry, central Texas. Yeah, I think that might be a debris ball. Maybe that could be a debris ball just east of Leo, Texas. And we're gonna get Dan Wallace here in just a sec. Yeah, that's definitely a debris ball. That is definitely a debris ball. So we have a confirmed tornado. This has not been confirmed yet by the National Weather Service, but I'm actually surprised. This is definitely a tornado. It's on the ground here. You're right. It does look like one. I think we have a tornado here just to the east of Leo, Texas. So Leo, Texas, you have a tornado that is on the ground. This is about to cross Highway 51 in Texas. Let me see if I can find any traffic cameras in Texas to be able to get this. This is near Gainesville. Let me look in Gainesville. There should be some in Gainesville. Yeah, Barnesville, Oklahoma was absolutely hit by a tornado. This was so this is the same area that was. The good news is Barnesville, you're probably going to be north of the rotation. Still take this tornado warning seriously. Barnesville is still going to get some hail with this thing for sure. They're going to get pummeled pretty good. Yeah, this was on May 8th. Yeah, this was the moderate risk on May 8th in Oklahoma, the F4. So we'll try and get Dan Wallace. We have a storm chaser on the ground, Dan Wallace, right in Hominy. But I think still rotating storm. Doesn't look as bad as this storm in this just beast of a storm down here in Texas. If you let's look at the local radar here. Yikes! There it is, guys. There it is, right there, just to the east of Leo, Texas. Yikes! Yeah, this is a not a good situation here. I am surprised they have not upgraded this tornado warning to a confirmed tornado. I don't know how you can tell me that is not a confirmed tornado doing damage. We have a debris ball here, just to the east of Leo, Texas. It looks a little bit more scattered now, so maybe I don't know how this cannot be a tornado. Maybe there's chasers on it. I don't know. Maybe there's chasers on it. They don't have visual. So, guys, if you are just joining us, we have a total of 3 tornado warnings. 2 are for this storm up in Oklahoma, and 1 is for the storm in Texas. In Texas, it sure looks like this is on the ground. Strong velocity signature. It looks like in the last frame, I think this was debris. I think it was. I'd be hard pressed to think that it was not a tornado that was on the ground here. It's hard to tell exactly what the velocity. Let's go to the local radar here, and just I mean that sure looks like a tornado right in there, right to the east of Leo, Texas. So Valley View, this is headed right towards you. The second tornado warning that we have, where we actually have a storm chaser, Dan Wallace, is on the ground there, but we're trying to get back in contact with him. He is in Hominy right now. Now this signature isn't as strong. It doesn't look like there's as strong rotation here as the other ones. And this storm's been really trying for about the past 30 minutes here to get going. But the RFD has the downdraft in this storm. These winds pushing this way has just been overpowering any inflow that is pushing into it. And so it's been really hard for this thing to get going, and that's a good thing. But I think plus there haven't been as many, it's starting to move out of the area of good parameters. So this thing probably has another 5-10 minutes of good air before it starts to move away from that.
But the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northern Denton County in north-central Texas, southeastern Cook County in north-central Texas, southwestern Grayson County in north-central Texas.
Fantastic. So this is an extension of this existing tornado warning here. So this tornado warning is a continuation of the tornado warning in Texas. Everyone in the chat's loving the tornado warning. So we still have we've got 2 now, because I think Oh no, yeah, my graphic just hasn't updated yet. But we have a total of 2 warnings right now. This is probably the more pressing one in Texas. Very real possibility that there could be a tornado on the ground with this thing. I have a hard time believing there's not. Texas storm is concerning. I would agree. I would agree with that. That the Texas storm is definitely concerning. Gosh, I am freaking hot. My air conditioning just like turned off. Hold on, let me go turn this puppy back on because I'm hot. I'm muted. Dan, we got Dan back. Dan, how are you guys?
Yeah, hey, we're okay. We're east on 20. We ran into some signal problems, but we're east on 20.
Did you guys see anything? It looks like the rotation is weakened a little bit on radar. You know, I bet they're probably too far away from Tulsa to get the good connection. Yeah, the good news is so we've got Storm Chaser Dan and Bryant that are on this storm. The good news is it's definitely not really a whale. It's more of like a. Can you guys see this? You're never gonna be able to see this when I do this. Wait, it's Pac-Man. Totally. This is Pac-Man right here. So this is the storm. This is the storm that they're on, and got your cherries here. So it does kind of look like a bean a little bit. So, but it's still a dangerous storm here. Looks like it. I mean, the problem. Well, the good news is so Barnesville, that got hit by this tornado a couple weeks ago. I think Barnesville is. You guys are going to get a strong storm here with some hail. You're well to the north of any rotation with this thing, so that's good. There's a couple areas of rotation right now on the radar. Maybe one kind of back in here, and one just south of Hominy. This storm's issue has been these winds have been too strong. They've been overpowering the inflow, right? If I make the arrows kind of like the wind speeds, the longer the arrow, the stronger the wind speeds. This is kind of like what's been happening right here. The winds pushing into the storm are just too weak to be able to and we'll put Dan, yeah, there we go. To be able to really cause this storm to wrap up. Now, having said that, this is still a tornado warned storm. This is still a tornado warned storm that is trying to produce something. I don't think it has, but still a very strong storm here with a definite inflow notch that has some hail kind of wrapping around actually the south side of this. So Dan, hopefully you guys were able to get well east of this thing, right?
Yeah, we're looking at we're south of Hominy, south of the high winds there.
Okay, good. So you guys went south of Hominy here. Okay, so I think they're probably like right in here. Yeah, so I would be curious to see it once this moves out of the tornado warning if they'd extend it. It's been trying to get itself going for like the past 30 minutes here. And actually, Dan, where are you right now? Are you you're far? Are you far enough south of Hominy? Like, are you in Sand Creek?
No, we're still on Highway 20, headed towards Skytube. We're about halfway between Hominy and Skytube.
Skytube. Got it. Okay, because just in the most recent frame here, this has really wrapped up a little bit. Right in here is where I'm concerned that there could be a quick spin up, just to the southeast of Hominy. You can see. Look at the RFD kind of start to wrap around this way. That's not good news because that means you got winds coming in this way. So we could have a developing rotation here. Just to the west of Morgan's Corner. So I think this thing is pushing right along Highway 20. And you can see the winds pushing out right here, right? That's this right here. I've seen that time and time again be like a catalyst for a tornado to form. And see that little itty bitty little appendage right here? If in the next frame we see that grow and it starts to wrap and hook, that's trouble. We'll keep watching this storm here. It could be trying to do its, to cycle and its last leg here before it moves out of the area of good conditions.
And Brady, just a heads up, we've got temperature around
77
degrees.
77 degrees outside. Wow.
So it's going to be moving in some warmer air.
Oh, so you guys are moving into warmer air, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. So that means that there might be, there's still winds coming in from the south here. So that could be a pocket of maybe a low level jet as it's pulling those winds to the north, or pulling that warm, moist air to the north. I mean, you still have your winds out of the south, right? But this whole zone, you've got winds coming out of the south. So this storm might be moving into an area of some warm, moist air. Maybe fairly untouched from the storms today. I think most of the storms have remained north. So I'm curious. I'm curious to see what the next frame of this looks like. Elizabeth, thank you for joining. Really appreciate you joining as always, Elizabeth. A ton of fun. Stormfront Freaks Enjoyer wants you to be safe. Dan, be safe.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, and I'm staying up late with Dan because I'm like, you know what? I gotta keep. I'm in a command center. I gotta keep this looking at this radar because I gotta keep my boy Dan safe too. All right, so while this radar updates, I just want to take a quick peek at this the Texas radar, and then we'll be right back to this storm that Dan is on. Yeah, this is an observed tornado warning down here in Texas. Not surprised that they updated that. I actually think they probably could have done that sooner. Definitely in debris ball here, just to the south of Luis, about to cross Highway 35. So this is a dangerous storm that is producing a tornado here. Just to the south of Valley View, Texas, to the north of Denton, Texas. I'll see if I can find a camera along the highway here. Where's Denton? While they're doing that, I'm gonna keep the radar up here. I want to keep an eye on this little appendage here for Dan. And let's look at the velocity. It's definitely trying to wrap up, Dan. This RFD is definitely pushing to the south, and it's trying to wrap up. So let me, while I do that, I'm going to try to find a camera. There's Denton. And then this thing is about to cross the highway just north of Denton. I can't see with these stupid things on. All right, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to actually find a camera here that I can look at. Because this is for sure a tornado. All right, I'll keep looking. Yikes, I really don't like that. All right, well, let's look back at this rotation here. I mean, there definitely could be a. Thanks, Stormfront Freak Enjoy. I appreciate it, man. Power flashes reported near I-35. Yeah, that does not surprise me. Definitely a strong tornado on the ground here in Texas, just to the north of Denton. This is just crossing Highway 35 right now to the south of Valley View. A really strong tornado down there. That's definitely crossing the road. I was trying to find a camera that was close to that, and I couldn't find one in time. Most of these cameras are not working. I don't understand. These are all like snapshots. Yeah, I'm gonna give up
Brady, you're
on
not
that.
going to have the video out of Texas Todd.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're pretty much all still images.
Okay, well, that's frustrating. Yeah, this is a huge. This is a bad situation unfolding in Texas right now. Definitely a tornado that's on the ground. It's producing damage. Union Hill, Pilot Point, Hemming. You guys are in the direct path of this tornado. You need to take cover right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation here. This tornado warning was just upgraded to a PDS. This is a life-threatening situation. So this is the first PDS we've had for most of the night. This is a strong tornado that's on the ground, that's doing damage, that's headed right for Union Hill, Hemming, and Pilot Point, Bloomfield. You guys are all in the path of this tornado. So just a terrible situation unfolding here in just to the north of Denton, Texas. We have a strong tornado that's on the ground doing damage. Here's your debris, right? Here's your debris ball right in there. This is a terrible situation here unfolding. I do want to go check back in on this tornado warning up north that Dan is chasing. Dan, this is really trying to get wrapped up. It really is trying. You've got winds wrapping in here. You can see it on radar. So this is still a dangerous storm up here. Right, like see that, guys, right in there. There's your kind of core rotation. And where you have your winds surging out this way and surging in this way. So this is a dangerous storm here that Dan and Bryant are on. Both of these are dangerous storms. Yeah, Jess, this is definitely a tornado. Yeah, this is going to be the one of the day for sure. This one in Texas is unfortunately, this is definitely it's a bad situation here. A large tornado, it looks like. Really, really, really strong. If we go back a couple of frames here, this has probably been, I mean, this thing has been going for a long time, this supercell. Well, this is a bad storm down here in Texas. Another bad storm up here. Just to zoom out, everyone. These are the only two. These are the only two. Yikes! My voice and mind is starting to go here. These are the only two tornado warnings that we have right now. We've got storms off to the east, but no warnings. We've got a line of storms forming in northern Kansas, pushing towards Oklahoma or pushing towards Independence, Topeka. All of you guys are in the path of these dangerous storms. Further to the south, Wichita, off to your east, there's some storms. Joplin, Missouri, there's some storms to your north. Springfield is going to be a noisy night for you guys. Oklahoma City looks like you dodged a bullet today. Just to the north of Tulsa, Oklahoma, just to the east of Hominy, we've got storm chaser Dan and Bryant that are following this storm pretty closely. This is one of our two storms that have tornado warnings on them. And so they've been following this storm for a long time here. And it looks like, I mean, it's really trying to get its act together. It's definitely a supercell. Definitely got the nice big old blubbery whale here. And you can tell with this outflow here, right? There's a boundary. It's clearly ingesting winds there, and it's clearly got winds pushing out that way. So it's this ball right here is the updraft of it trying to form. It's trying to form a little tornado there. And then further off to the south in Texas, this is just a bad situation here. An observed particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, where we do have a tornado that is on the ground. And it's just oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That is a massive, massive tornado. Massive, massive tornado doing a ton of damage here. And actually we might have a new one forming. Yeah, I mean, you when you put this thing in motion here, you can really tell. That's a tornado just rotating around this. I'm actually scared to look at the local. Let me look at the local. Yikes. That is a really strong tornado, guys. That is a really, really, really strong tornado. Yikes. You really hate to see that. I thought we were going to get today. I thought we were going to get away today without having a strong one, but unfortunately not. And this is well away from the center of the moderate risk. So, unfortunately, though, this is May, and this stuff happens. So, a really, really strong tornado here. I'm hoping it's maybe recycling here. We'll see. And then they just extended this tornado warning into Tulsa. So they just extended this tornado warning into Tulsa, Oklahoma. And radar indicated tornado warning with baseball size hail. Barnesville, good news is you're well to the south of it.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning
I got to stand up.
Tornado warning for southwestern Rogers County in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, southern Washington County in northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Wagoner County in northeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Tulsa County in northeastern Oklahoma.
All right, be right back. I'll cover that in just a sec. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. We're moving into temperatures that are now in the
81.
80s.
Wow. So it's the further east you're going, the warmer it's getting.
Yes.
Yeah, let me line this back up the road.
Why don't you guys give a quick update of where you are? I'm gonna take a quick bio break. Just give everyone an update of where you are, guys, right now, and what you're seeing.
Okay. Yep. So we're right now east on Highway 20. We are east of Styatuke. We'll be moving into Collinsville here in just a couple minutes. We're got a lot of lightning on this cell. Looks like it's intensifying or attempting to intensify. We are here at Highway 75 and Highway 20, and we're going to stop at this traffic light. We're going to stop at this quick trip up here and take a look off to the west. Oh, look, everyone's under the overhang. No one wants to get hail damage. So we're looking off to the west right now, and we do have sirens beginning to blast.
Dan, can you guys hear the sirens?
Yes.
Yeah, they're going off.
Wow. Let them play for a sec. That's kind of eerie.
Yeah. So we are on the east side of Highway 75, Highway 20 in, it's like just kind of west of Collinsville. And I'm thinking we're going to blast south on Highway 75 and get south of it and take a look north.
I was muted. So we have two metro areas, nearly 11 p.m. And you're right, Jess. You know, this is why it's never over. An event is never over till it's over. The problem with these things is they tend to not give up, and these storms have just simply not given up. And especially the storm to the south, and That's what I've got the radar on the top corner on. So I'll put both radars. I'll put that radar on the northern cell, and then I'll put this radar on the cell that Dan's on, because and we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just extended for this storm, but just a really strong storm that's pushing into the northern suburbs of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa, Oklahoma, you guys have a tornado warning right now. And this storm is probably going to go to the north of Tulsa, which is good news. But we have storm chasers Dan and Bryant that are just to the north of Tulsa and trying to kind of blast and get out of the way of this thing, and get to the south so they can have a better vantage point and also get out of harm's way. This storm has been really trying to get its act together for probably about the last 30 minutes to an hour. You can actually watch it goes through a couple of cycles here of developing a hook, and then the downdraft almost like the downdraft almost cuts it off, and then right there you have your Pac-Man, and then watch it develop another hook here. See it develop another hook here, and then the actual like inflow actually kind of cuts it off, and now it's trying to develop another hook. So this storm has been really trying to get its act together for probably about the last 30 minutes. And the reason why is you've got this surge of air, this surge of RFD that's been coming from the storm that's pushing out in front of this thing like a freight train. And, thankfully, the reason why, because oftentimes when you get that can be a really strong catalyst, or that can be a really a catalyst to have a tornado, right? On the days where you have a really strong inflow jet from the south, and then you have really strong RFD that comes out, those two will mix, and that's where you'll form a really strong tornado. The good news is, I think the winds out of the south aren't as strong in this part, right? So if I would draw these arrows to scale, you've got some really strong winds pushing out like this, but then you have kind of weaker winds right here, and so far the stronger winds have been winning the battle from the storm, and so that's kept this tornado, I think, from being on the ground like the one to the south is in Texas. But still, all it takes is a little, like, see that little indent right there? All it takes is a little, these winds to be a little bit stronger, and then you're going to have a problem, right? So, that'll be interesting to see. But we do have a tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, just to the north of Tulsa. This actually includes, kind of splits Tulsa in half. But the storm probably, the main area of circulation is going to go well to the north of Tulsa. So Sperry, Skytook, Collinsville, Owasso, you guys in the direct path of this dangerous storm. I'm actually going to see if I can find any traffic cameras in Tulsa as well. I know we got Dan on there, which I know there's a bunch. I know we do. So we'll look at those. We'll look at that camera, and then we'll also keep Dan and Bryant. Further to the south, let's go back and check in on this tornado warning here. I'm hoping this isn't as. I still don't like that. I mean, guys, this is still a dangerous situation. This is still a particularly dangerous situation. Strong tornado looks like it's still on the ground or is close to it. Yikes. I mean, just a terrible situation unfolding. Really, really, really strong winds. This is a huge circulation. This is just a beat. This storm is a beast, an absolute beast of a storm that does not want to quit.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
It's an extension.
Tornado warning for northeastern Denton County in north-central Texas, northwestern Collin County in north-central Texas, southeastern Cook County in north-central Texas, southern Grayson County in north-central Texas.
Sorry, guys, I'm just eating a little bit here. So that's an extension of the existing tornado warning. Let's see if they did it. Yep. So they added another particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is for just to the north of McKinney, Texas. This is just to the north of McKinney, Texas. Here, we've got a dangerous storm that is is dropping a large tornado, Pilot Point. You're in the direct path of this thing, just to the east of Pilot Point, along just to the south of Gunter. You're also in the path of this dangerous storm. Weston and Kelly and Anna, you guys are in the path of this dangerous storm that did produce a tornado that did do damage, and looks like it still might be doing damage. This could be a debris ball here, just to the west of Pilot Point. Let me see if this is correlates with where the. Yeah, that could be. That definitely. Well, no. Okay, here's your tornado actually back in here. So Pilot Point, this is about to move. Yeah, that's a tornado. That is a tornado. That is on the ground. That is a violent tornado. That's a large tornado. The city of Pilot Point, you're about to take a direct hit from this thing. So a dangerous situation here unfolding. And of course, this is the end of the. I was planning on ending the stream, and I probably still will in the next hour. But I can't end right now with this, with a dangerous tornado right now moving into Pilot Point. These are the only two tornado warnings we have, guys, in all of all over the country. Let me look at this Tulsa storm real quick. Okay. This rotation doesn't look as strong. Definitely not as strong as the southern one, so it's good. But yeah, I mean, echo tops are insane. Let's look. Oh my, are you kidding me? That's 60,000 feet. Guys, that is so. The average plane flies at like 30 to 40,000 feet. What am my green screen doing? Yikes, my graphics are like. Let me see. I need more light, probably. It's kind of messing up. That's weird. Yeah, that's insane. It's absolutely insane. I'm also going to put on a camera right now from the. This is that storm that Dan and Bryant are on. I actually think this is the wrong viewpoint. This should be facing. Let's see if I can face it. Let's see if I can find a better camera here. So this is looking north, near where Dan and Bryant are of that storm. Let's see if I can see anything, any sort of lowerings or anything with this. Sorry, I'm just eating here. Thanks for joining the stream, everyone. Dan and Bryant, did you guys stop? You guys trying to find a vantage point?
Yeah, we're off to the side of Highway 75.
Okay. Let me know if you guys see anything. I'm looking on a webcam right now that is pointed kind of right at the storm. It's still a little far off, but guys, look in the top left corner of the screen. This is the storm that's producing that tornado. Look at the parameters it's in. It is in just a very, very high parameter space. So not surprised that it is producing a strong tornado. Look back with the radar here. Okay, even the Tulsa storm. Dan, that Tulsa storm that we're looking at, it's got about a 50,000 foot top, so it's pretty wild.
Yeah, we're just east of Sperry, along Highway 75.
Oh wow! So you guys are about to get some pretty strong winds, then I think, right?
Yeah, we'll have some winds moving in.
Yeah, this is so they're basically they're based Dan and Bryant basically right here. You guys are about to take the brunt of the rear flank downdraft that's pushing, that's been really driving this storm for the past like 2 hours. So
Yeah, and if you've got spotters, if you got your spotters turned on, I believe Bryant is
Yes.
his beacon is on.
oh cool. Let's find him. Where are you, Mr. Bryant? Let's see who else is on this storm too. Ooh, there's actually a decent amount of people on this storm. Oh, Brandon Clement is on this storm. Where's he? Wait a second. It's like doesn't update. Oh, there you are, Bryant. Okay, we found Bryant. Ooh, yikes. That is, we made the graphic too big there. Whoa. All right, we found Bryant. I'm actually surprised it's not windier. Guys, is it windy? Like, is it really windy outside right now?
It's gonna be here in a minute, I think.
It's raining hard, pretty hard now.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got the back of the vehicle facing the storm. We're looking east.
Okay.
Yeah, the wind's starting to come in.
Yeah, I was gonna say on radar, it's on radar. This is definitely. I mean, some of these winds are actually probably lofted high. Right?
Tell them we're moving. Saw a tree fall down.
You just saw a tree fall down.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah. Be safe, guys. The good news is at least on radar, I'm not seeing anything that would say there's a tornado on the ground. It looks like straight line winds with this, but yeah, there's some strong. I mean, there's some strong straight line winds with this. Looking at 50, 60, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. Looks like it's crossing Highway 75 right now. There's definitely some strong winds with this as it pushes across the highway here. So Storm Chaser Dan and Bryant just saw a tree fall down here just to the north of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've got a strong storm that's pushing right across the highway now, and it has some really strong, looks like mostly straight line winds right now, but enough to knock down a tree there. So that's this outflow has been driving that storm for probably about the past hour here. So good thing they're getting out of there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this let's check back in on our storm down here in Texas. Yeah, this is a large violent tornado about to move into Pilot Point. This is a terrible situation here unfolding. That is just I mean, this is an unbelievable tornado. Huge debris ball here. 74,000 people in the PDS warning here. So, I mean, that is a lot of people. That is a lot of people here that are in this warning. And if we look at, Jess says there's a huge debris ball. I'm not seeing. Maybe it's my radar. Let me try and switch radars here. Yeah, but just a violent tornado here. I mean, this is an incredibly populated area. This is a very populated area in Texas. This is just to the north of Dallas, Texas, just to the northeast of Denton, Texas. So Pilot Point, Gunter, Weston, Anna, you guys are all on the path of this tornado-producing storm. This has been on the ground for a good bit, and has shown just it won't quit. Right, this storm has been producing a tornado, and I'm gonna try and. Oh well. Sorry, one of my turn that off. Looks like one of my graphics shut off for a second. Let me restart my radar here for just a quick second. Close that. Close that. Let's get this. I'm trying to see if there's a. I mean, still a violent tornado that's about to move into Pilot Point, just to the north of Pilot Point. It looks like. There's your tornado right here. See if there's a debris with this. I think you said there was up a tilt or two. Let's check it out. Interesting. I'm not seeing. I mean, it really at this point it doesn't really matter whether or not there's debris or not. I mean, there is a tornado that's on the ground. You can very clearly tell where it is. That's where it is. Pilot Point, just to the north of Pilot Point, Texas. There's your tornado. Bright reds next to bright greens. It doesn't get more cut and dry than that. If you look at the history of this thing has a history of producing tornadoes. It's been going like this for probably a good while. Now, the only thing that has me a little encouraged, it looks like this tornado could starting to occlude a little bit, right? Because watch, when I say occlude, what does that mean? That means that it's starting to kind of move to the north. It's starting to get sucked into the storm. Because watch what happens just in the last couple of frames, right? Tornado, 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 tornado. Watch it take a jog north between that and that frame. That and that frame. The rotation weakens a little bit too. So maybe this could be this tornado starting to occlude and get sucked into the storm. As it moves further to the north, it'll slowly dissipate. But right now, at least on the latest radar scan, it's still on the ground. This is still a very dangerous situation, and this storm is an absolute mammoth storm. This is just a terrible situation here. I mean, a huge hail core. This storm is pushing 60,000 feet and is impacting a very populated area of the country, just to the north of Dallas, Texas, to the north of Denton and McKinney, Texas. There's a lot of people that live here. And this storm is in a pocket of really strong tornado parameters right now. If you look on the top part of my screen, I'm zooming in on the storm, and it's in this pocket of really strong conditions right now. That's going to keep lifting to the north, but for the time that we have now, this storm is not going anywhere. Checking back in on our Tulsa storm that Dan and Bryant are in. Good news is this looks like it's a outflow dominated right now. I don't see much indication that there's a inflow rushing into this thing. It's got winds that are surging out like this, and some weak winds that are kind of pushing into the storm. Dan, Bryant, you guys driving south?
Yeah, we're coming into the north side of Tulsa. My earbud lost power, so I'm using the one that Bryant had.
Got it.
And we're coming in the north side of Tulsa.
Got it. You guys wrapping the chase up?
I think we will be here
Good.
very quickly.
You did good work today, Dan. You and Bryant
Thank
killed
you.
it.
Yeah,
Saw some cool stuff.
He's an excellent driver, and Brady, you did an excellent job as well.
Oh, get out of here, Dan. We gotta start the fuzzy stuff again.
And
Just kidding.
I think you're going to see some love in the chat here really soon because everyone loves Brady. It's like the show. Everyone loves Brady.
Everyone loves Dan and Bryant. Ooh, Jess says, great job today, Dan and Bryant. And Brady. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Jess.
Now it was a great team effort. This show would not be the same when we don't have people like Dan and Bryant in the field and helping us out. So, no one just wants to hear me blabbing. It's a lot more interesting when you have people in the field that can give you visual and also that are here and you're able to talk to someone too, right? So Dan and Bryant, you guys killed it today. And Bryant, I can't wait to meet you next week, man. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
And Brady, heads up, we will be in Missouri tomorrow.
Okay. All right, I will. I'll text you. I'll let you know if probably 50-50. I'm gonna look what the outlook is, and I've got my family engagement moved to tomorrow. So, but if I'm not doing anything, I'll definitely be streaming. All right, guys. We'll stick with Dan and Bryant for a little while, and I think they're going to be wrapping up here soon. We still have we still got a tornado on the ground here. Absolutely, just to the east of Pilot Point, Texas. Stormfront Freaks Enjoyers back. Thanks, brother. Don't worry about it, Scott. Yeah, that is, I did see your chat above. I didn't have my window open. Yeah, but a really still a really strong tornado looks like is on the ground here. This is, I tell you what, this just does not, this tornado does not want to quit. I got pretty hopeful here that it was, but it's just still, at least the velocity would tell me, right? Let's just look. I thought we were possibly going to have a little bit of an. Wait, is this old? 1215? No. Confused. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is actually crazy. This is actually pretty wild to watch here. Watch what happens. This is incredibly fascinating. Oh no, don't tell me Dan. Oh no, don't tell me they got pulled over. Oh no.
Brady, sorry, we're just switching seats.
Okay, I was like, please don't tell me they got pulled over.
No, we're good.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, they're just switching seats, everyone. False alarm. Dan and Bryant are good. All right, so this is pretty fascinating here. What happened? Limestone Valley. Okay, we'll have to look at that in just a sec. But this is pretty fascinating here. What happened with this storm? So, right as this tornado got to Pilot Point, watch it, see it lift north and go around Pilot Point and then dissipate. But a new one formed right there. Do you see that? Watch this frame. There's your tornado right here in Pilot Point. Let me draw it on the let me draw it here. There's your tornado right there. Then watch what happens in the next frame. A new one formed. Right over here. So you have two tornadoes, one that was here That one formed, that occluded, that dissipated, and then watch the second green circle. Another one formed. This is just a crazy cyclical supercell that just does not want to quit. You had one tornado that went to the north, and then it's almost like it just like picked back up. One disappeared, and then it just picked back up from where the other one was. That is crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That kind of happened like that. That is pretty wild stuff there. Wow. Well, this tornado is ongoing. It's pushing towards Weston and Kelly and Anna. It absolutely does not want to quit. Jess also says, "Oh my goodness." Oh my goodness. Yeah, it looks like I think we might have a forming tornado just to the north of Tulsa. Just a recent surge, recent uptick in the look at these winds. Yeah, it's 100% forming. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we've got a tornado forming about to push into Claremore, Oklahoma. Absolutely, this is forming right in there. Yep, Zenlicious is right on the money here. Looks like we've got a tornado about to move into Claremore. Unbelievable. It's right there, guys. It's right there. That's a tornado for sure moving into Claremore. See if I can find any visuals of this. This is the northeast side of Tulsa in Claremore, Oklahoma. Of course, there's no cameras there. Let's look east. No. I'm trying to find a web camera right now that shows this, but it looks like we've got another tornado that's forming here. All right, so this camera that I'm showing right now is looking due north. So if there would be a tornado, it would be over in the right part of the screen right there. It'd be over here somewhere. So look on the right, in the right frame of the screen. That camera is kind of looking due north, just to the south of Claremore.
Tornado warning for Central Rogers County in northeastern Oklahoma, Mays County in northeastern Oklahoma, north central Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's an extension of the existing tornado warning. Well, yikes. And the stream, and my goodness. I don't even want to look at the next frame of the radar here. So definitely a tornado trying to form here. Oh gosh, I don't like that. Yep, that's on the ground, people. That's a debris ball. We have a confirmed. Well, this isn't. Well, yeah, this is. Oh god, are you kidding me? Particularly dangerous situation, guys. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. This is about to move into Claremore, Oklahoma. There's your debris ball, guys. That's as cut and dry as it gets. Just oh my goodness. I actually cannot believe what I'm seeing at the end of this day. I mean, you can literally see on radar. There's your tornado. There's it rotating around. That is unbelievable. Yeah, this is a bad situation here. This thing has been trying to get itself going for the last hour, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, it just ramps up like crazy. I'm going to keep an eye on the webcam here to see if we can see anything out of the right corner of the screen. It's definitely it would be in the far right corner of the screen here if you would have anything that would be on the ground, which it is on the ground. Wait, I might have just seen it. Look like right in here, guys. Is that a power flash? Can we see it right there, guys? Was that it right there? That might be it. I don't know. I thought I saw a power flash right there. Maybe I was crazy. Claremore, Oklahoma. You have a large, extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. This is that same storm that storm chasers Dan Wallace and Bryant were following. And it did not look like it was going to do anything. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, boom, tornado forms and is producing debris moving into Claremore, Oklahoma. I think we're all trying to see right now if that we need some more lighting there to see if that actually was a tornado or not. I thought I saw some power flashes for sure. I don't see anything more. Yeah, I'm literally looking at it right now. I'm trying. Maybe. Semis flipped on the I-35 in the Dallas Metro. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. There's a for sure a tornado. Okay. It's like I can't even stop. I can't stop watching this. Oh yeah. Power flash. Power flash. Oh my god. 100%. No, oh my god. 100%. We just saw a power flash. Look in the top right corner screen here, guys. 100%. We just saw a power flash. We see the tornado. You can see it in the top right corner screen, right where I circled. It's hard to see, but we definitely saw a power flash there just a second ago. This is a large, violent tornado. There, you see him again? Looks like, yeah, there it is again. You see that? Power flash. In the very top right corner of the screen. There it is again. Another power flash. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. We just saw power flashes. We've seen several different power flashes from this tornado. We're about to lose visual, though. We are about to lose visual in the top right-hand corner of the screen. Tell me, guys, in the chat if you saw it. I definitely saw the power flash, though. Gosh, Dan, Brian, I'm glad you guys got off this. This is it looks like a terrible situation that's unfolding.
Hey, Brady, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're actually headed north into the area that's being affected.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you guys could tell, but I was able to see power flashes from this webcam. I saw several power flashes, and just it looked like a massive tornado, from what I could tell. I couldn't really see the edges of it. The power flashes illuminated it, but I couldn't see where it ended. So that to me says it's a pretty strong tornado that's on the ground. Oh my goodness, guys! I can't believe the night is ending like this after the day that I thought we were going to be fine, and then it's just out of the blue. I think we might have just seen. Yeah, there's another power flash. Oh my gosh! That is insane. Absolutely insane, guys. Sorry, I'm just pulling something up here. Sorry, guys. I'm just tweeting something out and make sure people know. Gosh, this is a bad situation here. All right, let's just quickly look at the radar here. Yeah, the ambulance bus. Yeah, it's a bad situation. Really bad situation. Can you guys still? I have been watching. Can you guys still see the power flashes, or has the tornado moved off to the east? I'm still looking. I have been watching for a sec.
Hey Brady, we see power flashes.
Brady, we may have some power flashes off to our northeast.
Oh my goodness.
We're now east. We're east coming up towards Verdigris.
East coming up towards where, Dan?
Verdigris. It's the V-town.
Verdigris. I got it. Yeah, looking at the radar, yeah, there's still a strong, violent tornado on the ground. It's crossing I-44 right now as we speak. So Claremore just looks like it may have taken. I think it probably. The city of Claremore just took a direct hit from this tornado, and then it's starting to lift a little bit to the north. It looks like it's going right along I-44. So Dan and Bryant are chasing this thing, and the tornado itself looks like it's still on the ground. This is a large, violent tornado that is doing damage. Let's look and see if it has a debris signature. It still has a little bit of a debris signature here. It's definitely still on the ground. So Dan and Bryant are coming up to verdigris. Yikes! What is going on with that? Dan and Brian are coming up to verdigris here. So we're going to go back to them and put them full screen here. But they're pushing into verdigris. So they're just to the southwest of this thing. And it is it's definitely a large cone tornado. So if you're in Claremore and Pryor, Oklahoma, you've got a large tornado that is on the ground that's doing damage. And we've confirmed power flashes from both Dan and Bryant, as well as what we saw on video. We could see power flashes on our video stream from a traffic camera. So Dan and Bryant have also confirmed that they can see power flashes from their angle. So Dan and Bryant, please be careful, because this tornado is just crossing Highway 44 to the little bit to the north of Claremore. Let's look at the velocities here. It's still there. It's still on the ground.
Tornado warning for southeastern Cedar County in southwestern Missouri, northeastern Dade County in southwestern Missouri.
The National Weather Service
Unbelievable.
has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northwestern Hunt County in north central Texas, northeastern Collin County in north central Texas, southeastern Grayson County in north central Texas, southwestern Fannin County in north central Texas.
So I'm gonna put Dan on the big screen here, and Dan and Bryant are driving along Highway 44 and are pushing towards a confirmed tornado, a confirmed particularly dangerous situation where there is a tornado that is on the ground doing damage. It just went through Claremore and is now crossed Highway 44. We also, oh my gosh, you could clearly see there's your debris ball. There's your debris ball right there. That's not rain. That is a tornado. That is a tornado that is on the ground. It's doing damage. It's just to the northwest of Harmony Star. Harmony Star, you're in the path of this dangerous tornado. It looks like it's starting to lift a little bit further to the north too. If we just watch the last couple of frames here, this storm was, for the last really hour, this storm was sliding to the south, and now was outflow dominant, and all of a sudden it just curled up and formed a tornado on the ground in Claremore. And now this tornado is starting to push due east and almost lift a little bit north. So this is a incredibly deviant motion, but this is a violent tornado. Look on the top right corner of the screen here. We've got just a really strong velocity couplet with this. It's just an insane end of the night here, guys. I can't believe, honestly, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Really can't. Dan Bryant, go ahead and give us an update on what you guys are seeing.
Hey, Brady, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're just west of verdigris, and we're on 266.
Okay.
Kind of moving north.
Okay, so you're on 66, you said. Are you going into Claremore?
We're on 266. We're still kind of west of verdigris.
Okay, west of verdigris. Let's see. Okay, I got it. Okay. Are you trying to get to Highway 44?
Yeah, we're going to try to get up here and see what we can do.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, they're looking at the radar. There still is a tornado that's on the ground here. It's just to the northwest of Harmony Star. Still a very strong signature here of reds and greens together. That's your signature for your tornado. So Harmony Star, looking to the northwest of this, definitely a tornado that's still on the ground here. And it's let's look and see if there's any debris. Yeah, I mean there's some noise in here, but there's probably debris in here. And let's look at the velocity. it looks like our thing just updated here. This is just an unbelievable situation here. We haven't had. This is why you can't call an event over till it's over, because we've had two confirmed tornadoes that have done damage. This one is still going, guys. This one in Texas is still going. It just does not want to quit. We still have a particularly dangerous situation down here in Texas, where just to the north of McKinney, Texas, we've had a tornado that's basically been on the ground. Guys, this is your long track tornado right here. This is your long track tornado. This has basically been on the ground for really the past almost hour. So this is a Pilot Point and other areas in Texas have taken direct hits from this thing. And I mean, this is close. This is close to Melissa, Texas. This is close to Anna, Texas. Oh my gosh, my aunts used to live here. They don't live there anymore, thank goodness. But still, just a storm that does not want to quit. It has continually produced tornadoes off and on for about the past hour, and looks like it still is. So wildly dangerous storm down there. Also, we have another tornado warning that was issued in Missouri. This one doesn't look as bad as the other ones. Looks like just like a little bit of a kink in the line here. So we won't focus too much on that. But just to the east of Jericho Springs, Missouri, we have a new tornado warning that was issued, and for Uber View Heights and Needmore and Masters in Missouri. But the two situations that we're most concerned about, it is just to the south of or just to the east of Claremore, where we had a confirmed tornado go through, and then also in Texas, north of McKinney, Texas, near Melissa and Anna, Texas. You guys are both in the path of this dangerous storm. Storm chasers Dan and Bryant right now are pursuing this storm, and it still looks like there's probably a tornado on the ground with this thing just to the east of Highway 44, just to the north of Harmony Star. Yeah, mass casualty incident declared at a truck stop in Valley View, Texas. That does not surprise me, considering what we see on radar. Just a terrible situation here. Yeah, this is here, guys. Here's your tornado right there, right in here. There's your tornado. It's about as cut and dry as you get. This is the Claremore. This is the Claremore tornado. Watch it just lift to the north, though.
I don't know. I'm gonna kind of focus on what's in front of us right now.
Here's your tornado right here, guys. Right in there.
Looking for something near the base.
Looks like Dan, they hopped off for just a second. If you're just joining us right now, guys, this is just a unbelievable end of the day here. We've had we've seen tornadoes on cameras here. We saw power flashes. We were looking at this camera here, and we saw a couple power flashes on the right corner of the screen. I don't think we'll see anything anymore, because this camera that we were looking at was right here and looking due north at Claremore. Look at the traffic, though, guys. Look at the traffic along Highway 44. This is because that tornado was moving through there. So we have significant traffic. This is a big indication that we've got a tornado, because just a terrible situation here with the traffic. You can tell that they're all stopped for something. What could they be stopped for? Then let's just says scans from Claremont. So is debris lofted in the atmosphere. Yeah. That is insane, guys. That is truly, truly insane. I'm trying to find another camera to see if we can get a visual on it, but I don't think we are going to see. Let me just look and. Okay, there's no, that one doesn't go east. Let's see if this one goes east. See if this one goes east. Terrible view. See if this one goes east. Maybe. Oh, actually, hold on. This one's pretty far away, but you might be able to see something in the left corner of the screen here. Okay, guys, I think I see our lowering here. See right in there, right above the gas station. I think that's where we've got our lowering. Actually, maybe to the north of that. Well, let's look. Oh yeah, right at the center of the screen. You guys see that? So like right along this horizon is where we're looking for it. Yeah, Jess says there's Jess says there's damage in Claremore. I'm sorry, my brain is toast right now. Brain is absolutely toast. It is a devastating tornado. You're right about that. So, what, guys? For those that are just joining us right now, we are looking due east, towards Claremore, towards Highway 44. We're trying to see if we can find the tornado. There's definitely a tornado here with this storm. We saw on the other camera, we saw power flashes. On this one, trying to see if we can pick it up here. It's definitely a devastating situation unfolding in front of our eyes. I kind of honestly can't really believe it after the day we had. I thought we were going to get scot-free, but not. These things have a tendency to surprise you when you least expect it. Bryce Shelton drive through it. Yeah. There's been a couple of devastating tornadoes right now. We have one in Texas that is in the top corner of the screen. That is the radar right above me. That is for Bikini, Texas. Where we still have a supercell. There's your long track tornado up there. And then what we're trying to find now is Claremore and where this storm is, or where this tornado is. I think towards the center of the screen, you see a little bit of a lowering there. But I think the tornado would probably be off to the north a little bit more. I'm gonna see if I can find a different angle here. Yeah, it does. The Denton tornado is definitely significant here. I mean, that's a highly populated area too that it's going through. Sorry, guys. Trying to find a screenshot of the power flash. All right, let's quickly check back in on the radar real quick. All right, so I'm hoping that this is starting to. It still looks. Yeah, Dana Bryant, Jess, we have not. They are not right now in the stream, so I don't see them on the stream right now. So my guess is they just had a. Sorry, God, my brain is totally toast right now. I've been streaming.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southern Cowley County in south central Kansas.
Oh no. Oh no, another one. Are you kidding me? No, Dan and Bryant are. I think they should be okay. They were pretty far away from the storm, but my guess is they went into Claremore, and maybe you're doing some helping out there because um, they are not back on the stream though. Yeah, we still got a tornado on the ground here. Definitely still a tornado on the ground. Let me actually look at where this camera is pointing. So I just want to make sure. So this camera should be pointing, right at the possible tornado. So I do want to leave this on, and then we actually got Dan back here.
We went up Highway 66. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan.
Okay. We are.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan.
We're okay. We went up Highway 66. There is some damage that we observed. We're hearing reports of extensive damage in Claremore. We're going to go ahead and break off. We don't want to go into an area where we've got emergency vehicles that have already started entering the area, so we're going to break off.
Okay, yeah, that's smart, Dan. You don't. I think there's from what I'm hearing from people on the stream, there is extensive damage in Claremore. So, going into a damage zone would probably be not the smartest move. So, and the storm's actually starting to race off to the east pretty fast. So,
yep. All right, so we're gonna probably break off with you as well here shortly. So, but thanks a lot for everything you're doing.
We'll see you tomorrow, probably.
yeah. Yes. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you, guys. Be safe. All right. Oh. All right, Dan, Bryant. Peace out, guys. Be safe. All right. So what we're looking at now is we're trying to find this tornado on the cameras here. Because I think this tornado is still on the ground here. This is just to the east of Claremore. We had a tornado that moved through Claremore and is now kind of pushing off to the east. We also have possibly a new tornado warning to the north of in Kansas. So we're gonna have to look at that in just a second and just kind of look at this storm. I really hope this isn't doing what I think it is. Of course it is. Oh my God. Jess says she's saw left some kind of power flash on the left. So guys, keep an eye on the left corner of the screen. We could see the tornado here. If it is still in fact on the ground here, it might honestly, looking at the radar, it might be going through some sort of recycling. Maybe. I'm hoping it's starting to weaken. This is insane, guys. This really is insane.
The National Weather
Another
Service
warning. Are
has issued
you
a tornado
kidding me?
warning for
Tornado warning for northern Benton County in central Missouri.
I mean, just insane. I see we had Heather Johnson Stevens. No, Kansas City or Oklahoma City. No, this is not close to Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is pretty much free and clear right now for the moment. Tulsa. This is just to the northeast of Tulsa and Claremore, just to the east of Claremore, moving into Pryor, Oklahoma. Yep, Zenlicious. This is definitely a there could be a forming tornado in Kansas for sure. So I'm going to look at that in just a second here. It's a crazy, crazy night, guys. This is another camera that I found. This is looking due east. It's hard to tell because it's down there, but you might be able to see something at the center part of the screen. Yeah, I'll for sure check it out, Courtney. I'm just trying to see if we can look at that tornado real quick. Just was trying to get visual confirmation whether it was or was not still down. All right, the center portion of the screen here is where we've looks like we've got a lowering. Right, you see that light? Right to the north of that. Definitely a little bit of a lowering there. Okay, so let's do a quick radar update, and we'll go right back to this because we've got a total of 3 tornado warnings, and they're all possibly significant. Yeah, this is a problem here, guys. Yep, this is a what is going on? What is going on with these storms? I really don't understand what's going on, and oh my goodness. They just won't quit. They really just won't quit. This is absolutely a forming tornado here to the east of Arkansas City. About to push into Cedar Vale, Silverdale. You're right in the direct path of this. This is going to put a tornado down. I could almost guarantee this is going to put a tornado down. A ton of lightning here. Here's got your inflow notch. Oh my gosh. There's your whale structure, guys. 100%. 100%. This is about to put a tornado down. Really strong storm. This is in Kansas, guys. This is just to the south of Wichita, Kansas. Then further east, you've got a tornado that just moved through Claremore. I'm really hoping that this is the good news. Is it looks like the tornado is probably weakened. This was a tornado that moved through Claremore, and now it's going through some recycling. If we put this in motion, it went through Claremore, did damage, and then it just the way I can tell is look, watch, see that little ball right there? That ball, that's debris. That is debris. That's your tornado, right? So moved across the highway. I mean, you can literally tell this is an insane radar loop, just an insane loop. So Claremore, this tornado formed right over top of you, hit Claremore, and then picked up some debris. And then there, look at that. That is a tornado. That is a tornado then more debris, more defined debris ball. And now in the last frame, it looks like it's starting to dissipate. Definitely looks like it's starting to dissipate, which is still take this tornado warning seriously in Pryor Creek and Salina. You guys, this thing could recycle really quickly and form a new one right in here, right in Pryor Creek, right to the east of Pryor Creek. Further to the south in Texas, we have another tornado warning. This thing's been going for about an hour now. Wow. I mean, the good news is it doesn't look, the rotation doesn't look as strong as it did. It's lost some of its luster here. So that's good. Hopefully this means the storm is starting to lose some of its organization here. This has been just a wild supercell. So I think the 2 storms that I'm most concerned about right here are this and this. Just 2 monster supercells here. I'll keep an eye on this traffic camera in the top part of my screen so I don't lose it. Because these are both good views of that storm. Here's what happened, Jess. Watch this. This is why we're, oh gosh, don't want to put that like that. Yikes, my brain is starting to die. This is what happened, Jess, right here. So this actually is incredible to look at, and this explains This is pretty wild. So look. So we've got 3 different big supercells that we're focusing on. One in South Texas, one in central and northern Oklahoma, and one in South Kansas. The one in South Texas has been in a high parameter space for a long time, and that's why it just kept going and going and going and going. But now look in the last couple of frames. That high parameter space is starting to move its way to the north, and so that storm is kind of losing its rotation. This storm that moves through Claremore, watch the uptick in the space here. Watch the go purple right as it went over top Claremore. The parameters really upticked. And then look at this in Kansas, right? This storm formed, and then watch the purple start to surge to the north. That's right in this storm. So right as this storm's starting to get going in the rotation. So it's kind of crazy to look at. You can tell when you look at this product. This is crazy. I can explain to you why this, this storm right now is probably the rotation's probably gonna weaken, right? As it pushes off to the east. So that's a pretty amazing view to look at. Oh my God, I'm about to pass out. Just crazy. Absolutely insane. This is just absolutely insane up here. This could be a problem up here. Oh my God. Nah, thank you, Heather. Guys, if you are new here, go ahead and like and subscribe the show. If you do like what you're seeing, go ahead and give a thumbs up on the YouTube video. If you are new here, subscribe to the show as well. We're the Stormfront Freaks. I'm Stormcat5. We've been live now for about 7 hours and 30 minutes, and we're going strong here. But we had a pretty crazy stream. The first part of the stream wasn't too. We didn't necessarily have too much action going on. We lost storms, but we didn't necessarily have a lot of confirmed tornadoes, which is good. That is a good thing. But just in the past hour, we've seen a huge uptick in tornadoes, and we've had a couple confirmed tornadoes. One down in Texas, one in Claremore, Oklahoma, and one that's trying to form up here just to the east of Arkansas City in Kansas. So we do this whenever we have severe weather, that's significant severe weather. We will try to go live. And so then thank you, Courtney. I appreciate liking and subscribing to the show. Loved having you guys. But this is not how I wanted to end the night. I'm going to be honest. I wanted to end the night on a positive note, but this is not a. These storms are continuing to really just ramp up after dark. And we're going to have a tornado up here in Kansas. I would be very surprised if this doesn't drop a tornado just to the north of Silverdale. Here's your tightening up right here. Vinton and Maple City. This is coming right at you. This is going to be a tornado. I mean, just a beast of a storm. Claremore, this thing's trying to recycle here, right? Here's your new rotation that's developing. I'm hoping this will become outflow dominant. But it's trying to recycle here. So Heather, I am in Ohio. So I'm over here in little old Ohio, and there's nothing going on. There's nothing going on. Thank goodness. Courtney says, I'm up here, Northwest Alabama. I know. Yeah. Yeah, you guys had Huntsville. I streamed that storm when you guys had the tornado warnings one after another after another. That was a crazy night. I'm going to stretch my legs real quick. Oh my God. Wow. Ooh. Let's see, we got Heather's also from Alabama. That's awesome. Guys, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to do a quick bio break. I'll be back in 30 seconds. While I'm gone, enjoy some smooth jazz. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get the blood moving. So I'm just gonna stream like this for a little bit while I let my my legs my legs are completely like had a complete dead leg. All right, so I want to look at this frame and see what we got going on up here. I don't have a good feeling about this. Please, okay. Please let this. I'm hoping this is that storm not materializing like I thought. The good news is the velocity looks a little bit more spread out. So maybe this storm isn't necessarily wrapping up as quickly as I thought. So that's good. Oh, Zenlicious. I couldn't, you know what? Do you see my shirt? I couldn't agree more. Cats are superior species. Yeah, Scott, I'm sorry about that. And Jess, I lost a cat a couple years ago, and it's tough. It really is. So I feel for anyone that had to deal with that. It's like losing a family member. But yes, Zenlicious, you're right. Cats are superior species. Okay. So Jess brought up a good point. There is a new mesoscale discussion out for, where's that? It's in Oklahoma. So it's a new mesoscale discussion. This is for the threat for, that's for the cell that we are following in Claremore. And that is basically saying they may need to extend the tornado watch. They may do
The National Weather
another
Service
tornado
has
warning.
issued a
Great.
tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southwestern Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Mays County in northeastern Oklahoma.
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning
sorry.
for northern Hunt County in north central Texas, east central
I'm
Collin
sorry,
County
Jess.
in north central Texas, southern Fannin County in north central Texas.
My brain is crazy right now. Okay, so it looks like so Jess, this is the new mesoscale discussion. Tornadoes and very large hail are possible for at least the next hour or two. Great. Well, I will say this. I cannot promise you I will be on for the next hour or two. But I'm going to stay on for a little while here to hopefully get us through this this time. Wow, you had a cat that lived 23 years, Scott? That's crazy. That is oh my god, of course. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's get back to business here, people. We have all right, we're going to do a quick update on our tornado warnings here. We've got a total of 6 warnings now. Really 4 storms with warnings on them. Yeah, good call. 6 tornado warnings right now across the country. We've got 1 up here in just the southeast of Wichita. That's this storm right here. This is a supercell that's been really trying to get its act together. Just in the last couple of frames, it's made a hard right turn. So this is going to ride the Kansas-Oklahoma northern border. So Cedar Vale, Silverdale, this thing just went through Maple City. This area has been an area that has been impacted by tornado warnings and tornadoes. I remember calling these exact same towns probably about maybe a week or 2 ago on the stream. I think it was the moderate risk or the high risk. And then these storms are going to this is going to keep riding along the border here. The second tornado warning that we have is it produced a tornado in Claremore, Oklahoma. It did damage, a lot of damage. We had a storm chaser that drove Dan and Bryant, who have since not joined us anymore, or they logged off the stream. They're fine, but they were in Claremore. They were near Claremore and confirmed damage just to the south of Claremore. And then and they didn't want to necessarily go into a devastating situation and possibly go into a war, a zone with damage. And so they decided to end the chase. This storm is now off to the east. It has a observed tornado warning on it. This was a confirmed damaging tornado that is pushing off into Salina. If we look on the radar, here's your tornado right in here, right to the north of Salina. This is Salina, Oklahoma. Let's see if we see any debris here. Oh my gosh, there it is. There's your debris ball. It's actually just to the northeast of Salina. Let me see if I can look at, I'm going to look at the traffic camera 2 that we have up to look and see if we can see that tornado on the camera here. Just quickly look at this. Oh my goodness. So where's Salina? Salina. Where's Salina in comparison to Pryor Creek? Okay, there's Pryor Creek. There's Pryor. Okay, so if I look due east here, let's look at this one. Let's see if we can see the tornado here. So this is on a traffic camera. We looked at this traffic camera earlier. Yeah, Jess or Scott, I am really sorry. It's 24 years though for a cat. That's crazy. But I am so sorry for your loss, Scott. Losing a cat's like losing a member of your family. I know, Tabitha. This is crazy. So I'm trying to see if we can look if we can locate our tornado here. We do have a confirmed tornado. This might be a little too far away to see. This storm is pretty far away from this actual camera. But this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It's it's well east of Claremore, but this is the same tornado that produced a tornado in Claremore. And I'll keep the radar up here on the northern corner of the screen so you can look at it. It's really hard to tell right now. Once again, this is this camera here. The tornado itself would be near Salina, so maybe are there any cameras off to the west? Not really. I don't see anything here. Maybe that's good news. Maybe it's just too far away. All right, we'll keep an eye on that camera. In the meantime, let's go back to our radar. Well, we're going to do a quick round robin here and quickly look to see where these tornadoes are. We're going to take a first look at just to the south of Wichita here. We're going to look at this storm. Looks like this is really starting to reorganize. Right here once again, this is going to ride the Oklahoma-Kansas border, right to the south of Cedar Vale. This is going to keep moving this way. So Elgin, Cedar Vale, Hewins, Chautauqua. They're probably going to slide this warning off to the south. This is probably going to be your new tornado warning box right there. Then our second warning, which is it has a confirmed observed tornado with this, is right here to the east of Salina. There would be your tornado right in there. Concord, this is headed right for you. Our Colcord and Kansas, Oklahoma. I love that. I don't understand why they do that. Let's look on our correlation coefficient here. Maybe some debris here. Maybe a little bit. It is not as concentrated as it was. Watch. See that? Oh, yeah. There, look at that. There's your debris right there. That was kind of popped up in Salina. Wait a second. My map's playing tricks on me. No, I think this may have hopefully wrapped up. We do have another warning to the south. This is that same storm that has continually put down tornado after tornado in Texas. This is a this is what the National Weather Service meant when they meant long track tornadoes. This storm has been a beast of a storm, an absolute beast of a storm down here in Texas, and still is trying to produce something. We also have another tornado warning. Actually, sorry, they just allowed that. Looks like they just allowed that to expire in Missouri. Yeah. So we should only have a total of 3. So that'll update in just a second. Pretty unbelievable day, though, guys. Pretty unbelievable end of the day. I thought we were about to end the stream on a pretty positive high note, and then we have a two strong, damaging tornadoes that have hit Texas and then have hit Oklahoma. Oh gosh. Guys, I do not have a good feeling about the this supercell up here. I really don't. I think this thing's about to go ballistic here. I think what'll probably happen is this is going to recycle. This storm to the east of Tulsa is going to recycle here. Yeah. Yeah, hurricane season does start next week. Fuzzy. Yeah, this is a and we are gonna probably try to do outbreak during hurricanes, by the way, guys. Assuming it's not in Southwest Florida, because if it's in Southwest Florida, I will be there during the hurricane. But I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I don't know how I'm gonna do hurricanes with work, but I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna do here. But guys, if yeah, there will be. Yeah, there will be. We're gonna do hurricanes. We'll have to figure out how we do hurricanes, but yeah, we're probably gonna have some. We're probably gonna try to have some past guests on, too, like Jay Hobgood or other folks to talk about hurricanes. Maybe Mark Sudduth, will have him on for a show, assuming he's not chasing it. Gosh, I totally didn't do local on the 8s. Why do I keep calling it local on the 8s? It's local on the Meower. Yeah, for those that don't join, we have a segment called if you guys remember the local on the 8s, it's called local on the Meower. So we'd love to keep it Stormcat loved to keeps it cat. He keeps it real here. Well, guys, today has been a wild day. It really has. We started off with some. Oh my! I want to show you guys something crazy.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
That's a new warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Cowley County in south-central Kansas, southern Chautauqua County in southeastern Kansas.
They should warn Oklahoma. I really hope they warn Oklahoma here. There should be a warning on the Oklahoma side as well. So, guys, this is going to be your new area. Yep, this is a forming tornado. This is a forming tornado. I can almost, I don't want to say I guarantee it, but we saw this happen with the Claremore tornado. We saw this happen with the Texas tornado. This thing is about to moving into. Look in the top corner of the screen. See the graphic I have on the top of the screen. That's data provided by Allison House. It's GR Earth. This is that storm that we have on the screen as well. This is moving into an area where the low level jet is cranked. So this storm is going to tap into that and is going to crank up. You're seeing it on screen as we're showing you. So this is going to be a tornado right in here. If it's not already on the ground, it's going to be on the ground soon. So dangerous tornado here to the north of Frankfort, Oklahoma, Hewins, Oklahoma, Hewins, Kansas, Chattanooga, Kansas, Elgin, Kansas. You're in the direct path of this thing. And they need to have a tornado warning on the south side in Oklahoma. I don't know why they don't, unless there's just absolutely no one there. That they need to have a tornado warning on the south side of this thing. Guys, I want to show you this too. Look. So this is the water vapor. Look at this storm. Look at this Look at this. Let me try and get a closer view here. Of oh, that's bad. I mean, just oh gosh, that's off to the left. I mean, look. Oh, that's a terrible view. Okay, so you're just gonna look at the top of the screen. Look at the top of that screen. That is the massive anvil supercell that just that's that 60,000 foot storm that was in Dallas, or that was just north of Dallas. Just a crazy storm that produced several tornadoes down in that area, and produced them in highly populated areas nonetheless. I mean, just these storm. Watching this satellite view is crazy. An explosive night that we have. Just watch these things just explode. And this storm in northern Oklahoma is the latest one that we're concerned about. The one in Texas is still going strong. Look at the cloud shield on this thing. You see the green? You see the edge of that? That's where your anvil is. That is like a 100-mile anvil. That is insane. It is absolutely insane that this one storm has produced that. I can't. Oh my goodness. So this is that north storm that we just looked at. This is the storm that's riding the border. This is probably going to drop something here quick. Not be surprised. It is. Yeah, the Cedar Valley storm is about to get some serious juice here. And the good news is this tornado warned storm to the east of Salina is now radar indicated. It looks like it might be trying to do it again, though. I mean, that hook just continues to just clear. It just keeps going. Just keeps clearing out. It is insane. Guys, this is your long track tornadoes. These are your long track storms that we talked about at the beginning of the day. This is them. It took some time, but this is them. Holy crap. Let me see if I can find a camera.
The National Weather Service has issued
there
a
it is.
tornado
I
warning
don't know
for
why it took them so long, but
Tornado warning for
guys. Look, they
northeastern
finally
Osage
put
County
the
in
tornado warning
northeastern Oklahoma.
Probably should have been. Well, I guess this tornado warning storm was lifting to the north, so, but now it's there. So new tornado warning. That's for this storm here. I wouldn't say they dropped the ball yet, Sen. I think they're doing just fine for now. The good news is I don't think that this tornado's on the ground just yet. I really don't. I think it's trying. It's really trying. It really is. And this is a tough part of the night too, where this is probably a shift change or close to a shift change for the National Weather Service. So there's probably been people that have been issuing warnings all night, and now they might be switching out with someone else. Oh yeah, totally.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for East
Missouri.
Central Polk County in southwestern Missouri.
Not as concerned about that one. Well, I don't know. Oh my god. Jeez. This is crazy, dude. All these storms just have the look. Look at this storm. This storm just went from like a harmless looking blob of nothing to supercell. Are you freaking kidding me? What is happening? What in the crap is happening? This is crazy. I mean, look at this. This storm could not look more benign, right? I mean, that doesn't even look like a severe thunderstorm. I mean, that does not look bad at all. Watch what happens. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, still it doesn't look bad. Okay, it's starting to look a little bad. Starting to look worse. Starting to look worse. And then look, supercell. Are you freaking kidding me? What is going on? Seriously, what is going on like with these storms? It's gotta be the tornado parameter. It's gotta be. Because this thing just went from nothing. 100%. Look in the top corner of the screen. This is the storm. I moved into an area of higher tornado parameter, and then it just went supercell. Yeah, Fuzzy, me too, man. I need bed. That's what I need. This is crazy. I'm never. You know what? They're never gonna let me go to bed, are they? Oh my God. Okay, so the good news is if we look in the, let's just look at our parameters right now and see what we got going on. The good news is this storm in Texas is moving outside of the big bad parameters. They're all moving to the north. So the storm in Texas, it's not done, but it does look like it's starting to weaken a little bit. This storm in that produced a tornado in Claremore is moved into an area of less parameters, and that's probably why you didn't have a tornado. But now it's starting to get into an area of higher parameters again, off to the east. This storm that's also tornado warned in Cedar Val. If I'd put the warnings on it, that storm is moving is in an area of high parameters and is kind of moving along. That gosh, we just lost. I think we just lost Facebook. I think Facebook doesn't allow you to go over 8 hours. That's hilarious. Yeah, so this storm is just in northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. This is already in an area of high parameters, and that's why it's kind of really ramping up here. Look at that light green southwest of it, Scott. I'll have to check. And then look here's a storm that just went full supercell here. This is in Missouri. The storm went from benign to now it's getting just an energy shot of an absolute energy shot of the low level jet here. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. My body hurts. Can we just calm down? Let's just can we just these storms just die? I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. Oh my gosh. Oh. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. Oh, thank you, Zen. And honestly, the people at the National Weather Service, the people in local TV stations, they're not going to bed. Well, they can't go to bed. It is 1:36 a.m. Yeah, they're just there's going to be some damage for sure with these storms in the morning. Definitely. There's going to be damage down here. I would not be surprised. Basically, all along this line down here in McKinney, there's already confirmed damage up here in Claremore. I think there was some confirmed tornadoes down here near Altus. So definitely a couple swaths of damage tomorrow at least. Oh yeah, Zen's in Seattle. I'll get out of here, Jess. You're too kind. I tell you what, this storm, I'm really hoping it just keeps looking like it's going to get something going, because it's been looking like this for probably the past several frames here, where it's really trying its hardest. So I'm hoping this is just a case of it can't, because look at that. I want to. Okay, this is in Oklahoma. I want to look in. Let me look and see if there's any cameras. Oklahoma. Blackwell. Where's Blackwell? Only 75. Oh, I-35. Okay. Got a camera there. Please look east. Please look east. No. God. Look east. Trying to find some cameras to look at this possible tornado here. Kansas traffic cameras. You know what? You guys are too kind. Nice job to you guys for staying up and listening to me. I-75. I'm trying to find some cameras here to see if I can look. Camera list. Let's go. Let's try the map view. Oh my God. This is what I'm looking at on the, oh, I just closed out of it. Yeah, seriously. Well, any local meteorologist there is going to have a late night. Guys, if you are new to stream, like and subscribe. I know it looks like we've got a lot of people that I'm used to seeing here, but if there is anyone new. Whoa. Where are the cameras? Here's what really bugs me about this. I don't know if it's just me, or let me try and clear my. I want to try and clear my browser, because this Kansas website gives me the worst fits. Clear browser. Let's clear my cookies. Oh, please don't log me off. I just cleared my cookies. Oh my God, it's so bad. Like I just don't understand. I don't understand how they could have such a broken website. Someone else try to go to the Kansas Drive website and tell me if it does the same thing. Because this is bad. Like I can't even look at the cameras. Oh my goodness. I've done it before. I was able to access these things. All right, I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking. All right, let's look over here. Still got a tornado. Of course we do. Of course, we still got a tornado ring there. Still got a tornado ring there. Still got a tornado ring there. And we still have a tornado warning in Texas, because why not? This thing is really losing its structure, though. So this is a still strong storm in Texas, but has moved outside of the area of strong parameters in terms of the low-level jet. So that would make sense why this storm no longer has the structure it did a while ago. See the rotation here? Dramatically weaker. That's really good news for Texas. But this area looks like it took a direct hit from a tornado. Off to the east of Tulsa, we still have a tornado warning. This storm is still trying to get its act together. We got 1-2 areas of rotation. Cold cord. This is a possibly a tornado moving towards you. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes and is in a high parameter space. So very well could drop something. This is probably the area I'm most concerned about right now, just because the parameters are highest. This is a supercell riding the Oklahoma-Kansas border.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for
that?
Western Benton County in northwestern Arkansas,
Are you
southern
shitting
Delaware
me?
County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Oh, that's okay. That's got to be this right here. It's an extension. Just isn't showing up. There it is. What in the blazes is going on? Oh my goodness. So let's try and find I-75. Abilene? No. God, the Kansas traffic cameras really make me mad. It's just so hard to find. By the time I'm done streaming, Carly might be getting back up. So she might just. Oh no. I-35. Okay, let's see if we can find I-35. I don't know. It's not going to be worth it. By the time I find it, I'm not going to be able to see anything. Whew. Oh my God. My brain is dead. Guys, I may have to cut it off at 2. I will, I'll see, but I may have to cut it off at 2 a.m. While we're looking at these warnings, why don't we just do a quick, let's just do a quick preview tomorrow. 50-50 chance if I go live. We'll see. I'm getting together with some family tomorrow to celebrate Memorial Day, so I may or may not be able to. I will try my best. I really will. But my family's about to leave for or part of my family's about to leave for a vacation, so for a good while. So I won't see them for a little bit. And I'm leaving to go storm chasing, so I do want to see them before they go. But if I can, I will, because I want to be there for you people. I'm Stormcat. I always got to be there. But you guys are the best, truthfully. You really are. Okay, so essentially, guys, tomorrow we have an enhanced risk of storms. This is over portions of the Ohio Valley, and the risk is still pretty strong. Enhanced is 3 out of 5, so that's today was a 4 out of 5. But I've seen enhanced risks, especially this part of the country this year, overperform time and time again. Now the storms tonight that we have are going to directly affect tomorrow's outcome, right? So we'll look at a model as we end this, but tomorrow we have an enhanced risk of storms over eastern Missouri, central and southern Illinois, central and southern Indiana, basically all of Kentucky, northern Tennessee, and the very northern corner of Arkansas. We also have a slight risk over Arkansas, Missouri, even getting into portions of Ohio and northern Indiana and northern Illinois. This is, and this is Jess. This is for 300,000 people going to the Indy 500. Mm-hmm. The other thing that is significant about this, we have a 10% hatch risk of some tornadoes here. So really anywhere from Chicago into Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, Missouri, you all have a pretty decent chance for tornadoes, guys, tomorrow. The focus risk tomorrow is going to be in southeastern Missouri, northern Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Indiana, and northern Arkansas. That's where you have your 10% risk. Outside of that, you have even into Columbus, Ohio, and southern Michigan. You aren't necessarily out of the woods yet with your tornadoes. So tomorrow could be a big day. Also, a pretty big area with possible wind damage, and similarly a big area with possible hail damage, or with possible hail, not hail damage. I don't know why I said that. My brain is toast, as you can tell. Breaking out the glasses. But there's going to be, Scott, thank you. Have a great Memorial Day. You too, Tabitha. But there's going to be, a large area, almost 9, 25, 33. Oh my gosh. Quick math. Someone help me do this math. 16 plus 27. Oh no. My brain's broke. Please help me. Someone help me. 16 plus 30, 40, 50. No. Oh my God. Anyway. There's going to be a lot of people under this risk. So there's going to be a ton of people under this severe thunderstorm risk. And it's going to be crazy. Thank you, Fuzzy. 43 million people on the slight and enhanced risk tomorrow. So there's definitely going to be a tornadoes tomorrow. Wind and hail are the probably the greatest threat. But there's going to be in the evening hours, low level jet is back. Our boy, the low level jet, which we hate, we don't like him. He's back. He's back for the evening hours. Okay. Everyone, thank you. Thank you for the 43. I love it. But yeah, thank you, Jess. Great. Thanks for joining. So tomorrow could be a big day. I will let you guys know if I'm going to stream. Go ahead and follow me on Twitter, guys. I'm on Twitter, and I like to tweet out when I'm going live. And so I'm on Twitter at Stormcat5 with an underscore. I'm also on Instagram at Stormcat5. So give me a follow, because there I'll let you guys know when or if I'm going to go live. Also follow the Stormfront Freak account. They also will tweet out when I go live. So make sure you guys give them a follow on Twitter and Instagram. And if you have not liked and subscribed to the show, go ahead and do it. That helps us out tremendously. And you guys are the best. Now, really quickly before we go, I do want to just show you the weather models here. So this is for tomorrow. This is what we could get. Let me pull up the Ohio Valley. So this is the HR, HRRR here. And that's the 5Z. Let's do the 4Z. Okay, so this line of storms that we have that's pushing off into Missouri and Kansas. This is going to form a line of storms. See that line? This is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that line of storms is going to kind of push off, and that line is going to hold together for a decent part of the day, and then it's going to redevelop. This is 3 p.m. tomorrow. So this is 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, and you can see there's a line right here pushing into Ohio, and then there's a secondary line and really a third line of storms here that's going to develop in Missouri. All three of those areas, I think, further north in Ohio, this is going to be mostly a straight line wind threat with some hail. And then in Kentucky and Tennessee, here's when your tornado threat's going to materialize, right? The next couple hours. And then you even have another line behind it that develops at 6. And that'll be when your tornado threat actually could ramp up even more. So if we look at the 0Z model, because this is going to go out even further. So see that line kind of goes through, and then a secondary line develops 9 p.m. This actually could be a long duration and also overnight event like tonight. And watch this line go through. You've got some big time storms in Ohio all the way down even into portions of Kentucky and Indiana and to Missouri. And so that's really, and then you're going to have a line basically that just marches its way all the way east overnight. So that's going to be your risk for tomorrow. And I will try to be live as much as possible if I can, if we aren't hanging out as a family. But, guys, from the bottom of my heart, I am so happy and thankful you guys could join me tonight. It was a really an eventful stream. We are at 8, guys. We are at the 8-hour 20-minute mark. This is the longest time we've ever streamed, and just a wild night. And it started out a little slow, and then we had a lot of fun in the middle of it, and then it got serious there towards the end with those tornadoes. But we got through it, and we had some storm chasers on the tornadoes themselves. And thankfully, they're both sleeping soundly in Tulsa. But please pray and send support and whatever you can. Donate to the Red Cross for the people that are affected by these storms today, because there were some Claremore and towns in Texas north of McKinney and north of Denton, Texas were hit by some pretty strong storms today. So please pray for those folks. And really that's all we can really do. And we can donate to the Red Cross and other things to help give these folks some help. But, I want to thank each of you guys for joining the stream tonight. You guys are amazing. You are why I do this. We had a lot of people, a lot of the regulars join tonight, a lot of the OGs, as I like to call them. We had some new people. I know Zenalicious and some other folks and joined us for the first time. So, love seeing you new folks in the chat. That was amazing to see and hear. And I will hope to see you tomorrow. I will let you know on my Twitter and Instagram whether I'm going live or not tomorrow. Regardless, have a wonderful Memorial Day with your friends, your family. Give someone a hug. Give someone a hug tomorrow. Go to your family, your friends. Let them know you love them. Let them know you love them. And give them some love this weekend. And it's going to be a great weekend. So stay safe. Whatever you do, have a good time. And love you guys a lot. Stormcast 5 was live, and now he's not. Peace out, Seacrest. Have a great night.